Hello, everybody, and welcome to Proving Grounds 15. My name is FalcoFlyer, and I'm joined here with Saf. Saf, welcome to Proving Grounds.
You know, Falco, I am so happy to be here. Thank you for the warm welcome, and we also have Elemental here with us doing some production for us tonight. Man, Proving Grounds 15, week 15 of Proving Grounds, Falco. I mean, we're just kind of chugging away with this tournament.
We are. It's been over 6 months now that Proving Grounds has been in action, and hey, we see growing numbers each and every time. Let's take a look at our first matchup happening today. It's going to be Take Your Meds versus Silly Nation, so definitely going to be one to keep our eye on. I know Take Your Meds, they've played in a lot of Proving Grounds. I don't think many as recently, but earlier on, they have definitely been doing that, and Silly Nation coming in with a very strong roster here. And keep this in mind, this is a single elimination tournament. You can start your matches and then half of these teams are going to be done in a matter of 30 minutes or so. So a pretty unforgiving bracket that we have here, but hey, it is going to be fantastic as we start off on Clan Blitz Museum d'Alfonsino.
That's why I love the nature of Proving Grounds, Falco. Like, it can be so high, such high intensity. You see teams like Smoothie, you see teams like Cherry Limeade, you see teams like Take Your Meds that has come back time and time again, and you also have 1-2 Buckle My Shoe that we saw in our roster as well that is playing tonight in Proving Grounds. I mean, it's an unforgiving tournament, but these teams know what's at stake.
Yeah, and this is kind of something that I've talked to with Fusion about, who's actually playing. I've been able to commentate with him a few times, and we've talked about where, you know, a lot of these teams they're playing, it doesn't matter what they expect the outcome to be, but they know, like, hey, if we get out, we're still vibing on our Friday night. We're still ready to play Splatoon, so always just, I don't want to say casual fun, but definitely some casual fun here. And like we said, a majority of these teams coming from an area that typically they are banned from Low Link, typically on the mid to higher level of our competitive. Let's take a look at these comps here coming out. We're going to look at Take Your Meds first, and the first thing that comes to my mind is the bamboo there, Saf. So this will be a very fun matchup.
I know, also right next to the Rapid Blaster too, which I love to see. And also, not only that, Falco, but the 52 bamboo and plus to follow up with the splash, that can be a really deadly combo. And especially too, you have a lot of poking damage coming from the Rapid Blaster as well. So Take Your Meds, definitely looking to see if we can force some people into some 1v1 fights, maybe force some people into some corners. And it looks like that's exactly what Fusion is doing right now. They were able to assist on one splat, looking for the second splat too, being able to push up now with that power clam, maybe trying to look for an opening, because man oh man, the clam economy is on Take Your Meds side right now.
It certainly is. They're holding 11 right now, definitely have some map control, trying to push up here on the ramp, using that killer whale to help support. We see the Inkjet come out as well as 1-2 players going to go down on Silly Nation, with Take Your Meds still trying to push up. 3 are going to go down. Fusion's going to be picking up that power clam with a lot of map real estate. They only have one player, Hope, who is up on the plat, but it looks like they are trying to take this little step stool here, and Greg is now by the basket, maybe going to provide a jump, and that might be the first score of the game.
Yeah, completely done too. You had the crab there to kind of act as a wall, and then Greg was able to back up with that killer whale to kind of follow up, maybe displace a couple members around. But now with 3 members of Take Your Meds going down, the wipeout now occurring down to the 58 mark for that first push on Take Your Meds.
Yeah, it was a good push, and I think what was important is that Take Your Meds, they took their time with that push too, kind of a slow burn into mid to make sure you got those points. And of course, they got below that 60 mark. That is a number you kind of unofficially want each time you are able to make an opening push too. So it's going to be a slight uphill battle for Silly Nation as they are gathering some more control at mid. 2 players are now going to go down. Hi-Rez trying to look up, getting some splats, and we do see the strikes come out too. So 2 players down now. Take Your Meds. This is an opportunity for Silly Nation.
Yeah, and Silly Nation is going to take that opportunity right away. That power clam going into the basket. You can see the Kraken there to try to maybe follow up as well, provide a little bit of defense, but just not quite enough. The Kraken also going down after the special runs out, and also Hi-Rez going down too. A soft wipe on the side of Silly Nation, so Take Your Meds is going to be quick with the follow-up.
Yeah, you know, thankfully for them, there was no follow-up at all for any of those clams. Take Your Meds doing such a good job just holding on to that defense when they were able to spawn in. And this is the exact same play that we saw at the beginning of the match. Fusion pushing up with the Inkjet, allowing their power claims to score. There's going to be 1 in. That is going to be 2 in. Now Take Your Meds getting down to 36, having map control and still using some of their specials to splat some players on the Silly Nation. And 1 more power claim will do it. but Greg is the only one alive by the basket, and they are able to sneak some in, so just three claims left, but Greg is still alive up on the enemy plat.
As the people of the Splatoon world say, Falco, they did not know. They did not know Greg was there to follow up with those clams, taking it down to the 9 mark. 33 isn't even that large of a penalty, if I should say so myself. So Take Your Meds in a great position to play the defense for the last 2 minutes of the game here. I mean, they know that Silly Nation needs to come to them. They need to come into their turf if they're going to want to make any headway on this score that they have on the board right now. And it looks like maybe Hi-Rez trying to use a special to maybe clear some space. They're not quite successful in doing so, though, being taken down. And also, Greg being pincered out in the mid area, too, by Silly Nation. So it was kind of an equal trade there. But now with 2 members, Take Your Meds going down, they do have 2 specials online, but it looks like we're going to maybe see a Fusion go for the pick, and there they go. They got it, and there's only 1 member of Silly Nation left. You have the same push, or the same initiation to a push happening again with Fusion.
Yeah, it's all really coming together for them. And hey, trades at this point in the game, they're only going to benefit Take Your Meds. That is just going to allow them to keep pushing up, even with the same the same number of players on the field. So with just about 1 minute left, Take Your Meds in a position to potentially score once again. We're going to see Fusion here go head to head with Ryder, as again, once a trade is going to happen, but 2 players are now going to be down on Take Your Meds, and this is at least a good opportunity for Silly Nation, but they don't have any map control mid, so Take Your Meds just kind of wisely backing up and controlling their own plat.
Yeah, and I do like, too, that our Bamboo player here is going to be holding on to a power clamp as well. They're going to hold on to it because, you know, Leo, maybe you don't know. What if we're able to break in and we're able to just get a few more points on that board? And I think Take Your Meds is going to try to play the long game with that one. And also, Falco, I do want to point out, we're running a double Killer Whale comp on Take Your Meds. Extremely interesting to me, definitely very useful for a map like this, especially because you have the basket in such a choke point area up on these platforms here. But now going down into the last 6 seconds here, you have Take Your Meds mostly in the middle here. Only 2 clams on the side of Silly Nation. They just need a few more to form that clam. But just time was not on their side with that one. Take Your Meds taking game 1.
Yeah, they had a very solid footing there in well, I'll say pretty much the whole match, but especially that last minute and a half. And like you said about the Killer Whale, right as you mentioned that, we saw that I believe a Killer Whale got at least 2 players, or maybe a double assist at that point. There's going to be the fist bump there for Leon Greg. But yeah, just kind of a lot of chip damage for Take Your Meds, which is, you know, something I think they needed, because looking at the comp, it didn't provide a ton of paint, but they were just able to win their 1v1s. It's just kind of simple as that, as you know, they take the win there. But we will be moving on to Splat Zone's Macomart for our next set.
Yeah, and I want to say too, Falco, there were so many times throughout that match where it would be a 1 versus 1 fight, but then you would see somebody from Take Your Meds make it into a 2 versus 1 fight. I mean, a lot of their comp really did come down to chipping damage. You have the damage from the Bamboo, where you need to hit directly, like at least twice, or almost directly at least twice. You had the Rapid Blaster with Fusion, them not only leading the way with Inkjet with trying to get those pushes initiated, but a lot of hits from the Rapid Blaster to try to get some kills going. And if you already have partial damage from one of those things and you get tapped by those Killer Whales, I mean, that's it. You're done for. So I think Silly Nation coming into this one needs to try to take into account this chipping damage that Take Your Meds is approaching with.
Yeah, and like you said, it's kind of each individual weapon on their own might not get the kill, but to have the support from your teammates to be able to get that is going to be key. And you're right, that's exactly what Take Your Meds kind of benefited on. And, you know, we mentioned especially Fusion being able to push up and turn a 1v1 into a 2v1. Always just assist the person who you see in a 1v1 and try to take them out, or at least displace them to put into a position where the person who was originally in the 1v1 can take them down. So that was really the key to victory there for Take Your Meds. Let's take a look at these comps for Game 2. We are going to see quite a change-up for Take Your Meds. We're going to be seeing the Explo and the Vanilla Blaster come out, along with the Tri-Slosher now on the side of Silly Nation.
I'm kind of laughing because you have one of each bucket in this game right now. This game, Splat Zone's Macomart, is sponsored by the bucket. I mean, you have the Tri-Slosher, you have the Sloshing Machine, and you also have the X-Splasher bringing up the rear here with Take Your Meds. But right out the gate, Take Your Meds, utilizing a pretty high paint output, especially with having their 2 short-range shooters from the Splash and the T-Tech, but then the follow-up with the X-Splasher as well. But the tides have quickly shifted, as Silly Nation is now going to be taking their small lead with the zone in their possession.
Yeah, and this is such a popular, like try-slosher machine map, just because there are so many walls that you can kind of stand on and make sure nobody can flank on you too. So that might be something that benefits Silly Nation, as they do lose the zone, but 3 players are going to be down on Take Your Meds. It is going to be enough for them to take the lead momentarily, but Silly Nation back to get it once again, as they are trying to control this the right stack here. We see 2 of the members are going to be hopping on it, and Ryder's going to get a nice pick on Hope there, along with getting a nice Fizzy too, and using the Booyah to help push out Take Your Meds. And Silly Nation going to be taking the lead, as they seem to have pretty good control of it.
Yeah, you could tell there Ryder knew that there was somebody over on that melon side, and I mean, obviously from our perspective, we can see where all the names are at, so we do know where everybody's at, but you could tell that Ryder also knew that there was someone over in that corner, but they knew that they couldn't throw the Booyah Bomb over there. It might not contact like how they were hoping to, but once again, Silly Nation has a pretty strong hold on the zone right now, and it seems like Take Your Meds has tried to take multiple approaches to try to get back in here. You can see Leo trying to maybe control a little bit more of these platform edges here, maybe trying to look for a couple picks, maybe trying to assist in a couple of picks. At the very least, they are trying to keep that back zone painted in their color to give Take Your Meds some room to try to push in. We also now have the Crab to follow up as well. Theo feeling a little more confident to move up, helping out with the assist there. Control still on Silly Nation's side though, but now with 2 members down, this could be Take Your Meds' chance, and there we go.
Yeah, and the Splash is going to wisely back up. I thought they were going to try and jump out. I don't think they had an opportunity to. So, yeah, Lit Blue doing such a good job staying alive there. And like we said, Silly Nation, this isn't something that we saw from them during the first game, with not ever really taking the lead. But, yeah, Take Your Meds now really watching this left side. We see Greg just waiting there for somebody to drop down, and maybe going to wait for this Crab to expire as well, but they're going to put themselves in a 3v1 and unfortunately go down in that situation, and but that's going to allow Take Your Meds to still take the lead. 2 of their members are going to go down, Silly Nation back on the cap.
This map, Falco, to me is so interesting, because this is one of the most flip-floppy zone maps, I feel, that are ever presented in the tournament scene. I mean, some of my most intense Splat Zones games have always been Splat Zones Mako Mart, because as you said with the buckets, there's just so many little ledges and spots to hide and flank and walls that you really do have a lot of different points of entry that you could really try to make work for you. And I feel like both teams are presenting that right now. We have 2 minutes left to go, but I mean, the scores have been neck and neck the entire time.
Yeah, they really have, and I mean, once again, this is where we'll see if Silly Nation can bring it back this time around with having the deficit that they do have. And we see Ryder trying to get a flank. They're going to be pushing up with the support of the Inkjet coming in. They will get the zone, having a 25 penalty point if they want to try and get the lead. One of the members are going to go down. It's actually going to be a trade, so 3v3 back in mid. But Silly Nation still holding on to this zone. As we see, it's funny because like I see buckets everywhere. You pointed this out at the beginning of the match, but like this is a bucket fight for both of these teams. And with that, Silly Nation able to take the lead here, getting rid of their penalty points with just over a minute remaining.
Yeah, the Explasher is feeling really confident that they can push up when they need to, and I like Hope over here on this left stack trying to keep in control. Ooh, taking out Rez down in the corner there. I mean, that was kind of a scary position for Hope to be in, but they turned out to be victorious in that. But once again, right here, you see Leo pushing up in front of the zone with the Explasher. I mean, they're feeling very comfortable and confident that their teammates are going to allow them the space to do that. And you get an excellent double coming from Fusion off of that ledge spot right there. That is crucial for Take Your Meds to flip this lead once again, trying to trap one more on the right stack, getting the kill too, looking for that third one. The damage has been done there for Silly Nation as Take Your Meds takes game number 2.
What an impressive comeback there for Take Your Meds. I mean, that lockout, it goes credit to every member of Take Your Meds, but of course we are watching Fusion in that POV with getting, I believe that was a 2 indirect splats, because I think the first one did chip damage, and yeah, getting that nice double, that nice triple, and almost getting that quad to finish it off. So that's got to feel very good for them. And like you said, Take Your Meds now going to be up 2-0. Let's the things that we saw from Silly Nation that we didn't see in the first game. Of course, we saw the weapon changes that they had, but they just seem to have a better grasp of this game, and they've had moments where they were in control, whereas the first game, they really didn't. It was all take your meds with kind of that slow burn, them controlling mid pretty much the entire time. So Silly Nation did a better job breaking out of the lockouts that take your meds was providing, and I think that could transfer over into our next map and mode, Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you here. And another thing to note too, Falco, Take Your Meds is taking us to match point here. So Take Your Meds has a lot to win here, but Silly Nation also has a lot of ground that they need to make up, but it's definitely doable considering their performance from that last game. And I really want to talk about, again, Hog Rider. They constantly found themselves in like a 2v1 situation, and they were able to not only take out another, like take a member with them if they were to go down, or they would be successful in winning the 2v1, but then able to escape at the same time. They really put themselves in a risky situation a lot of the time, and they turned out to be mostly successful. And I mean, like we were saying before, the game was so back and forth through the whole thing. The score kept flip-flopping, and both teams would kind of like get close to a wipeout and then push up really far. But then there would be one blunder, and then the other team would do vice versa. So, I mean, all the cards are out on the table here going into Sturgeon Shipyard, I think, for both teams, and you can definitely tell that the Silly Nation does not want to give up here.
Yeah, first thing that catch my eye during this match is the double blaster. We're going to see the vanilla blaster come out once again that Fusion's going to use. Leo going to be using the rapid Pro Deco here that is going to have the line marker and Killer Whale. And then we're going to see an end zap come out on the side of Silly Nation, so we'll be having some Soda on the field. But yeah, keeping the machine, keeping the Tri-Slosher for the side of Silly Nations as two members of Take Your Meds go down.
Yeah, I think, too, the key player, I think, also to look out for is going to be Fusion here, especially in that last game. That ending delayed triple splat that they were able to get was a crucial one. The double splat, especially, was absolutely crucial, I think, to Take Your Meds win in these Splatoon Tobacco games. So, but right off the bat, I think Silly Nation's coming off really strong here. Oh, and we do have a disconnect. We do see a DC on the side of Take Your Meds.
Yep, and this is in the time frame where they will likely replay. Of course, you expect us to know all the rules, and I think, yeah, they're just going to kind of let that happen. Yeah, we'll get them back in. Yes, we ended the match here. So yeah, one of the members on Take Your Meds DC'd. We'll be hopping back into that one shortly with the same comps.
Oh my gosh, but Silly Nation was getting something cooking there too. I mean, you also had Juice on their side this time. Which I don't think anybody has used Juice that I noticed quite yet. It was the other Tri-Slosher with Inkjet that we were seeing most of the time. So Silly Nation's got the Juice in their back pockets, and I'm wondering how Take Your Meds is going to handle that.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something that we have seen more and more in competitive. I mean, I know it wasn't this patch that Juice got buffed, but it's becoming a very, very important support for members of their team, just to kind of get that extra oomph. You know, we kind of left the double crab, the double machine, double splash meta, and I'm glad we're kind of branching out a little bit with having more exciting comps. But yeah, again, just kind of controlling mid here is obviously going to be very important, and I like that Silly Nation was stuck with the sloshers. Again, this is a very vertical map too, so having all the height is going to be that much more important, and especially for a team as sneaky as Take Your Meds have been, this can be a pretty flank heavy map as well, especially on tower control. It's not very hard to just go around the side and get behind the tower to try and take somebody out, so Silly Nation definitely going to have to be on their toes for that one.
You know, something that you just said about the current state of the meta made me think. I feel like when we were in the machine crab meta hell that we were just experiencing before Sizzle season came out, and even before, I want to say, the spring season came out, it really felt like a game of BS. You know, like when you have your cards and you have a full deck of cards,
Yeah.
and then you like put them in the middle and you're like, yeah, I got 5 crabs.
Yeah, yes.
It's like, that's really how it would be. There would be 5 to 6 people using Crab Tank per game, and now it just kind of seems like that's changed. It seems more reasonable.
Yeah,
more reasonable, more believable.
More believable, yeah. And I mean, there are definitely specials now that do a good job on countering Crab. Of course, like Triple Ink Strike is going to be pushing them away. We've seen Trizuka be used a little bit more and more, still not as common as Crab or, you know, maybe Machine with Booyah, but definitely having more displacement specials for people to use. So that's always a warm welcome. I always appreciate that, and I know everybody here in chat does too. So that's always good to see.
You know, and one thing too, I love a good Kraken and Crab fight. You have Battle of the Cuz. Like, you have the Crab and you have the Kraken, and you see them duke it out. And I have to say, like, even from my own experience in competitive, like, I feel very successful when I am able to break somebody's Crab with my Kraken, and not only that, but follow up with the Splat afterwards. It feels very good, and it feels like it's much needed.
Yeah.
Considering the meta that we experience. So it's a fun time when you get to actually have specials that get buffed and or can combat something that was so strong for so long.
Right, and I mean, now it's not even something that is new in the game. Like, we're talking about ballpoint, and I know, like, you know, we talk about kind of the buffs there with the special and all that, but like, we're seeing it more and more as the long range weapon, as kind of the backline weapon of choice for a lot of these teams. And I know a lot of people in particular, because I sent out a tweet, I was like, what special do you struggle using but you feel like you need to use more? Like, a lot of people are like, Inkjet. I'm a backline player, I'm learning ballpoint, I need to learn how to use Inkjet. So again, and it can be so dangerous, and I mean, we've already seen it tonight, but again, you're guaranteed to see that almost any tournament that you watch here on IPL.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really do enjoy that ballpoint has kind of made its way into the meta scene, because I do remember near the tail end of Splatoon 2, I remember there was a lot of ballpoint usage kind of bubbling to the surface near the end of Splatoon 2's life. There was a lot of people picking up ballpoint maybe just for giggles, for fun, but also just because they like the weapon, they like that the range can switch, and kind of made for an interesting mechanic in the game. But with that being said, we are finally going to get back into our round number 3 here. We have the same compositions coming out for you guys tonight here on IPL. We're going to go ahead and run it back here right now. Take Your Meds versus Silly Nation on our way to mid, Falco.
Yep, and Take Your Meds up 2-0 in this set. If they win this one, they will be moving on. So like you said, Silly Nation still needs to get their first win. We're going to see Take Your Meds take control of mid first, and we see the ballpoint there on the backside of mid on the middle spinner there, as they're going to be pushed back. So Take Your Meds doing such a good job controlling. Finally going to be hopping on the tower just for a second in a 4v4 opportunity. 2 players now down on Silly Nation, so Take Your Meds going to try and take advantage of this. And here's one of the flanks that we were talking about, trying to push up, and that is going to be the Vanilla Blast, who's using that bubble as some support, and they're going to quickly get past this first checkpoint.
Yeah, that was a really good spot to be putting that bubble in the pit area. You could see that Civilian was trying to back up with their heavy Splatling, maybe provide some support, but just not quite fast enough. Fusion able to take them out pretty effortlessly, but also having one other member that they were running away with, I believe it was Hog Rider, able to make the successful escape. But Take Your Meds off swing, and Falco, we're at the 10 mark already, and it's only been a minute. I mean, I blinked and the game was over.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just came down to winning the 1v1s in that situation, and that's really what Take Your Meds did really well. They hopped on the tower for a split second still in that 4v4 situation, which you don't see all that often. Typically, you don't want to take the objective unless you have a player advantage that you can really know you're going to make a good push. But yeah, Take Your Meds feeling very comfortable with that, and I think once they got that tower moving, they turned up the heat there with coordinating their specials and allowing certain players to move up into getting into key positions. So Take Your Meds winning this set 3-0. We'll be moving on to our next round in the top 16. So keep in mind, there are a lot of teams here that you can see. We're going to be just looking at one portion of the bracket here. The teams that are going to be moving on and have already finished up. Rhetorical Analysis, Foams 18, 1-2 Buckle My Shoe, and Rabid getting their wins as we are going to wait for more scores to trickle in.
Yeah, and if we're taking a peek right now at bracket at the moment, earlier we had C Drive versus Sonaria. C Drive able to move on into the third round against Pencil Propaganda. Those two are going to be facing off. You had the Powerpuff Girls and Decay getting a bye, both moving on, and we're going to be playing each other. Decay, Falco, is kind of becoming a house, maybe not a household name, but definitely a more common name. I feel that we've seen in a lot of tournaments these days. They play frequently in SOS, are almost winners in Great White Bracket in SOS, and they're here tonight with us on Proving Grounds, and which I'm sure they've also been here on Proving Grounds multiple times as well. So Decay going to try to put up a fight to get to the top on Proving Grounds here this week as well.
That's right, and unless you can somehow read this on the screen, we can read off some of the scores through Battlefy. So type !bracket if you'd like to follow along. But Woo is 2-1 over Zuka Gang, the Powerpuff Girls 2-1 over Decay, and let's see, Splatoon just got a 3-1 victory over Octopi, and Quackmafia 1-0 over Devour. MKKX is 1-1 with Nation Unified, and I believe those are the only scores that we have reported. So, again,
are you like squinting reading this right now? What are you?
I Battlefy. I pulled up Battlefy.
It's like, yeah. Dang, how do you read that?
That's why we want you guys to follow along to cheer on your favorite teams. Now, of course, we had more than 32 teams participate. The round one is a very quick best of 3 to see which of the 32 teams can qualify. Kind of like the play-in games, basically, for a lot of these tournaments. But yeah, so again, good stuff from Take Your Meds that we just saw, and we will get an update here on some of the teams moving on. Smithereens will be moving on as well, so that's another team that just finished up here, getting a 3-0 victory over Munchkins.
Wow, a lot of good teams that are moving on into round 3. One team in particular I want to talk about, Falco, is Rabid. Now, Rabid was formed like pretty recently, quote unquote, kind of recently. I know a few of the players on that team. They've participated in Kensa Cup. They've participated in SOS quite a few times. Proving Grounds as well. They were in SAC. Rabid is definitely not unknown or unfamiliar with the Splatoon community and competitive scene especially. I believe they're Division 2. That's what their placement was in the last Ludi season. So definitely a force to be reckoned with, I think, coming here into Proving Grounds, and especially the other tournaments that they played in as well. So I'm curious to see how they are going to fare tonight.
That's right, and we will step away just for a second to let these matches wrap up. But you guys don't go anywhere, unless we're going to be hopping into this one right now. I can let our lovely producer tell me. I assumed we were going to break, but we will be seeing Powerpuff Girls versus Rhetorical Analysis coming up next in round 2. Okay, and let's take a look at the roster here from both of these teams. Again, I mean, first of all, who doesn't love the Powerpuff Girls, number one? They had a reboot that came out in like 2016. I don't know if you saw that, Saf, but
I did see that.
You did see it? Did you enjoy it?
I did not enjoy it, Falco. I did not enjoy it.
All right, and Rhetorical Analysis, you can see the roster there. One player that comes to my mind there is Half. I believe this is a pickup on their side, but this should be a good matchup, as I think both of these teams, I believe both of them got 3-0 victories in their first set. I'm going to check that right now, actually, before we move on.
My only question is, the Powerpuff Girls is a group of 3, so who are the other 2 that are the outliers here?
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, you could have the Professor, which I don't even know if the Professor has a name or if he's just called the Professor.
He's just the Professor.
Just the Professor. And then the Mayor. You have the Mayor. And then the secretary lady where you could never see her head.
Miss Bellum.
Miss Bell. Okay, I didn't remember her name.
You gotta keep up, Falco. You gotta get in tune with your inner Powerpuff.
I'll try my best. But yeah, Powerpuff Girls getting a 3-1 win over Decay in their first round. And we will be starting on Splatzone's Inkblot Art Academy for this first match.
Inkblot Art Academy. Falco, did you bring the tickets?
Did you bring the tickets?
Did you bring your tickets to the Art Academy? We're going and viewing some art. We're maybe gonna try to go in and get admission. Are you ready to go back to school?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready to learn. I'm ready to learn about what these two teams can bring to the table here tonight. So this will be a fun one, and obviously this map and mode comes up all the time too. It's really just about controlling mid and getting a backline on the tower in mid, and having the rest of your players push up and extend. And you always just got to be watching out for that right side drop in case anybody tries to be sneaky. So, one of those modes that can kind of spin out of control if the lockout phase is just extremely good. But we've seen a lot of good Splat Zones Inkblot Art Academy matches.
Yeah, and one thing too I really want to point out here, especially in my own experience, I mean, obviously having some sort of painting weapon, maybe one or two on Splat Zones is always going to be crucial. I mean, I feel that having a backline on Splat Zones is usually always a better bet than maybe some of the other map modes. But I feel specifically here, especially with having that middle pillar, it really does split the zone into two pieces. Like, arguably, it is a one-zone map. I totally understand that. But I feel with that tower in the middle splitting the two sides, it almost turns into a two-zone map. Because really, you do need to have most of one side painted for the other side to even be a successful capture, if what I'm saying makes sense.
Yeah, and especially like you mentioned, the tower in the middle, and it makes it so hard when you can't see the entire zone from any angle. You have to treat it as somebody's taking one side, somebody's taking the other side. So that's again where callouts are going to be very important as far as just who is able to control mid. So definitely, yeah, going to be something that both teams need to look out for as well. But again, hopping into the top 16 here. Again, this is a single elimination tournament, so we'll see if one of these teams can get a quick knockout, or if I'm interested though in this game 4 if we do get to it. Claim Blitz on Brine Water. That one is one of my favorite map mode combos to play. It's probably a hot take, but I don't really care. I'm not known for my not hot takes, so it's.
I was gonna say
that's
not you. You're not you when you have a decent take.
That's very true. But yeah, we'll see if we can get there first. But yeah, Splat Zones Inkblot will be the first one that we get to today.
Yeah, and two, if you kind of like looking ahead, I feel like this is a really good matchup we have coming out as well. I mean, as you can see too, I believe we saw Splat Zones Museum, or no, I'm sorry, that was Clan Blitz Museum, that in that last round. But bringing Museum back into round number 5, and especially on Splat Zones 2, again, you have that middle piece kind of blocking both sides of the zone. You can see the whole zone, but that middle piece is kind of there to like mitigate a really quick capture. But both teams coming out now. Oh my gosh, there it is, the Inaki Nova. I'm very curious of what is cooking with that Inaki Nova.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of paint output on the side of Powerpuff Girls, having 2 splashes, the Inaki Nova, and then having the Carbon as well. We're going to see the Vanilla Wiper come out on the side of Rhetorical here, along with this ballpoint. We're talking about how ballpoints were going to be coming out today, and here's an example of one. Quackmafia here getting a nice snipe, but going to go down. 3 players down on the Powerpuff Girls, as it looks like Happy's going to be having to back up. Analysis able to get the cap.
Yeah, and Analysis now has made their move into mid. You see Noob and Half maybe kind of working together on that right side there to get some paint down. Reno getting an excellent splat, kind of trapping somebody with their splat wall there. Also putting the splash wall in that ramp area, I think is a really good call. It's a good way to mitigate and prevent players from trying to move forward a little bit. They kind of had to be a little more crafty, but now unfortunately going down. But then there's a trade on the other side of Powerpuff Girls too, so we're now in a 2 versus 3 situation here. No points on the board for Powerpuff Girls yet, and there is the wipeout for Rhetorical. Rhetorical now looking like they're going to try to move up into this platform area, and you can also see Noob kind of painting the backfield there, maybe building some special to hold onto this zone, because there is only 20 ticks left for them to do that.
And look where Half is right now, just hiding. They were up on that little box there, on a very dangerous side where you drop back to mid, but they are in a position to hold on as the Powerpuff Girls can't break in. But yeah, Rhetorical, they knew what their agenda was in that moment. They said, hey, we're going to have our backline stay in mid. 2 of our members just push up. I'm going to farm a crab and then join you in mid and to continue this lockout. So that was a textbook play there for Rhetorical Analysis.
Yeah, they absolutely had all the tools in their toolbox for that fight, and they brought it, and they didn't even allow Powerpuff Girls to get any points on the board. Powerpuff Girls was trying to maybe formulate something and get something going, but I mean, Rhetorical Analysis was there to follow up. They were there to respond very quickly, and they were able to lock them out so well. They were really blocking and keeping eyes on all points of entrances, and I mean, Falco, once again, that's where the callouts are so key. You can see callouts literally happening live because all 4 members had all points of entry on lock. They had all 4 points of entry being watched and noticed and made sure that nobody was able to break out into mid.
Yeah, and that's one of the benefits, obviously, of getting a wipeout. You have time that you can think. You know, you don't have a lot of time, but you know you don't have the pressure that you're going to get splatted right away. So for both teams, you kind of take a little bit of a breather. Now, obviously, you want to get the wipeout and not be the team that got wiped out in that situation. But yeah, like we talked about Rhetorical Analysis having just kind of textbook plays and positioning for that, and yeah, Powerpuff Girls having a hard time breaking back in. So we'll see if things will be changing as we move on to our second map and mode, Tower Control Manta Maria. If we saw how well Rhetorical Analysis position themselves on Inkblot, there's a lot of tricky positions that you can get yourself into for Manta that you can ensure that your team is going to thrive.
Yeah, absolutely. The most crucial one being the bunker area, being able to have really good control of the bunker with those first 2 initial checkpoints, and then it's kind of smooth sailing from there if you're able to keep that in your back pocket. But not too much of a comp change here. We do have Happy switching over to a ballpoint of their own, though. They're going to take that crab, they're going to subtract the crab out of the comp, and they're going to add a ballpoint with the Inkjet. So we have a double Inkjet actually going on for the Powerpuff Girls this time.
Yeah, 2 Inkjets. We're going to see the strikes come out to, since they have the Neo Splash, and 2 players are going to go down in Rhetorical Analysis. So this is really where Powerpuff Girls need to capitalize, but they're going to have one of their players go down as well. They do have control of mid and are now hopping on the tower, but there's a fight over there on the left side, but it's really it's Half who's still there, who's alive, but is going to jump to one of their members. Definitely a smart move just to get out of that position. And we see Happy getting a nice pick too as they quickly get by this first checkpoint. So Powerpuff Girls really turning up the heat from the first game staff.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like having Happy on that ballpoint, having that second Inkjet in their back pocket, I think is definitely going to be really beneficial for them here, especially if they're able to stagger those Inkjets successfully. I mean, you already see the Nova has theirs online as we speak. They're kind of waiting for the most opportune moment where they can use that. We see the breakout kind of happening on the right side of the map for the Powerpuff Girls there. One member going down, though. Reno able to not follow up with the splash, or excuse me, the splashdown. What? The reef slider. Able to follow up a little bit with the reef slider, but the kill had already taken place before they were able to get in there. But now Rhetorical Analysis on the respawn here. Mid is mostly orange, but now once again that Inkjet is coming out. Both Inkjets actually out, kind of trying to spread out and fan out over the side here. Happy successful in getting 2 picks on that right side there, stopping that push at 67.
You know, that's so hard if you're Rhetorical Analysis, because you have nowhere to hide if there are 2 ballpoints out on the field. You think like, oh, we'll just hide here on the right side. Oh nope, wait, there is an Inkjet who's going to be able to splat us. So yeah, very good decision making there for the Powerpuff Girls. As again, they are able to kind of save their lead a little bit. 2 players, 3 players going to be down on Rhetorical Analysis. As it looks like Raphael is going to be on the tower. Weem getting in a position to shark and push up as well. Second checkpoint is now going to be finished, and Weem doing such a good job just getting the paint in front of the tower and allowing their teammates to push forward.
Absolutely. They're not quite successful in the fight, though, Falco. Definitely finding themselves in a 2 versus 1 situation, so a little unfortunate for them. But, I mean, Powerpuff Girls able to extend their lead from that 59 mark now to the 36. There was only 1 checkpoint that stands in their way to victory here, but Rhetorical Analysis right now launching strikes and having 3 more specials at their disposal as that tower moves back into mid. This is their time to try to make a response.
Yeah, and they do have the real estate for it. A lot of the players on the Powerpuff Girls are pushed back, and they also have 2 specials at the ready. They're going to have their Inkjet and their Stamp, so we're going to have to see how well they can capitalize that as they are approaching the second checkpoint. This is the furthest they've gotten it in the match so far. 2, 3 players, just Reno who's alive. They are going to get wiped out, so Powerpuff Girls, a very great defensive decision-making that they had in that moment too, and just saving their specials and getting those key picks while we have 1:40 remaining.
Yeah, I really like seeing that both of these Inkjets are going into different positions. I'm sure, like, they're probably communicating effortlessly, because if they are able to spread out like that and provide so much coverage, especially for having space for Weem to move around. There we go, Quan getting another really good pick off of that corner. Probably the person that they splatted was probably almost ready to escape. They probably thought that they were in the clear, they were out of the way, but just not quite yet with that blast radius coming out there. Half trying to take the fight in street, but not successful in doing so. Weem once again trying to paint in front of that tower, waiting for their teammates so that they can push up successfully. But what I really like that PowerPuff Girls is doing here is they are holding this tower in the street area, now having another member extending their lead once again with the tri-strikes coming out to follow up. Oh my goodness, they are so close, Falco.
Yeah, and PowerPuff Girls doing such a good job at defining where you need to split your players up, but not scattering too much. That is what allowed them to get all the way to 9, but unfortunately for them, going to get wiped out. This is looking like it's going to be the last push for Rhetorical Analysis, as they have a checkpoint and then some to make up if they want to take the lead. They have 3 specials at the ready, too. They're going to have a Stamp, they're going to have Strikes, they're going to have Inkjet, too. So it's all going to be about coordination at this point, as we have about 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can tell, too, PowerPuff Girls wants this win, Falco. They are here for the long haul. They are here to fight. And I feel like maybe this first game, they just maybe needed to kind of get their bearings, figure out what it is that they wanted to do. But they are proving it here more than ever at this moment, with having 9 with 5 seconds to go. Rhetorical Analysis trying to bring the final fight here for this game. We're going into overtime. But as I say that, you can see Weem. That's Weem on the tower, able to jump, I believe, from the bunker area and take the tower for PowerPuff Girls. We are now 1-1.
Yeah, PowerPuff Girls really turning up the heat here in Game 2, getting a nice win. The coordination this time around seemed so much more comfortable. And, I mean, look, the maps and modes are very different. Like, Inkblot, Art Academy, Splat Zones compared to Manta Maria Tower Control. Like, very, very different types of gameplay that we have seen, or that you can have, and again, that one just seemed to have benefit the Powerpuff Girls. So they did such a good job with controlling that, and I think it really came into fruition when you have these pushes where, okay, we have one person who's on the tower. We need to push up, but when we need to separate enough that we're not going to die to like a splat bomb and somebody's going to get a triple, but you also don't want to be scattered enough where you can still assist your teammates with 1v1s, and that's where the Powerpuff Girls really finessed on that.
You know, and I really do think it was that double Inkjet coming in, right? Like, there was more than one time where both Inkjets were in the air at the same time, and then they were at different spots in the air at the same time. When that tower was at the second checkpoint, making its way to the third checkpoint, there was one Inkjet on bunker, and then the other Inkjet was looking at that left side drop area, keeping an eye out for the flank. I think successful in getting a couple of picks from that flank and preventing anybody from trying to move forward to even think about getting a flank on that left side there. So, I mean, I'm curious to see how Rhetorical Analysis is going to try to follow up with this. They do have an Inkjet of their own, and they've used it very, very successfully and strongly in game number 1. But now with combating 2 Inkjets, what are they going to do going into this Sturgeon Shipyard on Rainmaker? Because especially, like we said before, Falco, this is a very vertical map. It's very tall. So Inkjet works really well here. I mean, you can have so much more vertical when you're up on those towers on either side, or even like on the left side pedestal when the spinner is going. So I'm curious to see what are they going to do to try to combat that.
And we'll see if those counters picks are going to be coming out. We're not going to see much changing on the side of the Powerpuff Girls, and we're going to have the Vanilla Shot come out now on Rhetorical Analysis too, but keeping with the Dapples and the NZAP, so a lot of support there for Rhetorical Analysis, along with the Stamp that I don't think we saw much from the Stamp during Game 2 on Manta Maria, so we'll see if they have anything in the pocket.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if that was just because they were so focused on trying to get in the 1v1 fight, because Powerpuff Girls was pushed up for a lot of the game. They were in the faces of Rhetorical Analysis, I feel, before a Stamp by half could really get cooking. And you could see it right here too. They were able to pick up the Rainmaker there, but there was 2 members of Powerpuff Girls there to respond to that Rainmaker pickup. So now we have Powerpuff Girls with the Rainmaker in their hand. They're going to switch the lead here pretty quickly, looking to maybe push this right side. But you can see right here, which I like that Rhetorical Analysis is doing, they are playing the field very wide, Falco. Like, they're not pushing up too far. They're not getting hasty. They're just kind of waiting to see. And as I see that, an excellent double coming out from that Trizuka.
No, and that was such a smart decision because on defense, you don't want to commit to one side because it's so easy for the other team just to change gears at a split second, and that's exactly what the Powerpuff Girls tried to do. But yeah, Rhetorical Analysis very quick to recognize that as they are going to pick up the Power Clam, get the dunk here on the left side. Very congested area at this point. Not as popular taking it the left. There's a wipeout too for the Powerpuff Girls on Rhetorical Analysis. But yeah, not as common as it was in Splatoon 2 to try and push it up that left side, but we definitely do see it from time to time as Powerpuff Girls very quick to answer this, getting a dunk of their own, seemingly tying up the game at this moment. But look, Powerpuff Girls able to pick it up, take the lead. Unfortunately for them, going to go down, but this fight is still by the Rainmaker.
And you could tell, too, that that was the point of that pickup, Falco. They picked it up and kind of veered to the left because they were like, we just need that 1 point. We just need that 1 point to take the lead and keep it in our possession. And there's the stamp. There's the stamp coming out, getting an awesome pick there. Looking for that second one, definitely causing Raphael to get a little bit nervous and having to push backwards. But you have the Powerpuff Girls taking most of mid. I mean, look how blue that map is right now. Not a lot of space for Rhetorical Analysis to try to re-enter the fight here. But we do see, I believe, that Rainmaker is popped? Yeah, it is popped. We're waiting for that reset to occur, and there it goes, back in the middle. But now, as I was saying that, Rhetorical Analysis now has control of mid. Powerpuff Girls, once again, on the defense.
Yeah, and this feels like a game of basketball where you know you're on defense. Okay, we're just going to back up. We're going to give you some space because we do not want to overextend and put us at a numbers disadvantage. And that, I mean, both of these teams know that at this stage. But right now, it seems Rhetorical Analysis getting the benefit of it as they got 3 down. But the Ballpoint, who is an Inkjet, is able to take down the Rainmaker, and that's going to be another wipeout. And look at this, Rhino pushed up all the way into the base there, using the Reef Slider, getting a nice pick. And while that happened, the Rainmaker got all the way down to 19, so this push is still not over for Rhetorical Analysis.
Yeah, you can see the this way coming out too, Falco. And one thing I think is so funny about our 2 button callouts that we have in this game is that they both can mean so many things. And I'm just wondering too, with that moment with the Dapples, what was that this way calling for? Was it for a pop? Was it for support to pick it up? Was it for teammates to have a safe jump? Like, what did the this way mean? And you just kind of have to leave it for interpretation sometimes. But here we see Reno, our Dapple user, not only sharking successfully, waiting for 1 jump, successful in getting 1 pick, waiting for the fight from Weem, but Weem being successful in this 1v1 now. Powerpuff Girls, I'm thinking, is going to have maybe 1 more push to try to make it right and put this lead back in their favor.
Yeah, that seems about right. And thankfully for them, they don't have to get through their checkpoint again since they already broke through it. But yeah, it's for them about getting in a position where they can even get to the Rainmaker in the first place. And right now, they've always had a player disadvantage, but slowly getting more and more map control, but just haven't had the player advantage at all. As Rhetorical Analysis, they know the game. They are like, hey, we can play defense for a minute. We'll just control mid. We're not going to do anything fancy here. Yeah, we'll use our specials and push up on you, but we don't even need to push this Rainmaker anymore. And I think that's exactly the game that they are trying to play.
Yeah, they don't need to be too hasty here, but you can see once again Reno trying to come in for the flank. Reef Slider is out, putting a lot of ink down, trying to clear some space maybe with that that torpedo there, but not quite successful in doing so. You have Captain Happy on the Inkjet once again, looking for the pick, maybe trying to provide a little bit of defense for some teammates. The second Inkjet to follow up by Quan here, clearing some space in mid for them to try to pick up this Rainmaker and see if they can go somewhere with it. And oh, Weem trying to get the shark there, but Half was very keen on what they were trying to do. They're defending this Rainmaker to the bitter end. 3 members on Powerpuff Girls down. I would say Rhetorical Analysis has got it in the bag.
Yeah, and they had control. That was like the longest minute 20 for the Powerpuff Girls. If you can't find a way to break in, and yeah, Rhetorical Analysis doing such a good job. And again, we talk about the coordinated pushes, and especially from the side of Reno, there knowing how far to push up with the Dapples, and you know that's something we don't see all that often. We don't see Reef Slider used super often at all, but you know, being in a position where you can just push up and again serve as a distraction while your person carrying the Rainmaker is doing their own thing. So a very good win there for Rhetorical Analysis, and right now they are up 2-1, and we will be seeing that Brine Water Clam Blitz game that I've wanted to see, Saf.
Round of applause for that one, Falco. And oh my gosh, one thing I really need to comment on is the Inkjet usage that was coming out from the Powerpuff Girls. I mean, holy smokes. Both players using the Inkjet were utilizing the drop-off zones for every Inkjet that they had. There was a double kill, I believe, from Captain Happy on their Inkjet, and they literally went off the map, were about to fall into the drop-off zone, but then they were able to time their little jump that you can do in Inkjet perfectly to where they jumped back onto the map before their Inkjet would have ended. And their other teammate that was doing that as well was doing the same thing. They were utilizing that drop area, so maybe it kind of gave the illusion that they were trying to go back to their launch point, but they weren't. They were able to successfully fight in their 1v1s and get the kills. I mean, Rhetorical Analysis for sure coming out on top, being able to play the long game. But that Inkjet gameplay, Falco, that was just incredible. The timing and the amount of practice it takes to know when you need to try to utilize that one jump that you have when you're mid Inkjet to not waste it is just incredible.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something I think that's developing more and more. At the beginning of the game, not a lot of people were using Inkjet just because they didn't really care for any of the kits that had it, but now we see Ballpoint having it. We see the Anaki Nova has it as well, which I'm so happy that we're seeing this being played. I thought that was kind of like one of those weapons that you'd only see in Turf War, or people who don't really have competitive experience would say it's really good, but no, people are making it work, and that is exciting to see. Let's take a look here at the comps coming out for this next game, and we do see Reno moving from the Dapples to the Glugas. The rest of their team going to be staying the same, I believe, and then we see Quackmafia going to the Rapid Blaster.
Yeah, and I believe Reno brought out those Glugadoolies in our first game back at the Art Academy. Back when we got accepted into school in the Art Academy, we had the Glugas in our initial game, but now we're going to see them coming out again for this game 3. And I mean, Clam Blitz, as always, is always a fight to the death until the first team gets a wipe and successfully has the clams in their pockets to not only get a power clam in, but a successful follow-up as well. So Powerpuff Girls has pretty good control of mid at this moment. They have one member going down. The Tri-Strikes are now coming out. You have Happy also pushing forward into the fight, but Half being able to follow up with the Stamp to try to keep them back. But the first pop is going to go to Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, and they're going to follow up with one, and unfortunately for them, really not have anything else to show, but they applied a lot of pressure on Rhetorical Analysis, as Half is able to get 7 clams pretty quickly and push up on their side. Looks like they might be going in alone, but just applying some pressure, say, hey, look at me, I'm going to win these 1v1s here maybe. Unfortunately for them, going to go down, but 2 players down now on both of these teams. So we're going to see the Trizuka come out from Noob, getting a very nice shot, and that's going to be, I believe, a torpedo shot that didn't even target. That was going to get one of their members, and we're going to see another jump, but Half able to take them down as they go down too.
I love the calculation that came from Half in that moment, Falco, because they were being targeted by another member on the Powerpuff Girls, but they said, you know what, the trade is more important. They were able to not only get 1, but get 2 and go down in a fight. They took 2 with them, allowing now Rhetorical Analysis is at the 54 mark with clams to follow up. We still have 3 in our economy to try to follow up with that, and you have Noob throwing those last few in. They're trying to play the long game here to keep this basket open for as much as they can. And you can see now their teammates finally on the respawn trying to come in and trying to support them with that. But Powerpuff Girls, especially now with having that Inkjet, they are going to let this basket close at the 36.
Yeah, getting to 36 on that push was good. And I want to go back to what you said about Half kind of knowing that that trade is going to be okay, and that allowed the power claim to jump in. You're like, I'm going to sacrifice myself so we can guarantee that we're going to score, and it just so happened that they had the rest of the supports to follow up. So yes, a very good play there for Rhetorical Analysis. And they have 2 specials online, 3 specials at the ready. It's going to be Stamp, Zuka, and Inkjet, which is now going to be coming out. 2 players down now on the Powerpuff Girls, as Happy is going to have to back out. And it looks like Rhetorical Analysis might be making another push with 14 claims at their ready.
Yeah, and you can see Happy here is not going to try to make it easy for them right now. They're trying to keep a lot of ink in that front entry point right there to make sure that nobody can try to break their way through. They also have a clam in their possession too, so their positioning is also not going to be well hidden, but Half is going to go ahead and take the fight there, taking another fight 3 members down on Powerpuff Girls now. This is Rhetorical Analysis' moment to try to finish this game right here, Falco, and I think they are going to try to do just that. They still have a few more clams to go. We're at the 21, but you can see that half is retreating to try to bring more into their pockets. They were also able to throw a few forward there to still continue to keep that basket open as they were trying to retreat to grab more. The Inkjet from Reno, able to push up pretty far, and this game is for Rhetorical Analysis.
Again, textbook plays there for Rhetorical Analysis. Just having 1 or 2 of your players push up, especially the one using their special. And man, Inkjet is one of those specials that it seems to last forever if you're on the other team. And you can't push into the basket without trying to take them down first. So Rhetorical Analysis doing a fantastic job there, delegating who is going to get clams, who is going to kind of maintain paint by the basket. And that is ultimately what got them the win there, Saf.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, what I love about Clam Blitz so much, and I've said it time and time again, is that you don't need to rush. There is a rush because, yes, the basket is timed from keeping open, but you really don't need to rush because if you're able to just delay the close, you give your teammates enough time to try to reformulate a plan and to get more clams and to try to keep that push going. And that's exactly what Rhetorical Analysis did. And they did it wonderfully and perfectly. And really all you need is that soft wipe to almost wipe out to get that going. So Rhetorical Analysis absolutely is going to be moving on to round 4. And then you also have Quackmafia there. Actually 3-0ing Take Your Meds, who we got to see in our last round. Now getting knocked out in Quackmafia moving forward. And also you see Rabid and Persistence there on the bottom, still waiting for some score reports there. And we're really close to seeing some score reports from 1-2 Buckle My Shoe United, Uni Nation United, Gas Prices and Smithereens coming up soon. But Falco, I believe we're going to take a quick little break here before we move on to our next round. So everybody, don't go anywhere. We're still here with Proving Grounds 15, and we have so much more coming your way after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Proving Grounds 15. FalcoFlyer here along with Saf, and we just saw a fantastic matchup between Rhetorical Analysis and the PowerPuff girls, and we're going to stick around for another set that is happening in this round 3 top 16. We're going to be seeing Persistence versus Rabid here for this set, and this is going to be a really fun matchup. We've seen Persistence play pretty often, along with Rabid, and Saf, you mentioned that they've been around for quite some time too. A few members at Persistence had the pleasure of meeting them at LTC, and we're well familiar with a lot of these players on both of these teams. So I think we have two heavy hitters that are going at it.
And not only that, Falco, but actually I believe that there are some members of Persistence that are very good and close friends with Rabid and have played with Rabid before. So like, it's not only a really strong matchup from both sides, but like, there's friends. This is a battle among friends.
It's going to be really good, and we want to note that Persistence came off of a very strong winning Game 5 against Grimace Gang, Slacker, Taro, Toast, and Storm Hero. So they've got to feel pretty good going into this one as they're going to face a tough Rabid team. But once again, this is in round 3, so the same maps and modes that we saw before. Let's take a look at these comps, Saf.
Yeah, and right away, I would already expect that from Adapt, having the Slosher in their hands. Very, very strong weapon choice coming out from Adapt there on the side of Rabid. But you also can see, too, they also have the ballpoint in the 2 splashes to follow up, but they also, on the side of oh, excuse me, wait, are the colors, oh, the colors are switched, I'm sorry. Persistence having a splash of their own in their pockets, but also having the T-Tech with the Trizuka as well to follow that up. So kind of just a firefight going on in mid right now, but we're going to see Rabid taking the tower first.
Yeah, Rabid kind of winning those like skirmishy 1v1 situations there, as they're going to quickly get past this first checkpoint. A few players from Persistence trying to drop on this left side, but Koro is quickly there to spot them. As we see some of their members starting to back up, 2 are going to go down, 1 from each team, but now 2 players down on Rabid, as we see some of these strikes come in too. So pushing to 64, pretty good push there for Rabid, but Persistence doing a great job on their response.
Yeah, they're coming back into mid pretty strong right now. Falco taking in a lot of space for themselves, swiping up a lot of turf. Not really allowing Rabid to try to come back into this map right now. You can see the Tri-Strikes 2 trying to clear out the street area, not only painting in front of the tower where it will be, but also maybe looking for a pick or two, maybe looking for some ticking damage and some displacement as well. But Rabid did not let that deter them. I mean, Rabid is now once again back into the mid area, causing one member of Persistence to jump out. Persistence now on the respawn, trying to come back into this map here, and Rabid is going to extend their lead getting into checkpoint 2.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, nobody's really, now they're in a position to be on the tower. I think they had to do a little bit of a teammate shuffle there, as now Adapt is the only member who's alive, who's going to be still trying to keep up some of the pressure, allowing one jump in, but unfortunately for them, Koro is going to go down, as Stormy here pushing over on the right side, trying to get some more map control and pushing up now with their teammates. About 2 minutes in right now, Persistence, they were able to take the tower for just a brief moment of period, but not really a convincing push since they haven't seemed to have a clear player advantage.
Yeah, and it looks like they're still kind of waiting for that player advantage right now, Falco. I believe that was Lucio trying to push forward with that brush there to try and maybe provide some distraction, maybe try to get some attention away from the objective. But now we can see Persistence has made their way on to checkpoint 1, but you have Koro in a really good position with this crab right now, trying to corner this member on Persistence right now, and being almost successful in doing so, maybe causing them to jump out. They definitely have a lot of damage on their plate, so they don't want to try to take the fight too hastily there, but Stormy trying to follow up and against Koro, but Koro having the Squeege on their side to try to follow up and push them into a 2v1 situation. So once again, Rabid is going to be pushing this tower.
Yeah, and they have much more control this time around than they did during the first time. The first time it was more of a, we're going to get a little bit of points here and there, we're going to get some trades, and ultimately that's how they got to their 60 mark. But yeah, a much better position this time around as they are able to get past the second checkpoint and still, once again, maintaining a ton of map control in front of the tower. That is very, very important, as two of these members are going to try and find an opportunity to push up to the left side, but Lucio says, nope, you are not going to do that today. I'm going to get this splat on you, and with that, Persistence able to push this tower back to mid. Still not letting go of any of their specials, but look at Lucio here. Just honestly, what I love about that position is you're able to just give callouts to your teammates. Yeah, you can drop down and get a splat, but you're able to identify everybody on the map. So a very smart play for them.
My hands are in the air right now, Falco. You can do that? That's a lot. That's an attainable place on the map that you can get to. I mean, news to me. Because, wow, Lucio was definitely in a really good position there to give call out, and they actually were able to take one member out. I mean, they are still alive from sitting up on that top mast area. They're still alive. They're still kicking here. And sometimes it's kind of funny when you're able to survive for a really long time, because you're just kind of like, wow, that game felt really long. But then you realize that when you have very minimal deaths, you were like, oh, well, I was alive for a really long time. So I wonder if that's what Lucio's feeling.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Hey, Persistence, they've been doing a good job controlling mid, but unfortunately haven't really been able to take tower much. They do have a player advantage here, so as soon as Koro, I believe, is going to jump out, yeah, they're going to be taking the tower. They need to get past this first checkpoint, and this will likely be their last push that they have in the game, as we have about 15 seconds remaining. They are going to get past this checkpoint, but not a ton of paint in front of the tower right now. But we're going to be seeing the Zipcaster end pretty soon. But 2 players down on their team as, oh, Squeak is going to be on the tower. That's going to be a wipeout. So yeah, that's going to be the game for them. But man, that was a very good effort for Persistence at the end.
Yeah, and sometimes it really does come down to there's 3 members on the tower trying to push, and then you just need to try to get them all off at the same time, and it looks like that's exactly what Squeege did. I feel that Lucio was able to zipcast and get over to the flank really quickly before the flank could cause much damage, but then it kind of just came down to being in that choke point of the street area and just being like, okay, we just got to get them off. We just got to push them off.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, Rabid, their pushes were very good. Their first one, you know, just kind of you win your 1v1s a little bit, you're able to push the tower a little bit, but then that second push that they had, which ultimately got them past the second checkpoint, is really where they turned up the heat. And Persistence had opportunities, especially at the very end of that match, with trying to push in, but at that point, you allow Rabid to have so much time to just get in a position where they can either like get themselves into a flank or have, you know, build up their specials and kind of wait for like the GG special that they might have. So really an uphill battle for Persistence at that point, but they had a good effort towards the end of that match.
And one thing I really like about both these teams, Falco, is I feel like, just like with any team, but there's some teams that have very, very particular strengths that you can realize when you see them play firsthand. And like how I can speak on that is thinking of Persistence, right? Like we got to watch Persistence Low Tide City together. They had a really excellent run in Low Tide City. They were on the main stage as well. And their communication is amazing. I mean, they not only did they bring the hype and bring the energy for themselves and kind of like livened up the room quite a bit, but their call outs, constantly calling out, constantly saying stuff that's happening, trying to be encouraging, and especially Stormy trying to give a lot of encouraging words. But then you also have the players on the side of Rabid that have played in so many tournaments. They're very familiar with how this scene works and very familiar with the mechanics of it all, and they know their weapons, they know their strengths and where they can take their fights. And so, especially now, coming out here, as I say that on Sturgeon Shipyard, you have Adapt on the bucket. Adapt is a very, very, very strong bucket user. They use Blaster a lot in Splatoon 2, but their strength has always lied. Their true love and strength has always lied with bucket, and they're going to really present that here on such a vertical map.
Yeah, and of course, we mentioned it in the last set when we saw this same map and mode, but yeah, that's really where a Slosher is going to thrive. Squeak quickly picking up this Rainmaker, recognizing they had a 2-player advantage, opting to take it towards the right side, painting the path, and now allowing themselves to push in while the rest of the members are trying to get a flank here on the left side, really splitting the distance, which I think is great because, I mean, the Rainmaker on its own is such a good weapon that you can just at least move players and push them towards the rest of your teammates too. So a good push to get all the way to 61 and then some, getting the dunk there. So Rabid doing such a good job on this opening push.
Yeah, and right away you can see all 3 members there. Aaron trying to push past both of those bomb kills, but the Inkzuka right in their face, just trying to, by Neo Slayer, or no, not Neo Slayer, no, yes, Neo Slayer, trying to kind of lock that down as quick as possible. Adapt coming up with the Inkjet, looking for the pick, taking down Trent, but unfortunately unfortunately falling into nothingness on the right side there. 3 members of Rabid going down. That's going to stop their push at the 39 mark. Even with those jump-ins coming in, they still have such great control of mid. And you could also see Squeege kind of in the back zone area there, trying to maybe build some special before trying to catch back up with their teammates.
Yeah, and Squeak was really just making sure that Rainmaker was gonna reset properly to make sure that nobody could get a flank. Well, let's talk about Lucio too, because we saw them using the Octa brush with Zipcaster. They're switching to the vanilla brush that has Killer Whale, so something with a little more assist potential, I'll say, with making these pushes. That's going to really come in handy in Rainmaker, and it's really working for them now. Are they going to be able to take the lead? No! Getting on the step stool, trying to push up, but getting so close at 42. They just need to pop into grab to take the lead, and it looks like they are going to be doing that. Stormy picking it up and staying alive, caught in the mist, and now going to go down, but this is where Persistence needs to keep up the pressure, as they are going to get wiped out. So, hey, you gotta be proud of your persistence in that moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was quite a lead shift. Not only a lead shift, like a few points, but Stormy able to stay alive, and you kind of saw they pushed as far as they could go, and then they tried to retreat a little bit, being like, okay, this is as much ground as I can take safely without getting splatted. And I mean, they did that pretty well. They kind of were able to decide in that moment how much space they wanted to take for themselves, taking it to the 21. But now we're going to see Rabid picking up this Rainmaker once again. They have a lot of space kind of down in that pit area, although Adapt going down there, so there is only the Splash and the Ballpoint to try to defend the Rainmaker. You could see Trans trying to get up on that spinner area, but Koro was not going to let them have it. They were going to take them off of there right away. And it seems like Rabid is kind of playing the slow game here. They're trying to play very meticulously, trying to play carefully before pushing forward. And you can see Koro, I think, is trying to desperately build this crab tank to try to support Squeege, but just not able to do it quite fast enough. And especially now with all 4 members of Persistence being back on the board, trying to play the defense here. But now, as I say that, 2 members going down, Rabid could maybe take advantage of this player disadvantage for Persistence to try to push this Rainmaker further.
Yeah, and their push still isn't over. It's really just been this slow burn towards mid. They're going to allow it to reset, which really doesn't matter for them at this point, just because they didn't push it that much further on Persistence side, and honestly might benefit them knowing that the Rainmaker is going to be in a better position for them to pick up. They are finally going to be picking it up, taking it on the right side. Adapt pushing up with the Inkjet, 2 players down on Rabid, and we do see Adapt now pushing with the Rainmaker, 2 players down now on Rabid, once again trying to take down this crab. I don't think they're going to put themselves in a position where they can get the lead, as Squeeg is still pushed back so far with a few members just throwing bombs and locking them out. But look at this, it's going to be Koro who's still alive on Rabid, just applying some pressure, going to allow some jumps from their teammates to come back in. So a very slow but steady push for Rabid, as they're going to get a double there, 2 players down, and that is going to give them the lead, Saf. It's still alive, they're still going.
I mean, I have my hands over my face right now. Like the meticulous waiting, the carefulness, the patience that Rabid was just exuding in those last few seconds there to try to get that lead. I mean, they did it so effortlessly, and especially Koro. Koro was able to get forward and allow Adapt the jump to go in and get the double. But now we have Persistence in overtime. Now we have Trans on the Rainmaker here, so we do see that 1 member is going down, so there's only the Splash now to try to defend the Rainmaker from going down. But 3 members of Rabid are down now. Aaron just waiting for this Rainmaker to try to rear its head around the corner there, but you have all 4 members of Persistence trying to lead the way, lead the gauntlet to get this Rainmaker where it needs to go. But you can see here, Rabid does not need to push super far forward in order to play the defense game here. But only a few seconds left for Persistence to try to flip this lead right now, and especially with having 2 members down and getting trapped by the strikes, Rabid is going to come out on top in this round 3.
You called this out. It was just the waiting game, the patience from the Rainmaker on Rabid. Sometimes it's so tempting just to, push and get as many points as you can, and it's hard to really play that long game. And at that moment too, Rabid, they knew that that didn't have to be the push that they were going to have to get the win. You know, they could have gotten splatted and continued to pick up the Rainmaker, but no, they played that so well. And even with having a few of their members go down, but knowing if 2 of our members are down, we have to get the other person into a spot where we can have a safe jump. And that is exactly what they did there with Rabid getting that win. And it looks like they'll be going on to moving up, and they will be facing gas prices in their next round. So very, very exciting stuff in that set. They got to be proud. And we also see a few other teams moving up into round 4. We saw Rhetorical Analysis in the previous set. We have Bet moving on, and then Quackmafia and 1-2 Buckle My Shoe are already getting things underway in this round with Quackmafia moving on, or getting a win.
Yeah, Quackmafia and 1-2 Buckle My Shoe were not wasting any time, Falco. They were ready to get things cooking and get things started, because now we're almost going into round number 5 at this moment. So, I mean, it's exciting. It's exciting for them, and they probably are chomping at the bit to get going and to move themselves forward into the tournament. But wow, incredible gameplay by Rabid. I need to go back to that really quick, because the patience that came from the Rainmaker, you could see the callouts happening live, right? Like, the Rainmaker was not willing to push forward until they absolutely knew that at least 2 of their Slayers were up forward and pushing and able to clear that space for them to get going. And what I really specifically want to talk about was Koro's point of view near the end of the game, right? You had Koro kind of on that right-hand side. Well, I guess from the perspective of Persistence, you had them kind of on the left-hand side where that great elbow is. Koro was patiently waiting there, not only painting the ramp, but also looking for callouts of different members trying to respawn back into the map. So they had an eye on the spawning point of Persistence. They were able to see who was coming back into the map pretty easily from that vantage point, but they were also trying to paint the pathway for the Rainmaker to come up that ramp. And then with Adapt jumping in to follow up as well, they immediately beelined it for that spawning point, able to get the double and allow Rabid to push that Rainmaker more and more forward, because those people had just respawned in and Adapt already took them out again. So, I mean, just the amount of aggression that Rabid brought to the table in that round, I think is what really catalyzed the win there for them.
Yeah, and it was aggression and patience kind of at the same time, just depending on what state that they were in. I do want to also point out, I mean, that really good Rainmaker carry from Stormy on Persistence to get them the lead at that point in the match. Just very, very gutsy decisions that paid off at that moment. So that was very good. But yeah, Rabid just knowing, you know, at this moment we have about 2 minutes. We are going to take our time. You know, we're going to have a few of our members push up. If they go down, we're not going to just like immediately pull back, or sometimes you're tempted to just like, well, I know I'm going to get splatted. Let me see how far I can push up the Rainmaker. No, that never happened for Rabid at all. So that was very, very wonderful for them. We do have a few more scores rolling in. Inkred Sun in Spate Splatoon. Inkred Sun up 2-1 over them. We see Bet getting a 3-2 win over Foams 18. So go into a game 5 this early on. We always love to see that. And like we mentioned, we have one match going on right now in round 4. Quackmafia 1-2 Buckle My Shoe with Quackmafia leading 2-0 in that set.
Yeah, and Falco, 1-2 Buckle My Shoe has been a really strong contender in this tournament scene as well. Consistently on SOS and making their way into Great White Bracket on SOS, like pretty often. Coming into Proving Grounds as well. Now finding themselves in round 4 of Proving Grounds, trying to push forward into round 5. But Quackmafia obviously giving them a little bit of a hard time with doing that. Very, very strong contenders here. And you could see, too, in their last round 3, they went 3-0. Like, they're not going down without a fight. They want this win. They want to put Proving Grounds 15 on their mantelpiece back at home above the fireplace. They want to put this win up there, and they want to be here. And it's always nice to see when you have such a strong team and a strong presence coming out in these tournaments, that there's always going to be other teams that are going to make it really difficult for them to move forward. And from what we can see on the scoreboard here with top 16, Quackmafia is doing just that.
Yeah, and let's not forget what happened last Proving Grounds with 1-2 Buckle My Shoe. The team that beat them in round 2 got banned in from Low Ink in during this tournament. Secret Elixir getting a 3-0 win over them. But yeah, Secret Elixir, not a team that we have seen playing in this Proving Grounds today. But yeah, like you said about One Two Buckle My Shoe, they've definitely been a staple here, kind of in Proving Grounds and SOS. And last Proving Grounds, I'm sure it was cut a little short for them. So yeah, they are hoping for redemption, but for them, they really have to overcome and win 3 games in a row if they want to keep it alive.
And Falco, one other thing too, I'm looking at the top of this round 4 bracket here. Pencil Propaganda, does that mean that they are using 4 pencils?
I can't imagine. Honestly, I can't expect anything. It could be, who says it's the pencil in the game? It could just be they really enjoy writing with pencils, or they have one player who's like very much intrigued with it, But if I ever see somebody running 4 pencils seriously, then good for them. I'll just leave it at that. Good for them.
What would you say in your mind's eye or in your soul is your pencil? Your soul. What is your soul pencil, Falco?
My soul pencil. What am I dedicated and devoted to and want to spread propaganda for?
Yes.
My dog. I love my dog.
No, I'm talking about your dog's not a pencil. Wendy's not a pencil. I hope she's insulted that you thought of her that way.
Well, I'm confused what you're trying to get me to do as an analogy.
I'm trying to understand what your favorite pencil is. Maybe I'll just switch it to that. Let's backtrack. Let's rewind. What's your favorite pencil?
A Bic number 2.
Okay. Okay, nope, that's credible. I'm not
right.
judging you or anything, but like that's
You're not okay. Okay, we have a match that's coming up, going to be coming up pretty soon. Ink Red Sun versus Bet. In Red Sun, we saw them in the top 4 of the Nintendo qualifier 2 weeks ago, so they are looking to turn up the heat. Bet, a team that I believe we did see play in Splatomax. I don't know did both of these teams play in Splatomax? I don't know off the top of my head. I'm thinking they might have, but and they're going head-to-head here in round 4 in the top 8, so this is going to be a very good match between these 2 teams, Seth.
Yeah, this is a really good match indeed, and I also want to touch on Ink Red Sun. Ink Red Sun had quite a run at Low Tide City, Falco. I mean, they came out really strong at Low Tide City, and it was very entertaining to get to watch them not only at the different tables and versus tables against other people, but also on the big screen as well. They were able to get pretty far into the Low Tide City competition too, and especially with coming off of such a high from the Nintendo qualifier too. I mean, 4th place in a Nintendo qualifier, that's huge. That's huge. They gotta be feeling really good and feeling a lot of momentum from that. And so coming into Proving Grounds here tonight, I hope that they are feeling really good about themselves. And especially now we are in round 4. They're looking to get this win and move on to round 5.
Yeah, once again, single elimination. You win, you move on. You lose, you go out. Still a best of 5 set. We will be starting off Tower Control and Hagglefish. So we haven't seen Hagglefish yet today at all. But again, you talk about kind of controlling the tower by the tents. Gotta obviously identify any of your opponents, but really being able to control the area by the tents, and especially using the tower to help push forward and just to get on the enemy side and take control of their tents too. So once again, we kind of see backlines have a good time. If more people, if Chargers were more competitively viable at this state in the game, I think we would see more Chargers. But yeah, this one is one of my favorites, I gotta admit.
Yeah, I feel like ZNF Charger really tried. They tried to get into the club and they weren't invited.
They were like the ones who were so close to be like, you're like, well, you're a Charger, but we still can't let you in.
Yeah, right. We still can't let you in. Like, you're viable and your special matters, but you just still not enough. Still not enough to be in this club, into this crab sloshing machine. Now Ballpoint. Ballpoint kind of just snuck past them in the line, and they were like, sorry.
Yeah, Ballpoint was just like, I'm gonna sneak right past you here, and
let me just scoot right by you.
Oh.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, talking about kind of how these 2 teams have done so far today, let's take a look here. We're Bet coming off, of a Game 5 win against Foams 18 to move on. And Ingrid said getting a Game 5 win in round 2, the first round that they played against Toddy, I believe. So both of these teams have already been at the been at the very end of their set, seemingly, but still able to hold on. So again, it's a very unforgiving tournament, but hey, that's why we love it. That's why the stakes are so high in this tournament. And just another bracket update here. We have Quackmafia getting the 3-0 win over One Two Buckle My Shoes. So they're going to be the first team to qualify for our top 4, which will then be a double elimination tournament. So yeah, lots of good matches going on right now.
Yeah, and if you want to look at the bottom of the bracket too, Falco, you can see gas prices getting their first win off of Rabid. Rabid, as we saw previously, coming off of a pretty strong 3-0 win over Persistence too. I mean, wow, like that was quite a fight for Rabid to try to overcome from Persistence, because Persistence did not make it easy for them to get those wins. And it's like, honestly, I'd like to quote my dear friend Toma, Falco. The scores don't accurately depict what is going on, and especially because we can only look at one match at a time, there's so much happening across the bracket. And even though we did get to watch Rabid and Persistence put up quite the fight for Rabid to get to where they are. They did not make it easy for them, but nevertheless, we have Inksy, Red Sun, and Bet coming out onto Hagglefish Market. Falco, we're going shopping.
We are going shopping. We're going to have wipers on both sides. We're going to have ballpoints on both sides too. And we're going to have the vanilla slosher come out on the side of Bet, along with the splash on the side of Ink Red Sun. Slosher going to go down pretty quickly here early on, as this crab is going to be formed on the right canopy. Crim flanking with the Inkjet, trying to push up. No players are on the tower yet. I was maybe thinking somebody from Red Sun would try and take it. They finally do, just for a moment. But Bet now quickly to respond with their specials, as we have a very neutral game in mid.
Yeah, and I've seen that Bet has juice at their disposal as well. We do see that slosher once again coming out from Straw Hat, but you also have the juice coming out and the little jingle from the juice, the jingle juice coming out for the side of Bet, and Straw Hat getting a really good pick there. Going to launch these tri-strikes as well. That tower kind of peeking around the corner there for them to use their tri-strikes to prevent any further push happening from Inksy Red Sun. And we're going to see Bet now putting a couple of points on the board there. Maybe playing a little bit more carefully before they can actually feel safe to push, and that they are going to try to take this moment to do that right now. Power going in for the pick there, but Inksy Red Sun having Crib responding with an Inkjet of their own, but Power able to get a really awesome double pick there, allowing Bet to take the lead.
Yeah, and this is exactly what they needed. They already have quite a bit of paint in front of the tower, and just making Red Sun not really getting the wipe out, but getting kind of like a delayed wipe where they are in a position where they can just push up and build their specials. And this is exactly what I was talking about with controlling the tent, jumping up onto the tent, using your specials, and that is ultimately how they got a double with that stamp too. So very good movement there from Bet, as they once again have a ton of map control, but Red Sun's still trying to find a way that they can sneak in. We see Beam just trying to find a way to inch forward, trying to take out one of the members of the back line, and it looks like they are going to maybe trade in that situation. No, it's actually going to be, they're all still alive. I'm surprised they stayed alive for that long, but the tower did push all the way to 14, so a very, very strong lead there for Bet.
Yeah, and I really liked Falco kind of in that overhead view that we saw from Crim. Crim kind of just went in for the trade. They probably knew they were going to die, especially because they had ballpoint and they were trying to maybe combat somebody that has a shorter range weapon. But they still were able to take the trade because they were like, you know what, this will stop that push. There's two members that are down below. They're not up on this platform. This is an appropriate trade for me to take. And as we were saying with our earlier matchup too, knowing when the trade is appropriate, because there are sometimes moments where even if you don't have the lead or your lead is a little bit far off, like sometimes taking the trade is an appropriate thing, just depending on who is up with you and pushing up with you.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, at this moment too in the game for Red Sun, any trade is going to be it's going to be crucial that you have the backup support since you are down with about 2 minutes left. But speaking of support, all of their teammates now being able to push up. Once again, that inkjet being used there on the right side. We have another member at Mirror who is pushing up too with the machine. Unfortunately for them, they are going to go down. So this is where Beam is waiting for a perfect opportunity for somebody to drop, knowing that this push might be over for now, or at least providing a safe jump, or waiting for the tower to come back too. So a very patient game by them as they are trying to keep up the pressure of this push, and they seem to be doing a pretty good job, Saf.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because you have Beam on that crab tank there underneath this right side canopy. The Stamp trying to come in to prevent them from doing any more damage, but just not quite enough in doing so, able to shut them down pretty quickly. Beam is holding on to this right side canopy for as long as they can, allowing Nico the jump in, but just not quite enough space really to get anything working there. I mean, Red Sun able to take it down to the 32, almost breaking that second checkpoint, but Bet was able to follow it pretty quickly there. Tri-strikes are now coming out, clearing out that left side there, and their tower is going to once again be pushed for Bet.
Yeah, look, if you're Bet now, you just have to control mid and not try anything fancy, but you have to expect fancy things from Red Sun if they want to try and get this lead. We've seen just kind of the battle of 1v1s in mid for pretty much a lot of the beginning of this match and even right now, but yeah, Bet is definitely on the side of domination here, as they are not even worried about the tower right now. They're pushing up without it, just trying to get a lot of map control in front of the tower too. So doing such a good job really holding onto this map, as CMO has the Stamp ready, trying to use it, but unfortunately really not much progress there. Two of their members are going to go down, so this might give Red Sun one more opportunity, Saf.
Yeah, and it was kind of looking like there that Bet was trying to just cover all their bases in that front area of the spawn of Red Sun, but then Red Sun was kind of like, okay, we just need one person to go down there and take these two people out, and that's exactly what happened. Now we can see the tower is plugging away down to that second checkpoint. Once again, they don't really need much to break the second checkpoint, right? I mean, they were really close to doing it, and it looks like we're going to do it here. We do see the inkjet coming out from Power, though, once again, but the Booyah Bomb to follow up to clear that front space in front of the tower, like we've been referencing and talking about. So we have Beam kind of setting up on this tower here. They just need a few more ticks, Falco, in order to get this going, but it turned into another situation where you have everybody on the tower, so all Bet had to do was shoo them off of there because they could see exactly where they are.
Yeah, and in that situation for Red Sun, it's hard because it's like, what else do you do? This is the push that you have to make. You can't let anybody not be on the tower, because there are certain spots in this map where if you're Bet, you can have the height advantage, just hop on the tower when nobody's paying attention. So that's why they had to throw all of their bodies onto it, and oh man, that was hard. They had a really good push though at the end, but yeah, unfortunately for them, it was just too little too late. If they had maybe 40 more seconds on the clock, I think they could have done that, but you know, sometimes 5 minutes isn't enough.
Yeah, and I think that that's something that's really unfortunate about tower control into this third game, Falco, is that I feel tower control used to be one of the modes that was more highly regarded, I feel, in the competitive scene, and now it seems that that has kind of fallen to the wayside, because as long as you have specials in your back pocket, and especially if you're someone that's been in this meta and in this competitive scene for a long while, you know exactly when the game goes into overtime and you really need to get those last few points, because at that point, every point counts. Every additional point that you can get to try to subtract from to get closer to the lead is really important. And so them Red Sun trying to get onto that tower and to push it as far as they could with 3 members on their tower. I mean, that was just on a serving platter for Bet to be like, well, all we have to do is take all 3 of you out, and we don't really need to push up that far to do it.
Yeah, and sometimes you know what you need to do, but you also realize that the opponents are expecting you to do certain things, and if you do exactly what they expect, they're going to be well guarded and able to take you down. So it's, you know, it's a game of chess. It's a big game of chess kind of at this level. It's not simply just, you know, winning your 1v1s at any opportunity. You really have to kind of think outside the box there. We're going to be hopping into game 2 here. I believe this is Claimblitz on Scorch Gorge. Not Claimblitz, this is Rainmaker. I know my modes. And we don't really see many changes here, but we are going to have a Soda come out on the side of Red Sun, and I believe the same comp sticking for Bet.
Yeah, and I do like that we see Soda coming out on both sides here, especially this far into the Proving Grounds competition, Proving Grounds 15 competition. 2 Soda players coming out on each side, so definitely providing boosts and buffs for each one going on here. But once again, with Rainmaker, especially if you want to try to get that quick pop, there's always going to be that firefight in mid. But now we have 1 member down on each side, so it is a 3v3 situation, but you can see all members of Red Sun are pushed up into the middle area. Power looking for just a little bit of like poking damage, but not able to really get the splat necessarily, but maybe looking for a teammate to follow up, but teammate feeling a little bit on edge to try to go any further here. Red Sun's going to be the ones to pick up the Rainmaker first. They do have 2 members down, unfortunately, so only 1 member able to defend the Rainmaker in the initial push. The Inkjet coming out to try to give them a little bit of space, looking over on that platform there. Beam trying to play it a little bit carefully. You can kind of see that they were trying to play that a little bit carefully. They got a little bit scared, a little bit afraid to try to take that podium, but they were able to follow it up, and Red Sun is going to almost take that first checkpoint, Falco, taken down right before.
It's so close. Sometimes you just need to do everything you can to try and get that dunk, but I mean, there are so many good spots in this map for any backline to just kind of wait on the grates there to just make sure you can't get the dunk. But yeah, a very good stop there for the side of Red Sun, just not letting them get to that checkpoint. And we are going to see Red Sun pick up the Rainmaker for the first time in this game. They have a little bit control of mid, and we see them opting to push left, something you don't see very often in this game. Now they are going to be dropping. It looks like changing a little bit of direction as one of the members that was supporting them on the left side went down. So yeah, 3 players down. We might see the delayed wipe, but no, the NZAP is going to wisely jump out. So not really the push that Bet wanted in that situation, and Red Sun quick to capitalize on mid.
Yeah, they're already moving back into mid. You have Krim moving across this great area, trying to follow up with the Stamp user kind of on the right side there, looking to see maybe, yeah, exactly. Beam is going to take full advantage of Krim moving forward. They're able to pop the checkpoint right before Beam is taken out. 3 members of Red Sun now going down with the wipeout to follow up there. You can see maybe the machine was trying to provide a little bit of distraction, just maybe something to take their attention away from the objective, but just not quite enough. So now you have Power on the Rainmaker here. You have the Tri-Strikes coming out to clear some space in that back area in the Red Sun space. And they're able to almost get the lead here. Bet is looking for the lead here, but Red Sun able to capitalize on these flanking positions. There's nobody there to try to stop them or follow it up. So now we're going to just try to fight for mid a little bit before we can move forward.
Yeah, and I think, too, knowing that they do have a checkpoint lead is going to be really crucial, because if Bet gets that checkpoint and still has additional support, you know that they are just going to do anything they can to pick up the Rainmaker and push it 3 more units to take the lead. And they're going to get the pop as still trying to control mid. Both teams really just trying to win their 1v1s in this situation, but Red Sun still holding on to their side of the map. 2 members on Bet are going to go down, as it looks like Clefferpig is going to get 1 more splat, but they're going to go down themselves. And now Red Sun in a position where they have majority of the map control. Beam going to be picking it up, and remember, they don't have this checkpoint they have to get through. They're looking to extend this lead.
Yeah, and I think that they are going to be successful in doing it maybe just a little bit here, especially with having that Inkjet there to try to defend. You have the Stamp coming in to try to prevent any further movement coming out from Red Sun, but it wasn't too much they were able to do that. But as one Inkjet goes down, another one comes back out. Power getting an excellent double pick there off of Red Sun. Now Bet is going to wait for this Rainmaker to try to respawn back into mid, but Red Sun already quick on their response time. That map is looking very orange, Falco.
Yeah, and like we have just about 45 seconds, so you're kind of coming down to the one last push opportunity for Bet. And again, they don't have map control, so they're really going to have to play this a little bit carefully, especially using the help of that Soda too to just give them that little extra oomph, get some quick respawns and saving those specials. As you see, one of the members going to be jumping out already, and now Bet going to be picking up the Rainmaker. They can get this podium and honestly might help them as just kind of a mental reset, you know, just to kind of not put a lot of pressure on yourself in the moment, but they're having a little bit of struggle getting to this checkpoint in the first place, as we see a Booyah come out. Clefferpig still alive though, but not without all the aggression and the pressure coming out from Red Sun in these last 5 seconds.
Yeah, and Clefferpig's going for the checkpoint here. They are able to get it successfully. You have 2 members of Red Sun now. This is Bet's moment to try to obtain as many points as they can. Clefferpig Going to pick up that Rainmaker once again. You see two members kind of down near that ramp area. One maybe looking on this right elbow side to try to prevent any sort of space coming out. You have a battle of the Inkjets going on, but Powers is going to end early, and Clefabig finding themselves in an open space for the Inkjet to take them out. So now we are at a 1-to-1 scenario. Man, Falco, both of these teams want to win.
They do. And again, we've talked about the aggression from both of these teams in the previous game, but you know, this one in particular, I think it came down to knowing when to use your specials. And, you know, we just saw that at the very end where, hey, I have to build my Inkjet. That's fine if they push a few more units, but I need to stay alive. I need to use my Inkjet in a good spot where I'm not going to get splatted. And all focus is going to be whoever is carrying the Rainmaker. The rest of my teammates, you guys paint, push up, and apply pressure to take down the other team. But if I'm the Inkjet, I am going for that Rainmaker. I'm not going for anybody else at that time.
No, exactly, and I think that's exactly what they should have done. I mean, at that point when it comes down to overtime and the odds are in your favor, sure, but you know, like, anything could happen, and especially on Scorch Gorge where every single bit of that little ramp, the points that you can muster counts. I mean, that is always where things can slip up. Just a little tiny blunder or mistake can allow you to lose that lead. And so I believe that the Inkjet at that moment was like, you know what? All that matters right now is the objective. And they did it flawlessly.
They certainly did. Hey, we're tied 1-to-1 in this set right now, so this is exciting. We knew it was going to be exciting going into this game. We were talking about that, and it really has not let us down. But Bet seemed pretty dominant on the first game. Red Sun pretty dominant on the second, and we'll have to see who is dominant on the third. Claimlet Smackamart. Let's take a look and see if anything is changing. And if I have to guess, it's not going to be much.
No.
But we do see the machine. We do see the machine, but I believe they had that before.
Yeah, we saw the machine come out at one point already, so it's pretty similar composition going across here, except the only difference you really have is the choice of the Slosher Falco. So you have the machine on the side of Inksy Red Sun, and then you have the vanilla Slosher on the side of Bet. So it's pretty much the same comp going on across both ends here. And one thing I really want to take notice of and mention is that neither of these teams are afraid or worried when mid goes out of their favor. They aren't rattled when map control goes out of their favor, because as we saw in that last Rainmaker game, the control of mid kept switching back and forth constantly. And I feel like that is a testament to high-level gameplay.
Yeah, no, it really is, because you think, okay, we're going to lose a little bit of control, but I'm confident that I can win my 1v1 and put ourselves in getting a player advantage. And yeah, that's why we love to see the aggression from both of these teams. And right now, Red Sun seems to be making a push. They do have a power clam. They don't have a player advantage right now, but they do have a little bit more map control, as Amir is still doing a good job staying alive, providing some jumps for their teammates. But remember, if you have a power clam, you have a permanent point sensor on you, so you can't put yourself in a position to get splatted. And unfortunately for them, they are going to go down. 2 players down on Red Sun, as Bet is now going to make a push of their own. And they have Soda online too for some additional support in 7 and 11 clams, so I expect them to try and score sometime soon.
Yeah, and one thing too that I like making note of, I mean, yes, we do see a power claim in possession of Bet, but sometimes I feel like it's more advantageous to have a lot of people on the team having a bunch of clams versus like maybe one person with a power clam and then a few clams to follow up, because it feels like that you are always at an advantage to form a power clam when it matters, when you need it. And whoa, the timing on that Inkjet landing with that stamp making contact, holy smokes, Falco.
Yeah, that was really good. And I mean, to your credit, sometimes that first clam formed isn't even the one that breaks the barrier, but it's a good, safe jump. You got to have somebody who sneaks in. And speaking of sneaking in, Bet is going to get the first score here, getting down to 62. 2 members alive, just 1. It's going to be the ballpoint, who I believe is pushed by the basket right now. Oh, they're going to go down too. So it's going to be a delayed wipe, but not quite breaking that 60 mark that Bet was hoping to have. But look at this, Red Sun quick to counter Seth.
Yeah, they were ready to go, Falco. The lead has now been flipped. We are down to the 50 mark. The Pity Clam is still online for Red Sun right now, but there is nobody there to pick it up necessarily, and maybe they don't need to. Maybe they're kind of just looking for the fight here, but we can see that the Wiper on Red Sun now going down. They're still holding this basket open. Members of Red Sun, I think, are trying to make their way forward to see maybe this power clam could get picked up and we could push forward and get it going, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. You have Nico with the jump in, successful in making contact there. The game ending for Red Sun.
Yeah, and I mean, that's again textbook play of just we need somebody to stay alive. We have 3 VIs pushing up, and unfortunately for Bet, they weren't really able to splat any of Red Sun's members, and Bet had to know that was coming. Like, hey, there's a reason that this team is not gathering more clams right now. They are going to get that jump in, and it's hard because if you've played this game enough and you know that you're in a spot where you can score, you are going to score. There's no way that you can't, assuming you are close enough to the basket. So that was just such a hard position. And when you have 3 members on the enemy team that you have to kind of balance to make sure nobody's going to hop in, that, again, just the mental gymnastics of where can we push these players out. If we push them to, if we focus on the left, the one on the right is going to get close to the basket, kind of stuff like that. So when you just have one more power claim that you need to get in, it's so hard in that situation for Bet.
Yeah, and also I really like that they were able to not only kind of stagger that basket opening, kind of like how I mentioned before, but they played it really carefully, Falco. I mean, they were able to get maybe 1 or 2 or 3 clams in there, hold the basket open, and then they retreated back to mid. They were watching all the entry points, retreated back to mid, made sure that nobody from Bet could come any closer, maybe cause a threat or cause for concern. And then once one of them went down, I think it was communicated. The one person that went down, they were like, okay, you're the one that's going to jump in with the power clam if we are all alive. And as you said, textbook, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and again, like, Bet knew that was going to happen too. Mm-hmm. So there's really no surprises. It's just, okay, when are they going to get that jump? If we can't do anything about it, we need to put all of our focus on that jump at that moment. But yeah, once you get in that position, you're going to get that power claim in, because you can't really get splatted before you land. So it's that was just a really hard one, I think, for Bet, especially in that last push where Red Sun just seemed unstoppable. And remember, that one was a counter push too. Bet had scored previously, and then Red Sun was like, nope, we're pushing in, we're gonna get the score, and we're gonna try and get this one.
Okay, and I ask you again, Falco, did you grab our tickets?
I got my ticket this time. We're at the museum. We're not at Inkblot.
Yeah, we're going to the museum today.
Going to the museum today for match point here for Red Sun. We're going to be moving on to splat zones here, and again, we're going to see the tent umbrella come out on the side of Bet. So going to have that. Really, we have not seen that at all today. They're quickly going to go down, but we're going to have a trade on both sides as Red Sun quick to get a crab in mid as well. Not really controlling the zone though. Now they finally are. So. Again, the early crab there is always what you want to try and get, but sometimes it's the second crab that you really got to look out for.
Listen, I like double backline if you want to consider the tent a backline, but I wouldn't say I love it. But I like that Bet is just going to go with it, and they're going to have fun with it, and it's going to try to work for them. But right away, we're going to see Crim going in with the double flat and getting the knockout. You have that tent shield coming out, Bet trying to make their way back out of the spawning area, and one of them successful in doing so, getting that a little bit of pain on that zone, but not quite enough to make it flip over. So now we are down to the 50-point mark for Red Sun at this moment here, with all 4 members being up and ready to go. The crab now online as well, waiting to see a response from Bet to try to come back in mid, and they are able to do so with 2 members of Red Sun going down, and we're going to now see Bet putting their mark on this board here, getting this map as green as they possibly can. The tent, unfortunately, not having too much paint output, but with the tri-strikes to follow up and help them out, the zone is going to flip into Bet's favor.
Yeah, that probably was a little longer than what Bet was hoping for, but hey, they took the zone nonetheless here. We were going to see a Zuka v Inkjet battle here, but CMO ran out of the Zukas pretty quickly. Still holding on to mid, 2 players down though, and able to hold on and really work well with Umbrella here, getting a nice splat before that Ultra Stamp could really do anything, and getting another one, staying alive to the Booyah to CMO. They are staying alive and getting all these picks.
Yeah, I love watching 10 players play into their shield because it's so impressive, and it's one of those things, if you even have like a limb, an arm, or a leg out in front of that Brella, if you move too quickly, like, you are done for. And so CMO is playing this beautifully, switching the lead for Bet, having it in their favor now with 20 ticks to go down, and CMO trying to fight this Inkjet player right now, taking the Inkjet out of the fight, distracting them from mid. I mean, Falco, Bet wants to stay in this game, and they are trying to prove that right here, but with Red Sun now having more painting viable options down into this mid-zone area, they're looking to try to flip this back into their favor, but Bet is going to be quick on the follow-up, and they're going to try to keep it in their control, and they are still in it to win it.
Oh, what a great comeback for Bet. When they popped that crab, I was like, oh, it's over. The crab, all they have to do is just paint in mid, and they got it. But there were so many times where the crab had to roll back, and they couldn't paint in that moment. So I was thinking, is Red Sun, are they going to get it? Are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? But then I saw Bet winning a few of their 1v1s, and there's a nice fist bump there, Power and CMO. Good job with that. Well deserved. Well deserved from the backlines, yeah. But a fantastic win there for Bet, and again, the weapon that kind of shocked us, just since we hadn't seen it, the Tentabrella, and we just really saw CMO just get some key picks, especially from members of Red Sun who are using their specials too. So potentially game-saving weapon choice, maybe, I don't really know, but a very good push, especially because Red Sun capitalized very early on and got a lot of points on their own. But we will, man, that was a good comeback. But yeah, we will be going to tower control next, and this is a mode that Bet won on during game 1.
Yeah, they won it on game 1, and they did it pretty well, I would imagine, on game 1, especially because they are now here in this round looking to try to push their way into top 4. But you can tell, Falco, both teams want to be in top 4. They want this win. This is very important to them to try to get to where they want to be this evening. And I mean, Bet coming out so strong in Hagglefish Market on tower control, but then Red Sun putting up a really good fight in our Rainmaker and our Clamblitz game on Scorch and Makomart, but Bet just having a very, very good bearings on the layout of the museum. I mean, they knew what exhibits they wanted to go to. They utilized the most of their day pass, Falco, and they were able to take this 4th win into their pockets, having a wonderful day at the museum. But now we're going back to school. Class is now in session. We're going back to school, and especially on Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy, kind of like the one game to end them all in rounds, I would say.
Yeah, I would say so too, and especially this one, Tower Control, was the closest game that we have seen between the 4 modes that we've seen so far. We mentioned in that game, Red Sun was so close to coming back, but Bet was just well prepared for that push, and I think they want some redemption at this moment, and Bet is hoping that they can win 2 in a row to get them the win. So game 5 hype, here we go. We see a Wiper deco, or the Wiper coming out from Bet, and the Wiper coming out from Red Sun, so very close to having mirrored comps. The only changes at this point are the Slosher and the Machine.
Yeah, we're having the mirrored comp from the Makomart match, I believe. Just the difference in the Slosher, so now we are looking to see if we can win in a firefight here. Nico already so far pushed up on the side of Bet right now, looking maybe for a distraction, looking for some help to get that 1 splat, almost getting the 2nd one, but it seems that Bet is going to be more successful now, and especially taking 3 members down. This is Bet's opportunity to get this tower push, and it looks like we are beelining it for Bats right now, Falco. You can see Power and CMO beelining it for the Bats area to try to maintain control and to give this tower safe passage.
Yeah, wasting no time. We saw CMO there. Just, I'm going to pop my stamp. I'm going to just cause panic for your team as I just stamp this around and maybe throw it a little bit. And again, they got a lot of map control up here by Garlic too. So again, keeping up this pressure, getting it to 65. But we'll see if they can get past the 2nd checkpoint. It looks like Red Sun is going to take it just for a moment, and 2 players from Bets are now going to go down as Red Sun able to get more control of mid. But yeah, a very strong opening push there from Bet.
Yeah, but now Inksy Red Sun is going to be the ones on the respawns here. We have the tower in possession. We're making our way to checkpoint number 1. Could it be an easy pop for them? I mean, there are 2 people down on the side of Bet. We do see Beam getting on that tower once again, probably waiting for their crab tank to get built. Juice is going to come out for the side of Red Sun, and especially on the plat area of Bet too. And you can see that we are trying to take control of this Bats area. Once again, we're trying to reverse that control, and especially now with the lead flipping into the favor of Red Sun, this is their moment if they want to try to maintain this lead.
Yeah, and they use their Booyah. They still have the stamp ready too, so that's going to be coming out, I would imagine, pretty soon as we approach this 3rd checkpoint. Strike's now going to be coming out from the side of Bet, so this tower is going to be stopped. But look at this, 3 players down now on Bet. So Red Sun still able to push up. They did use their Stamp, and now they're pushing up with the Booyah Bomb and the Inkjet as well. Getting past this 3rd checkpoint, can Admir push up as well and get some splats? Yes, they can. And it looks like here, Red Sun, are they able to stay on the tower? Yes, they are. They will be moving on to top 4.
I could feel exactly what Admir was thinking when they were holding on to that Booyah Bomb. I could feel it, Falco, because at that moment you could see 2 different members of Bet trying to respawn, coming back out down into the map. So it's like, which way do I throw it? Do I throw it in front of the tower and give ourselves ink? Do I try to maybe keep the respawns back from pushing in? I could literally see exactly what they were thinking, and I felt it in my soul. As someone that really utilizes the Booyah Bomb special in my own comp experience, you could just feel the intensity there, because that was make or break for the win for them. That was part of the catalyst to make or break that win for them. And I think that they did it in such a good way, because yes, I think you need to utilize and make sure that nobody else from spawn can try to break out, because if you have other members of your team that are up to go and try to meet the fight where it comes to them down in that pit area for the tower to still continue to push forward, that's exactly what they needed to do in that moment.
And with that, Red Sun, the last team to punch their ticket to the top 4, and I could be wrong. I don't know if this is the first time we've had a legit 1, 2, 3, 4 seed in the top 4. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I'd say that's very impressive for these teams. So the Red Sun will be joining Pencil Propaganda, who they're going to be facing first, Quackmafia, and Gas Prices. But Saf, that is going to be it for our block. We have K-Bot and Shiny Hunter Zach, who will be hopping on the mic for your top 4. But Saf, it's been a pleasure. And where can we find you?
Oh, Falco, it's always a good time to be on mic with you, and I appreciate the staff of Proving Grounds and myself for bringing me on here today, and especially for Proving Grounds 15. It's been such a pleasure. But if you want to find me, you can go on Twitter, @Safirea. That's 2 P's, 2 A's on Twitter. Or if you're going to be heading out to Sandusky, Ohio in a few months for Riptide, you can also meet me there as well. But Falco, where can we all find you? Where are you at these days on the internetverse?
The internetverse, I am at Twitter FalcoFlyer11 and Twitch FalcoFlyer, and broadcasting on Splatoon Tourney whenever tournaments come up. But yes, thank you all so much. We will be taking a quick break before we toss it over to K-Bot and Zach. Don't go anywhere. Your Proving Grounds 15 top 4 are coming up.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 15th iteration of Proving Grounds presented by IPL Splatoon. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and joining me is the illustrious, well-known, and perhaps a bit confused these days, Mr. Kbot273. Kbot, how have you been these days?
I've been okay, Zach. First of all, I don't know if I'd agree with illustrious. Like, I'm just a guy, okay? Like
smile.
One of us has a more fabled Splatoon commentary career, and I'm pretty sure it's you. Secondly, I have a confession to make, Zach.
Okay, let's hear it.
My last Splatoon broadcast was Low Tide City.
Wow.
Which was 7 weeks ago. And you might be wondering what I've been up to in those 7 weeks.
Of course.
It's got nothing to do with Splatoon. Like, this whole Sizzle season thing happened, like everyone was excited, all the new weapons came out and whatever. I don't even know what the weapon kits are, actually. Like, I guess there's a new blaster or something, there's a new brush, like, yeah, okay. But I don't know. So I'm just gonna sit here and watch some Splatoon tonight. And we're gonna see how this goes. My like analysis brain, my coach brain is not on. And it's doomed, Zach. It's doomed. So I'm saying this up front because if the viewers came expecting Coach Kbot to come out, I'm afraid they're not going to get it.
Well, you know, they say it's like riding a bike, right? You never forget if that unless the bike had like different pieces that were being put on it every 3 months or so to make it like a super mecha bike or something.
That is true. I say that now, and then I'll probably have like an insightful point or two once we get there, or like once I watch like 2 games, then I'll be like, okay, what's going on here?
Even if knowledgeable Kbot never comes out, we will still get like the angy sort of like, why did you just do that? Are you silly? Type Kbot, and that's the Kbot a lot of folks came to see, if I had to guess.
Man. Well, we will wait and see, but folks, we are now in the double elimination portion of our Proving Grounds. You see the bracket now on your screen, except the team names have not loaded in, so now they've loaded in. The 4 teams that have just qualified, Red Sun, we just saw qualify into that 4th seed, will go up against Pencil Propaganda. And of course, on the other side, for the other semi, we will see Quackmafia versus Gas Prices. 2 teams full with players that even I do recognize, Zach. I haven't been gone for that long. I still recognize these players. Either I haven't been gone for long, or the players at the top of Proving Grounds haven't changed much. I don't know which one it is, but we're getting into it all the same.
And taking a look at the weapon compositions here, we have at least one from the new set of weapons. It's going to be the new Splatana, which has really come into favor here with its kit of antenna missiles and the Squid Beacon, the Splatana Wiper Deco. On the opposite side of things, we're going to be seeing the 96 Gal Deco joining the 52, which goes down almost immediately. Ends up being a 3v3 trade there, but actually a 96 Gal Deco on each side. So interesting to see that really become popular here with that, I believe, Kraken Royale.
Yeah, and interesting to see those new weapon picks, and also interesting to see the double wiper, though I suppose if there's any team that was going to do it, Quackmafia makes sense here. Zenith will get taken out all of the same, but watch for the difference in playstyles between those 2 wipers, right? You imagine one of them will probably be a little more aggressive, going in a little bit more. Red Shell might opt to play a little more passively and work around those antenna missiles more, but now it looks like Quackmafia has found an opening, trying to take this first checkpoint, but will get taken down in the process.
Yep, so the Rainmaker Show going to be looked to pop here in front of the actual pedestal. The Gas Prices team still has some of that soda to work with here as they're going to try and spot one out, but just get flat out ranged so top 2 as they were so close to that Kraken Royale. And it'll be Zenith backing around trying to maybe pick up a chance of the Rainmaker, but they get spotted out from spawn pretty immediately. That's going to be Synapse, and you, Kbot, talked about players that you've recognized quite a bit. A lot of these players have either been in or have recently qualified through the Nintendo-sponsored Splatoon 3 Championship, so nice to see some familiar faces from there showing up in Proving Grounds.
Yeah, certainly. And of course, unfamiliar faces, Forge and Fanta Fizz, not strangers anymore, at least to your solo queue lobbies, and now no longer strangers to the competitive scene. Nice to see them play in the tournament, as now it will be Gas Prices to take care of the first checkpoint. They're just going to pick this one up and go ahead and keep rolling with it. It's Forge and Fanta Fizz both diving forward, but will get taken out and stopped on the spinner there without much support to clean up. Looks like Quackmafia was able to set up their defenses quite nicely.
Yeah, speaking of support, if you're Gas Prices, you would love to have that killer whale from your 52 gal setup. That's one of the specials that commonly gets used here on Sturgeon Shipyard, and kind of goes together with this map like lemon and lime. But we're going to see dueling specials here in mid, as Zenith is not able to break the invulnerable Kraken Royale there from Synapse, looking for a second, but their teammate already picked them up. That's going to be multiple splats there against Quackmafia. Beacons, not something we've really had to worry about in past metas. Only now, with the advent of weapons like that Splatoon Wiper Deco, are we starting to see them sort of reemerge again on these larger maps with so many nooks and crannies. That's definitely something they have to start checking their corners more thoroughly for.
Yeah, but doesn't look like there were any beacons out there placed early, and that's going to allow Gas Prices to keep this Rainmaker right on up close to that pedestal, down to the 15-point mark now as Zenith pops this Ultra Stamp, but it's met with the Kraken Royale out of Synapse once more. The Rainmaker will get picked up in the process and will be able to swim away for the moment, but Synapse is still chasing after this one, and the collapse will come through here as it looks for Gas Prices as they are able to take out that Rainmaker, but Quackmafia 3 down here, still control of the Rainmaker and a good portion of the map on over to Gas Prices here, and they'll just likely be looking to buy some time off the clock.
Yeah, and it has to be tough for Quackmafia here, as they've got two variants, as you mentioned, of Splatoon Wiper, and joining that with the 96 Gal Deco. So there's a lot of pressure there on their NZAP to do a lot of painting there. Omar, who I believe is a 2700 rated NZAP, along with an H3D, they're going to go down there in an exchange against the Tri-Saucer Nouveau, which we haven't really gotten to talk about from Gas Prices, but it's going to be Luke and Forge tag teaming forward here, one of them with that buff from said soda machine, as Luke is just going to try and maintain the pressure that they've built up. As I was alluding to earlier, I think a little bit easier there for Gas Prices to kind of keep that map control with the Tri-Saucer Nouveau, as well as with that Splash-O-Matic. A couple of soda buffs there going for Quackmafia, but it's not going to help as Synapse has yet again built up a Kraken Royale. It seems like they've had one every minute, and they're going to get one of the easier splats of their lives as they get a jumping in Zenith and are not quite able to run away from Omar Gaming on that NZAP.
And that Kraken Royale continues to put in quite a bit of effort, but the other thing to notice too is how control of each of these corridors was going. You notice both sides, there were controlled in large part by Gas Prices. It was nearly impossible for Quackmafia to find a way to slip through. And once again, they're stuck in this position where they have to find a way, dig themselves back into the middle of the map here, but with few specials on the board here, with basically only that Ultra Stamp diving in, gets one for the trouble here, and finally has pushed some of the members back. All of a sudden, this is the 2-down opening that they needed.
Yeah, I would definitely consider 15 to be one of those numbers there where you basically need to get a KO, and they also have to make it to the first checkpoint as well, so they're going to have to win multiple team fights here, not just one, as Omar Gaming fights for control, but no one's going to be able to pick up the Rainmaker in mid. Just the 1v1 going on, seeing if they could delay out the popped Rainmaker any further, but with that and the score to 15, it's going to be Gas Prices taking game 1 over Quackmafia. And K-Bot, you see, did a fantastic job right off the onset there.
I wasn't nervous about my performance. I'm just saying that I haven't watched the game, so I'm trying to learn alongside the audience. But the other thing there, I think, that really played to the favor of a lot of what Gas Prices was doing, like I mentioned, control over those corridors, control over these choke points, and because they had control even on their own side of the map, it was easy there at the very end for one of those members to slip around the backside, take out the Rainmaker right when Quackmafia thought they had found an opening. It's one of the things, you know, you were talking about potentially beacons could be used in more of aggressive settings, but if you have enough map control in general, being able to maintain that little small element of map control back on away and then send one member forward as the diversion. The enemy team expects that there's nothing there, when in fact, there is going to be something there. Quackmafia thought they had an opportunity at the end of that game, and especially once you start getting down to the wire, the anxiety starts pumping a little bit more. You can't think fully clearly, and you don't think to check the side of the map where that last member is lurking. So good on Gas Prices to pick that one up, as now we'll be heading over to our next map which will be Clam Blitz on Museum de Alfonsino. This is still a mode in the game. We haven't taken this out yet in 7 weeks.
But I mean, you want to talk about common pairs, Clam Blitz and Museum de Alfonsino. I mean, you see them together almost more often than not in high-level tournaments. And, you know, important to note, both of these teams in this tournament specifically with a previously unimpeded stretch up to the top 4, with neither team even dropping a game in their prior 3 sets. You know, round 1, we only had 6 total sets out of the 30-plus teams in the loadout here, but it's going to be, I think, more of an uphill battle for both sides, despite the win for gas prices here. As we check out the compositional changes here, there are going to be none on the left side there, and on the right side here, not going to really see much other than we now have a vanilla Tri-Slosher instead of that Tri-Nouveau. That's going to give them a little bit more of an offensive edge there with that very popular Inkjet.
And the offensive edge makes sense here, especially on Clam Blitz, right? We saw that a large part of that last game for gas prices, once they had gotten that Rainmaker down to the 15-point mark, play back, play defensively, and hold the line. This time around, you're going to need to repeatedly break into your opponent's base, so that Inkjet will likely play to the favor now. And I say all of this, Ink Bath within the first 30 seconds almost completely. Looks like it mostly plays to the favor of gas prices, who starts to establish Forge here on the opposite side of it.
Yeah, Ink Bath, exactly the phrase that I had in mind there. You had jump-ins, you had folks kind of just sharking around the side there, and it resolves itself with gas prices holding 18 total clams, including this power clam here from Forge. They're going to engage with a Killer Whale 5.1, and that's going to get Omar coming. They're going to have to jump up on top of Spinner, despite the pressure from the 10 missiles, and they're not going to be able to get their power clam in. However, they did get the support of another. That's going to give them a less than admirable push, although it will give them the first pop of the game here, and they retain several clams. In fact, enough if they want to put together a power clam. However, still lots of map control to regain, and as we mentioned last game, those beacons are going to be something you have to check, although maybe fewer corners than on the previous map.
Perhaps just a few less corners there, but other thing I want to talk about there, Synapse had the Kraken Royale already, but seemed like it was a little bit late. Gave him enough room to get out, but not enough to actually help and assist with the push, and now they're looking to continue to capitalize on this. Again, all about that map control right now for gas prices, as you see one of the members take a quick pick, and then attention's diverted back from Quackmafia, who has to respond to that one player back. 2-for-2 trade. Fancy is going to pick up yet another one here as well onto Drifty, and now once again, all of these splats going back and forth. It's Red Shell coming away with a double here for Quackmafia as they're looking back to the orange basket.
Yeah, it's going to be those two members you highlighted, Drifty and Red Shell, who I believe are part of the Duck Gang team that were able to make it through the qualifiers. They actually made top 4 in both, but qualified through the second one, as they're going to not only break the barricade there, but take the lead with several different ones. Red Shell not just going to do that, but will pick up a second power clam and is going to get the lead point past the halfway mark. They'll drop all but Zenith, who's frantically trying to dash around. That allows Red Shell to get back in. They have several Interact slashes, but not quite the full splat there. Nevertheless, will allow them to get out, a rather large penalty given, and they're still in a pretty good position if they want to challenge this crab, but they're going to be spotted out by Fantafiz, and despite all heck breaking loose here in mid, a sizable lead for Quackmafia.
And they will certainly take that lead to the bank, but they can't rest on their laurels too much here, as now Kraken Royale popped out of Synapse, looking for more here, but not able to find it. Zenith comes out with the Ultra Stamp, finds one, looking for the second onto the retreating Synapse, and is able to find that one as well. It's a 3-down situation for gas prices here, and all of a sudden Quackmafia has yet another opportunity to maintain their control of mid, and might even elect to go for another push.
They're certainly thinking about it, and you look again just to talk about this double wiper composition. It has great range. It does paint in a rather straightforward path here, but to have the torpedo to allow you to sort of spot out the enemy, and then with your Splatana Deco to use your special for that, and the 10 missiles as we see a power clam get thrown just too short. Need a little bit more arm day workouts there as Forge gonna just dodge the Kraken Royale for the moment of Drifty, but not for long, as they're gonna not only see that, but the Ultra Stamp jump in. Drifty somehow still alive and was able to, in an assist there, to take out the Tri-Slosher, and that causes a full wipeout, and that dropped power clam, having not despawned, I don't think will allow them to get rid of their entire penalty almost.
Gas Prices trying to take a lot of fights here individually as now Red Shell dives forward yet again. You were talking about this double wiper composition. The main thing that strikes out to me and the largest thing that's working into the hands of Quackmafia is the amount of mobility they're presented with these weapons. These things move fast, and while they only might shoot in straight lines, it's enough to start getting forward. It's enough to start causing a bit of a panic, and then you start zigzagging back and forth or diving into the ink over to the right and once again creating those distractions for the enemy team. But now Gas Prices looking to make a push of their own, but they're going to dive in and go 2 down in the process. The power clam comes up just short once again, Zach.
It does certainly feel like Gas Prices is having to much more so fly by the seat of their pants, whereas Quackmafia can not only group together, but can kind of play wherever they want to on the map there. Forge going to do a great job of not only getting a pick, but taking down the beacon. Going to get into a second engagement with Zenith and will win it. They have the killer whale at the ready as well. Not even going to pop the splash wall for protection. They're just going to use the pillow there in the final 5 seconds as they have 11 clams. Can they get in front of the basket in time? Forge going to aggressively press forward here, and that's going to take down Drifty. In the meantime, Synapse will fall. They're going to have Fantafiz on the Inkjet. Forge trying to do enough to keep things down here, and Fantafiz trying to pick up this power clam and make use of it. They're going to have to climb the box to get into range, but they'll get taken down, and that's a bad spot for the power clam to fall, as they may have to try and bring it all the way around, but no time remaining. So Quackmafia bringing it back in a huge way here in game number 2, and it looked like and felt like they dominated the vast majority of that despite the overtime push there.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think large part because of the mobility that they had. And even in 2 games, here we go once again, folks, starting to notice a pattern. It seems as though Gas Prices is able to lock down the tighter quarters maps. They're able to limit the amount of area that Quackmafia can take. And when they can do that, they're successful. But on a more open map where there's a lot more of ways to go into mid and contest things from different angles, all of a sudden Quackmafia have all of this free space to start running around with, and it's very difficult for Gas Prices to start pinning them down and getting those critical splats. There at the very end of the game, you saw Gas Prices try to find the engagement, and my question is, find the engagement with what? They were trying to find it, looks like with the Inkjet out of Fantafiz, but that came out just a bit late as other members were already trying to dive in and trying to get that power clam into the basket. So need Gas Prices to recollect themselves here. And now we're looking towards splat zones on Mako Mart. A little bit of a toss-up, I think, on both sides, Zach, in terms of whether or not this will play more open or more closed. Certainly will depend on just how well Gas Prices can start locking down some of these corners as they turn around and start trying to figure out where they can set these things up so that Quackmafia doesn't have free reign over the entire map.
Yeah, the nice part is on this map, disregarding the mode for the moment, you can kind of make this map what you want. There's enough, as we talked about before, nooks and crannies and even hallways here to kind of place those beacons if you want to, or to approach from one of the sides. But with it being splat zones, incorporating that into the mix, and it often is in a tournament setting, you're going to have to focus a lot of that pressure on mid. And mid, with the exception of a couple of boxes and also those raised platforms, is relatively open. You're kind of at the highest verticality there, with the exception of those long sniper sight lines. So you're going to have to be careful in terms of where you position themselves. We've seen the Tri-Slosher multiple times. Each variant of it has come out in our first 2 games. And also, both teams have drawn blood off each other at this point. They've dropped their first game each of the tournament, as both of them were previously undefeated. And that's kind of a calling card or hallmark of Proving Grounds as a tournament series, is just for the most part getting the seeding very, very accurate. So in taking a look here, we're not seeing, again, many compositional changes. We're going to stick, once again, with the vanilla Tri-Slosher. However, it will be a double Splash-O-Matic composition for Gas Prices that will make some shudder and make some recall the earlier days of Splatoon 3.
I suppose if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But man, the double crab tank strikes once again, opting to go away from the 96 and probably trying to close quarters the fights a little bit more for Gas Prices. Meet Quackmafia where they are, and at least earlier on, it is working in their favor. The quick 3 down against Quackmafia. Drifty's going to be running for the hills, and there's the crab tank to finish the job out of Luke as well. And all of a sudden, Gas Prices starting to set themselves up once again, and we'll see if they can control where Quackmafia can enter this out.
Yeah, Luke was setting up there on sort of your premier real estate there for crab tanks. That's pretty much the optimal spot, because not only are you parallel here as they see somebody trying to slosh near them and they're going to just barely be able to get out. However, that is going to allow Quackmafia to push forward and get rid of their penalty in its entirety. They'll lose 2 members at the onset, though, and there's the other side of that crab-based coin, as it's going to be Forge now, not only allowing the jump-ins, but putting on that long-range pressure with the crab. They missed one in the engagement, though. It looks like a friend will get them. And for now, that'll allow gas prices to not only extend their lead, but to press forward into Quackmafia's spawn area, as long as Forge, doesn't want to sit back for a little bit, just applying some pressure there with a burst bomb.
2 specials were online there for Quackmafia, but immediately gas prices moves forward, holds them at the line once again. Noticing this here as Phantom Fizz tries to figure out where exactly they're coming in from. Spots one on the side here. Red Chill dive underneath and spots out Omar on the top side as well. It's another 2-down situation for Quackmafia. Now make that the wipeout coming through. Phantom Fizz pops the Inkjet here to try to catch a few of these members off the spawn, but now the clock is going to hit 0 soon for gas prices, and they're going to take a quick game 3.
Yeah, basically, the Tri-Slusher there sitting in front of the sniper drop down, very, very close that entire time to Inkjet, not only waiting to see sort of the desperation or the timing there from Quackmafia, if they even had any, as they had nobody there to jump into due to the wipeout, but, able to, not really a risk there in building it up and immediately popping it, pressing forward. You can see 2 members there from Quackmafia trying to come out that sort of long, their right-hand side corridor. So very nice to sort of apply that pressure, not allow them to even make an impression on the zone, with the exception of that Kraken Royale. And now, gas prices 1 game win away from making it over to our winners finals. However, that'll have to be done on Tower Control Hagglefish Market. And we talk about quite often Hagglefish as being kind of the, trendsetter, the very neutral ground, almost Final Destination-esque map of Splatoon 3. And Tower Control, it's going to make use of, if you're going to get the KO, the vast extent of all the real estate this map has to offer.
And while it does have a lot of real estate, I'm still in my head, especially with the way the last one went, thinking that this is going to feel pretty linear. And once again, I think there's going to be enough to the point where if gas prices get set up, they're going to be able to continue picking off a lot of these members of Quackmafia one by one. Watch who has more map control. We don't talk about that enough, I think. Go back to the basics of Turf War. If Quackmafia has more of the map, they're going to have more of an ability to start running around and take care of trying to shift up the way that they're approaching a lot of these fights. Meanwhile, on the flip side of that, if gas prices is maintaining themselves, less room for Quackmafia to squirm. So that's one of these things where I'm thinking here, especially as we're leaning towards Hagglefish now, for the most part, feels like this one's going to be relatively linear. What Quackmafia will have to make use of are these flank angles to try to get this tower out of the neutral position and start getting it back closer to the other side of the map. But other than that, not a lot of freedom in terms of how you're actually approaching this map. So we'll see what ends up coming out here. Probably don't expect much change. If they haven't changed 3 ones in a row, surely they won't change a 3rd one. And there is a slight change, I suppose.
So we're going to have the vanilla try, of course, coming back. So they're going to use the boxes in mid, make for a great spot to sort of use the Inkjet, as you're able to get a lot more height that way. You hit the nail on the head, I think, with the verticality. I think that's the main advantage here, is it's actually going to be that Tri-Slusher going down first, and both of those Flatanas going to be doing some work, or at least trying to, but they'll fall in the effort here, resulting in essentially a 2v2, more of a 3v2, I would think, in favor of gas prices here, is now the main advantage for their team. It comes in not only in having these crab tanks, and they're going to use it with that alternate fire just to get Red Shell, who is incredibly close to them, but also just the ability to have more pain. I think, oh my gosh, the triple kill there from Forge, that's effectively going to be almost a full wipeout here. It's just going to be this Platana Deco. We see the jump in, and Zenith will fall as well. Forge on an absolute rampage here. They're also going to get the parting shot with the burst bomb onto Red Shell. Forge, a one-man wrecking crew at this point.
You've got to be kidding me. Using everything from the explosion shots of the crab, the main weapon, and the burst bombs to finish off the job here. But the Kraken slipped through, is going to start challenging the tower here and wail back on away. Forge will retreat to try to contest this as well as Synapse will come through. Backing away from the tower here, wise choice for gas prices. Don't want to let your line get damaged because, again, as we're talking about, once that line falters, we're going to see more room for Quackmafia to start running around and taking care of business, but gas prices is holding that line at least for now. You see all three members focused on one, then focused on the second, and while a few members are going down, gas prices with Forge's third crab tank of the game already still look like they've got the advantage here to continue this push.
Yeah, not only that, but with the fadeaway shot going back to the tower and showing that they can play the objective on top of it, they'll have to run for the moment, though. They're going to be spotted out by the torpedo, but they're going to, thankfully for them, have enough ink to use that sponge to get away and regroup with their team. So now it's going to be on Omar, who's going to be in mid, helping to paint the rest of that area where the splat zone would be. As we do see, unfortunately, it looks like the soda machine there was taken out by the tower. Of course, it is only destructible really by that objective, not really by any weapon fire. Drifty's Kraken Royale just barely going to run out as Fantafiz backed all the way into a corner, but had just enough room to keep going. That's once again going to be the two Vipers down, and that is sort of the downside with a composition like this that is pretty hyper-aggressive and dependent, as you mentioned, on those linear moves, is that if you lose those two premier fighters, you have your 96 Scaldeco kind of staying a little bit further ranged out, trying to farm up that Kraken Royale, and Omar, of course, trying to maintain that map control. So you really, if you lose that offensive sort of tip of the spear, you're going to have to back out, and for now, that's allowed gas prices to start another push.
And here they come roaring back again as well. Red Shell on the side here. Again, trying to create this diversion on the side. Trying to open up the map a little bit more for Quackmafia, but gets taken down in the process. Now the Kraken Royale comes out to force two of the members of Quackmafia back yet again. And they just can't quite seem to find their footing thus far. Drifty goes in, though, with the Kraken nonetheless. Looking for Synapse here, but will run out of time and get caught off by Fantafiz on the Tri-Slosher as well. And while this tower might have gone back to neutral, gas prices still looks like they have a decent amount of control on the enemy side of the map as Quackmafia is trying for anything, trying to get some kind of an opening. They just can't find it.
Yeah, and in part, you know, the Toxic Mist, they're going to really slow things down if it connects. Fantafiz is going to be pushing forward with the Inkjet here. Not going to spot anyone out until that moment when it looks like they hit it direct there onto Drifty. Neither team, you know, with a super long-range weapon, so they're not really making use, a ton of at least, of that tent, but they're going to find a pick there with it, and now get pretty close to another one. They're going to have the crab tank on the tower. It's going to be spotted out by the torpedo. Thankfully for them, not spotted out by any impending Tenta missiles, as they're going to get close to extending their lead, and they've hit checkpoint 2. Fantafiz once again with that jetpack, gonna get not one but two. Drifty again caught in the crossfire there, and they're gonna easily drift their way to checkpoint 3 to try and close this one out.
Synapse trying to ride this, keep it going with the Kraken Royale, but gets knocked off of it with that increased knockback on top of the tower. 3 down now for gas prices, and an opportunity might present itself for Quackmafia. But again, they've got to take care of Fantafiz here quickly. Otherwise, gas prices is going to be right back in mid, locking down different angles of approach for Quackmafia. But Red Shell will hopefully be able to spot them out soon. 10 missiles coming out here as the rest of the members of the Mafia continue to storm on forward. 22 seconds remain. We'll see if Red Shell can come up with anyone here. Finally has found Fantafiz, but Fantafiz pops out there, teamed up with Synapse on that 96 to take care of business. Now Zenith has been playing incredibly well with this Ultra Stamp. Will throw it, nothing finding value there. And a few more seconds left to go here as Quackmafia looking to make their final approach. They're starting to get to this second checkpoint, and they'll need to just get a few more points to touch that third. Now the Krakens exchanging numbers on top of the tower, as it looks like they're both diving on top of it, but with Synapse there, it'll clear off the rest of the members of Quackmafia, and it'll be gas prices taking the second.
Yeah, certainly a chance there for Quackmafia. I mean, Omar does a great job of building up not one, but two tacticoolers at the right times. They're able to use one just as the tower's crossing mid there to get an early buff if gas prices opts to take an earlier team fight there, and then has the second one close to when they're getting to that checkpoint. It just wears off, and of course, not much you can do when you have to stay on the tower and are being attacked by a Kraken Royale. Of course, with Quackmafia popping theirs first, gas prices is going to have the long game advantage, or the numbers advantage in terms of time there to get everyone off the tower and get any splats that they need to in order to essentially clear house. So with that, Gas Price is going to move on to our winners finals here. It will be Quackmafia going down to the shorter loser side of the bracket, shorter meaning best of 3 matches as opposed to best of 5. And on the opposite side of the bracket, we do see a full sweep from our number 1 overall seed, Pencil Propaganda, against another team that was so close in their endeavors to make it through the qualifiers of the Splatoon 3 Championship 2023 events in Control Red Sun. So it will be a very interesting round 1 matchup between the 2 and 4 seeds there in the loser side of the bracket. But on the winner's side, we have a ton of great gameplay expected here. Going to be starting for that one with Clan Blitz as well. And the one on Museum de Alfonsino K-Bot for this set was interesting enough. So super curious to see how on a map like Brinewater Springs that Clan Blitz will play out as we start that set.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens, of course, with this winner's final set. And I think it's going to depend largely on what weapons we see the members of Pencil Propaganda actually come out with. No, folks, I doubt they're going to be running pencils. I doubt it. There's a chance. There's a chance. But I will continue to be skeptical of that. I know Chara has tended to go towards the S-Blast as of late. Maybe we'll see that come out. And then, of course, Jaren, Mecca, Wave. I mean, all of these players have kind of fallen back to that traditional shooter. So we'll see what else maybe they can start to come up with. But otherwise, of course, we'll see exactly what ends up happening. I mean, all of these players incredibly talented across the board. And so really, I think anything can happen as we head into this next.
You know, once again, K-Bot, you purport not knowing much about the Sizzle season, but you've at least kept up with the newest variant of Blaster, that being the S-Blast 92 here with
it's hard to not keep up with it, Zach, when one of the main competitive scenes content creators is tweeting about it every other day. I mean, it comes across the timeline. I still look at Twitter, okay, and I still follow a bunch of people. So yeah, it's hard not to pay attention to it when the main propaganda person here is a very vocal voice. And of course, the Twitter algorithm is like, oh, this tweet has 200 likes. Of course, it's a Splatoon tweet and you'll like it. Why wouldn't you?
Well, you can call that knowledgeable by proxy, perhaps, or maybe not by choice. But yeah, the S-Blast 92 with kind of an eclectic kit there of the Sprinkler and the Reef Slider. You know, you maybe want something that allows you to get around a little bit better with it being a blaster variant or type of weapon here. But the Reef Slider, you know, not seen on a ton of weapons that get played a lot. The Tetras being one primary example using the Reef Slider, but a very fun weapon to watch nonetheless. And for Gas Prices here, who ran sort of a somewhat traditional composition, you know, they swapped over in those later games to the double splash-o-matic, which is something we've seen oodles and oodles of, and we're doing a good job of.
Somewhat sorry to cut you off again, but somewhat traditional, Zach. I would say that Double Crab is the most traditional comp as it gets in Splatoon 3.
I'm a man of generalities, K-Bot. I know you are. We had this discussion when the Pass the Clam show idea came about, is that I'm not typically a hater, an opinion thrower. Nor do I like to upset people, which is a skill you thankfully have. And I'm happy to
hang on. Let's make this very clear. I do not like to upset people, but I suppose that I can. There is a distinction.
You stick to your ideals and proverbial guns a lot better than I probably could in many highly publicized avenues and arenas. We'll put it that way. Maybe that's a more accurate way to put it.
Oh dear. Yeah, maybe sometimes you're a little too nice, Zach, as it turns out. But in any event,
I've heard that one before. I will take it. I'll take it.
Just it's a persona thing, okay? You put on the aviator sunglasses that have got a blue tint in them, and suddenly you become a different human being, and you share a persona with the rest of the world. Sometimes you need that.
Surely.
Yeah, surely.
Well, and I mean, to round this, I mean, I'm not sure entirely what the rest of Pencil Propaganda will bring, and if we'll even see one of said pencils, as you mentioned. But these are all, once again, established players, some of whom who have been in the upper echelon of tournaments. There is that S-Blast 92, and of course, another very popular weapon that has made the rounds in that ballpoint splat lane. The Splat Dualies helping to round out the composition there being played by Jared. That's going to provide them with a crab, which is nice to have on these super long ramps. And on the opposite side of things, a weapon that the content creator you mentioned, and it's actually on the opposite team there, Prochara, called the best weapon from its set, and it's going to get a splat there. It's going to be Forge on that ZNF splatter scope.
And I think a little bit of mind games happening here as well. They must assume that Wave is going to be playing some backline weapon. It turns out that it was the ballpoint, so Forge ends up pulling out this ZF, and look, it's putting in at least a little bit of work here and getting gas prices up to this barrier as well, as they're able to win the rest of some of these fights. And already we see another crab tank out here, and it's been hard to tell what exactly Pencil Propaganda has been doing, but unfortunately losing a lot of these fights, especially to some of these longer range crab tanks and things, is going to be problematic. And now Synapse dives forward as well with that Kraken Royale, able to come up with even more, maintain the area for gas prices, and they've already got this down to 26. I think they'll be quite content with that push.
Yeah, I mean, hot off a 3-1 set victory there. They had no downtime whatsoever, and it's going to be Synap, unfortunately, unable to get around there as Mecha being buffed there by the Tacticooler is going to help push forward there. Lots of room now for Pencil Propaganda to maneuver around, and they're not just going to get one, but two power clams at their disposals. We did see the Reef Slider push forward here. Nothing at their disposal right now, but Forge not in the best angle here, not able to hit a couple of shots as Pencil Propaganda is going to scramble to make sure that this push stays open. They're finally going to get something there onto Mecha, looking for the flick, but they're going to back off Pencil Propaganda at least. Going to see if they can pick off Jared here. They'll get a couple of hits against the armor, but for now, a fantastic push normally is not going to be quite enough for Pencil Propaganda to take the lead, despite a couple of quick flicks there from Forge.
Forge, do you have to show off on two weapons? You already had your moment on the splash, and now you're coming over to the ZF and putting in quite a bit of work, except yet another one there onto Chara, who can't seem to find an angle to get this S-Blast really into position and starting to make an impact. Now, here come the triple Ink Strike as well out of Forge, buying enough space and buying enough sight here as well for gas prices to continue moving in. Another set of strikes comes out as well, and now all of a sudden it's down to the 13-point mark. Chara somehow dropped off to the middle, gets swarmed by a few members, and now gas prices don't have enough claims to continue making this push, but they'll keep the space all the same, especially as long as Forge keeps hitting these shots.
Yeah, they won't make the push any further, but they'll make their presence known as they were able to get a couple of picks that maybe they shouldn't have. I was surprised Chara wasn't able to get the pick on the person who jumped in, and Forge able to get one in departing. And speaking of departing, we'll head back to spawn, and we'll try to regroup with their team as they forced another 2-down situation there against Pencil Propaganda. Luke still in the fray here and is going to get rid of the penalty. They just need 3 more clams here, and maybe a pick or two from Forge would help that. Synap's going to have the Kraken Royale, but they won't end up popping it, trying to perhaps end the game early at around the 2-minute mark here. They will have to save themselves with getting 2 clams away, not including the penalty from ending this one. But for now, Pencil Propaganda living on the edge and has another chance to reclaim mid.
Down to the 6-point mark is going to be brutal for Pencil Propaganda to try to come back from here unless they start maintaining things a little bit better. And look, it starts with map control. Again, gas prices has had this map almost completely purple for the majority of this match, and Pencil Propaganda hasn't had the opportunity to start building that up. Haven't found these long-range picks because there's always something contesting Wave particularly, and in this case, it's Luke who's able to come up with a double there, shutting down any push from Pencil Propaganda once again. It's back to the drawing board with just 2 clams to their name. Make it 1 as Jared falls as well. Chara on the jump in will get taken out, and it's a 3-down situation for Pencil Propaganda.
And this may do it. They just need the 1 clam, and that will finish it off. Just the power clam +1 to end it off in gas prices with an emphatic game 1 here, despite a relatively decent push there from Pencil Propaganda. You were talking about Luke before. I'm not sure anyone told them that they're supposed to be a support weapon on that end zap, but was doing some absolute work. But really, really nice job of Synapse, Forge, Fantafizz, and the rest of gas prices to close that one out on Brinewater Springs, and setting the stage for a very aggressive set of plays here. I think both teams really, really not even caring as much about mid. They're just using it as essentially a highway to get through to the objective, and that's where a lot of the game was played, is next to or on those ramps.
Yeah, but the reality, Zach, is that these teams are going to have to care about mid in our next map because we are heading to Splat Zones on Hagofish Market. So I imagine a lot of what we were seeing there, especially out of gas prices, with their ability to continue locking down and buying space for themselves underneath their opponent's barrier in the last game, that'll translate quite nicely over here to Splat Zones. Hagofish, of course, we'll see whether or not Forge opts to stick with the ZF splatter scope, and that could be dependent. But hey, it worked there. And Zach, here's the other thing too, I will say. I have now watched a single game of the S-Blast 92, and I am not a believer. I'll say it. It's one.
And
it's
this is the part where I say explain and just let you rant, and that's what the people love, and I'm here for it too. So rants, K-Bot.
It looks like, look, it could be a composition thing, okay? Maybe I'll give it the benefit of the doubt here. It looks like Chara didn't quite have as many opportunities to get in because he didn't have the paint support. And I also think probably Brine Water looks like an awkward map to use a blaster on at all. We don't normally talk about like the blaster class period in general, but I would think Brine Water is one of those more awkward ones, given by the fact that it's kind of this Z shape of a map, right? Where you don't have a lot of angles unless you're jumping down into mid, right? There's not a lot you're going to be able to come up with, I'd have to imagine. So we'll see if Chara elects to stick with it here as now we head to a little more of a linear map where maybe that blaster could apply a little bit of pressure from a safer location. But again, I think it boils down to a large part of this map control, and we'll see if that adjustment is made. There it is. Forge as well sticking with this ZF. Again, applying this long range. And again, with Luke's grab tank and Forge's ZF, all of this long range is going to be met regardless of whatever pencil propaganda tries to.
Well, K-Bot, say what you will about the main weapon, but this map is going to be great for the sub-weapon, the Sprinkler there with those stacked boxes there. It's going to be Luke already in the back line of Pencil Propaganda, just barely not able to find anyone being faced, not only by the members on the ground, but also the Inkjet that had just lifted off, and now we're going to spectate this player using the S-Blast here. Pro Chara going to build up the Reef Slider, going to have the support of their team, who's able to claim the zone pretty quickly away from gas prices. We hear the Kraken Royale getting popped, Pro Chara trying to stay out of the way of that, but they're also going to be just set upon by the triple Ink Strikes. In response, they'll take down Forge and put the Sprinkler down to try and save themselves and their teammate a little bit, but after being chased down by about 3/4 of gas prices, that last-ditch effort will end here, and it's going to be Luke pushing forward to help their team. We'll get a trade special for special here, Inkjet versus Crab, and for now, gas prices will get the lead stopped at 68, at least temporarily, as both teams try and rebuild their specials.
And now all four members of Pencil Propaganda starting to charge forward. Exactly what I was hoping they would do a little bit quicker is now they're able to continue sweeping out the rest of the map as the team. But of course, as I say that, the Kraken Royale comes back once again. Synapse is able to pick up one, and it paves the way for gas prices to come right on back in and continue hiking up those prices as they start building more space, going a little bit more forward here and continuing to zone these members away. Now Inkjet, Synapse forced to try to retreat, will get picked off all of the same, but all of a sudden Pencil Propaganda starting to try to come on back. They've got to make a move and capitalize on this now, especially while they might have found a pick, but no, they're going to go 2 down in the process. Here comes the triple Ink Strike as well to continue backing these members away, and while Jared might have found one for the road, it was so long before Pencil Propaganda could get back in.
Man, look at Jared just putting on a clinic in terms of movement. They will go down there, but you brought up the point of, the Inkjet. I wouldn't say that they're recent anymore, but the latest buffs to the Inkjet have really made the exchanges between that special and the Crab Tank interesting. Of course, gas prices only having 1 out of 2 possible in this game as we have the Neo Splash instead to compensate for things. And speaking of, the triple Ink Strike will come out there. They have the Z+F, but they may need to retreat and try and hang on to that special as Wave is going to get multiple, showing just how and why this weapon, the ballpoint splatling, is so devastating at essentially all ranges, not only with multiple firing modes on the main weapon, but just with that buffed Inkjet as well.
But now it looks like Pencil Propaganda might have overextended, and indeed they get punished as gas prices take back the zone right on away. It looked like things were set up so well for them, but then they dove towards the enemy spawn with just a few ticks of the timer left to go, and now gas prices has another opportunity to start trying to stabilize this, although 2 members around see Synapse, who gets out of Kraken. Synapse able to find one before getting sent back to spawn, and gas prices are going to be 2 down here. Pencil Propaganda found a way, moving back in, starting to stabilize. But again, I want to see them start to get things set up. They don't need to dive this right away.
Yeah, Jared making use of a weapon that I wouldn't say is a complete stranger to high-level play, but is normally overshadowed by weapons like the Splash-O-Matic here, as we're going to see one of the bigger threats there in that Z+F Splatterscope taken down. It's going to be Chara hanging out on his own. They're getting rid of their penalty now around the 10 mark. They're so close to that Reef Slider, and they may have to save it in order to try and either be aggressive or get out here, but they've got gas prices pushed back into a great spot, and they're going to get multiple in that position as well. It looks like Jared going to be the main offensive edge here, as Synapse just using that Kraken to try and paint the zone, only able to form a triangle really, as that triple ink strike comes just a bit too late. And Pencil Propaganda, despite a swinging pendulum of back and forths, able to bring it back around on Hagglefish Market here to tie the set at 1.
And look, I said it. It looked like they could have found a hold earlier in that game, but then they pushed up a little bit too far. And what happened when they pushed up a little bit too far? They became slightly more separated as the new fist bump comes in for both Mecha and Wave. But they were a little more separated. They got picked off one by one as gas prices was coming back in from the respawn. Instead, elected to stay back closer towards the zone, all group up together. And as gas prices was trying to make the Hail Mary to get themselves back into the zone, they were able to find the picks one by one back the other direction. And so now we've got an equal winners finals here as we head to Tower Control Manta Maria.
Yeah, ironically, I think we did the majority of the talking for Pencil Propaganda about the two players that did not fist bump at the end of that one, but Mecha and Wave doing a phenomenal job. Of course, the fist bump mechanic requiring both players to get 3 gold medals on top of being next to each other and having compatible emotes. But we now move to Tower Control Manta Maria, as K-Bot said. And, you know, I was thinking even if Splat Zone's Hagglefish doesn't work out for the S-Blast in particular, this might be a map and mode for it, as once again, you have quite a linear play space. But not just that, a lot of the play on this map is done sort of on the short but wide-ranging walls that sort of surround the 2 massed areas and the space in front of them on this map. Of course, the overhead is going to be important, and maybe you even set up on top of the grates in the very middle to see if you can use that longer range fire to get some chip damage. But overall, you're going to want to have that, and it'll be nice to have to clear the space around the tower. And also just provide, again, that passive in control with the sprinkler. Talking about, the rest of the weapons as well. Crab going to be nice to have here if they want to run that. It's going to be able to provide, once again, that long range as teams like to set up on the overlooks just at the top ends of either side of mid. But also just coming down from left and right, mainly the right-hand side when you're coming out from spawn on this map. There's kind of a drop down from there. And that's another good spot, not just for Crab tanks to set up, but also for Charger players to kind of set up if they have enough range for it. And I'm not sure maybe that the Z+F will have quite the range that they're looking for to hit folks in mid, but with great positional play that these teams have, as we take a look at the compositions, Prochara going to be swapping over to the Range Blaster, another weapon that they've been favoring. And on the opposite side of things, we're going to see the return of both variants of the Splash-O-Matic, joining with a couple of different Gal variants in the 52 and the 96 Gal Deco.
Yeah, 52 Gal here, back for Forge as well. Must have found something there, probably to your point about not quite having the range that you'd want on that Charger in order for it to be effective. Instead, opting for something that could be a little more mobile and dive in with the triple ink strikes. This is going to be one of the 3 picks to go down here for Pencil Propaganda's gas prices already looking towards this tower and starting to take it towards the street.
Yeah, 52, one of the weapons predicted to be kind of among the crazier ones that we would get in terms of effectiveness at the start of Splatoon 3, proving its worth on one side of the equation. And on the opposite side here, just barely able to get the Wavebreaker down is Prochara, who will save themselves for getting a couple of members spotted out here. Luke able to get the splat, though. They're going to pop the Crab Tank and have view of a couple of different members here. Wave going to back off as they're going to be challenged by a couple of sub-weapons here, namely the Suction Bomb, but that's going to allow the rest of their team to push the tower forward here, getting pressured pretty heavily by the members of Pencil Propaganda, able to back out here. Synapse able to live with the Kraken Royale and get some with them, and now Luke just dancing around their team as the tower continues to move. Thank Fantafiz and Fuzz for that, who will both go down finally at the 35 mark.
But how about Luke setting up the timing there and causing the distraction for Pencil Propaganda so that Synapse could come in from behind with the Kraken Royale, catch them off guard and by surprise, and it picked up a few extra points on the board there. Taking those engagements together is absolutely critical for gas prices in the way that this team wants to continue playing, but now we're seeing a Pencil Propaganda can try to do a little bit more of the same. Another set of triple ink strikes, closing things off for the moment, is now we're seeing gas prices work their way back on in, and it looks like they've been able to mitigate the pressure from this push.
Yeah, we saw there not just the benefits of a double gal, but a double splash ball composition and effectively walling off Jared's crab tank as Synapse able to get one onto said Jared and help try and back things off. It was a 3-down situation here, but Synapse on top of the one they found earlier will get Mecha. They're going to play around their wall here and try to find Jared a second time. They're going to pop their crab effectively on top of them and finally beset upon by not just the rolling crab, but the inkjet. They will fall. That's going to be one of the picks that they need to keep this push going here. Char are going to come back here for some Stoda support and will find a spot to put their wave breaker. They'll see if they can put it next to or near the tower, and they'll use that high ground just trying to range out one of the members who's got spotted out there. It will be Fantafiz, who gets picked off by the indirect at the very extent of their range, and for now it's going to be one of the better opportunities here for Pencil Propaganda to try and push forward. However, with one of their main offensive men there taken out in the form of Prochara, they're going to need to use the crab tank and their map control superiority here to see if they can keep it going.
But Jared getting taken down on this side with Synapse losing this 1v1 here, and now Synapse has an opportunity to take this Kraken right again towards the middle of the map, towards the hearts of where Pencil Propaganda are trying to set up their offense, but now gets taken down in the process. Looks like Jared here able to come up with one, and now dodging away with the splat dualies will cause gas prices to start getting torn in half here as that inkjet goes up in the air, finds a few members there as well, and all of a sudden we're going to start to see this push come together again. But really the question becomes, will they be able to reach past the second checkpoint? With Jared in position here, it's looking pretty likely.
Yeah, that is one of the benefits of the dually class of weapons, is that if you miss your initial shots, you're able to roll around and either retreat or get a different look at the engagement. And in that opportunity, they used it to retreat, knowing that they were close to that crab tank. They're going to stay alive, and as a result, choose the crab tank, but get 2 splats there in the effort to try and back up the members there as Wave pushes forward with the inkjet. It's going to be Mecha going down on top of the tower, and Prochara is going to try and have to cover for them here. They will get the lead just barely at 34 in the final minute. That's huge, despite going down 2 here, and now the onus is going to shift back over to gas prices to try and get things going here. They'll try and chase Mecha down with the triple ink strike. They'll have to save themselves once again with the direct on the burst bomb, but nicely done there in upcoming last 30 seconds here to get that lead and force gas prices to try and make the best of it.
Specials now coming out of gas prices here as Synapse gets taken off in the tower there with the Kraken Royale. Luke was trying to buy a little bit more space, but it looks like everyone was backing away to handle Jared, who had dodge rolled in. 2 down though for Pencil Propaganda will mean that gas prices can continue trying to charge forward. Wave up the inkjet looking for the chip damage, able to find Forge there, and finally the wipeout comes through. The defense holds for Pencil Propaganda here, and with 4 seconds remaining, they'll go ahead in our winner's final set.
Boy, and that is what's so tough about not just this map in particular, but on tower control, the area that they would need to get the lead in, that sort of mid-30s range, is in the arguably tightest corner area of the map here, to where you basically have to sit in almost a box that contains you from really going anywhere for fear that one of your teammates who's actually riding the tower will jump off or get taken down, and a member of the winning team will jump on. And so you kind of have to group up and hope that you have the specials necessary to retain tower control there. And give credit to gas prices where it's due. They certainly got close to regaining that lead, but it was just not enough, in the inkjet from Pencil Propaganda helping to seal the deal from the skies, as a close game 3 is going to send us to our game 4 here, which we knew going into game 3 was guaranteed at 1-1. But now with Pencil Propaganda up 2-1, it's going to be the newest returning map to Splatoon 3 in Humpback Pump Track and Rainmaker, our first iteration of that in this set, to see if Pencil Propaganda can try and end it in 4, or if we'll need a game 5 to decide this one.
And hey, momentum's in their favor right now, especially with what Jared's been doing on these Splat duelies. We talked a little bit about it in the middle of that last game, but I want to go back and highlight it because this guy has been dodging all over the place, sometimes dodging in, dodging from a high ground, getting in there and getting things done, at least picking off one or two members, allowing that diversion for another few people to follow up and clean up with the rest of that there. And it's working so far. Now you pair that with maybe an Inkjet out of Wave, or you pair that with a little bit of chip damage out of a blaster or something, and all of a sudden you've got a pretty potent composition. So I see what the theory and the mindset was here, but we'll see if they can pull it off as we go over to Rainmaker Humpback, this map where you absolutely have to start finding your way forward, have to start finding a way to clear out that choke point from the side. And it's not like there's an easy flank to get up there on the opponent's side of the map with those Splat dualies. So we'll see if Jared can try to put in the work.
Yeah, we go from arguably one of the most linear maps in the game, with one like Port Mackerel not being included in Splatoon 3, to one of the most open and circular maps in Humpback Pump Track here. There certainly is a moat around the main objective, that central area where the Rainmaker is going to spawn, but it is dangerous to set up almost anywhere because the two sort of overlooks on those sort of curved railways there are pretty obvious to spot out. And so we do see a return here to a double Vanilla Splash-O-Matic composition. It's going to be Forge and Luke taking that on. One running Stealth Jump, the other running Object Shredder. And on the opposite side of things, a weapon that we certainly have not seen all tournament, I would wager, that being the Vanilla Dually Squelchers.
The Dually Squelchers, I imagine, going to be something where Jared's going to be looking to play slightly more supportively, and then you also have this Wavebreaker to get thrown down exactly where he does there. Takes Synapse out as well, and now, okay, never mind. Forget about the supportive nature. It's just diving in, takes care of Luke, and it paves the way for the Rainmaker to come down to the 28 mark after it already cleared past that checkpoint. A beautiful opening push for Pencil Propaganda.
Yeah, take everything I said about the Splat Dualies last game and just incorporate that into this weapon, but with the added fact that it has the Splat Bomb, maybe one of the most underrated bombs in the game in terms of not only usage, but just its ability to get splats, as we see Synapse here trying to find a pick there. They're going to be tamed, as it were, the sort of terminology there, by Mecha. Wave on the opposite side of things going to try and help retain mid and force the members of Gas Prices back. Prochara losing Luke, it looks like, for the moment, using their Reef Slider to push forward here. They will end up surviving, though, as a result, and so picking up the benefits there of that Tacticooler. They forced a 2-down situation there. Not quite up to the Crab there is their other Crab tank, and Phantom will fall on the end zap, so a great opportunity here for Pencil Propaganda to try and push forward, and Chara here with the wherewithal to make sure that that ink rail is painted so that Gas Prices can't use it to easily get back into mid.
And looking for a little bit of extra chip damage there. That S-Blast doesn't have the range with the jump shot as it looks to really start peaking and being annoying, but guess who is going to be annoying? Jared coming through, able to find another member there on the trade, and even if they weren't able to get many more points on the board here, Pencil Propaganda, at least they're able to pick off a few of these members of Gas Prices and keep them on their own side of the map. Synapse is looking to try to change that as now the Kraken Royale comes out, but it's not able to get firm control, and now way back up in the Inkjet, all three members of Pencil Propaganda pushing this as well, and it looks like it'll be a 1-for-1 train, at least momentarily, as Wave jumps back out at the Inkjet. Now 2 down for Pencil Propaganda, and it looks like they'll finally have to set up defense as Gas Prices will look to pick up the Rainmaker.
Yeah, it was effectively a 3-down situation here, but the jump-ins are going to try and mitigate that, as Jared's going to use those rolls to stay alive at the oncoming sub-weapons, and you really have to consider that on this map, you take basically one left turn, and that's the only deviation in the path you're going to get. You're going to essentially shoot a U-turn there, or a horseshoe in your path, but even though going from 26 to 23 is good, you're basically just on a straight line, and a 1v1 is going to be won by Jared here. That's basically going to mean Jared, the last member, surviving, but quick respawns there coming in from Gas Prices, and somehow Jared staying alive there. The Jackpot member going to try and back off here and let the rest of their team come through. This match has gone by quickly, but still 2 minutes left here for Gas Prices, who's gotten a couple of picks now with help from Synapse there to come forward, but not quite quick enough for Synapse to pick up the Rainmaker and continue that push. So they'll have to come back to spawn if they want to move that objective any further.
Oh, but hang on a second. Synapse in position, going to start taking care of things. And with Luke coming in here as well, it's going to mean that this checkpoint finally falls. Now the question becomes, how much further can they actually push this? With Forge and the Crab Tank here, will slowly get backed away. And as Fantafizz dives forward, there's no one else to support the Rainmaker's push, and it will fall at the 42-point mark. Pencil Propaganda picking this back up once again, and it'll be looking probably to just stall things out here on this right side if I had to imagine. Actually, Mecha diving down, be looking to try to buy a little bit more space as well.
Yeah, the pros of a Rainmaker path like this one are obviously that you can see basically your entire way through, is it's a 3-down situation forced by gas prices on a Pencil Propaganda, but the con is that if you go the way that these teams have been throughout the entirety of the game, you're passing to your right side the jump down from spawn, so you really have to have entry specials like Synapse does here. They're going to get one at Approachara, their teammate Fantafizz is going to clean another one up. That's going to be 2, now 3 down as Mecha's going to fall. It's just going to be the Ballpoint Splatling who also falls. Lead taken there for gas prices, and as low as Forge is going to be able to get this one. They'll just barely miss it as 1, and it's going to take now a knockout from Pencil Propaganda if they need it, but no, just barely getting the dunk there, not wanting to lose that push. I believe was Luke there, as gas prices is going to use that momentum to not just gain the lead nor stop at 1, but get the knockout in the waning seconds of this one and force a game 5.
Oh my goodness. Again, once this composition actually gets moving, it gets pretty scary pretty fast. All it takes is one of those members going down, eliminating the crossfire that happens there, and all of a sudden, composition doesn't look as weak. You've got one crab tank sitting back. It can't really do much on its own, but again, when it's paired with someone else, when gas prices is able to start working forward as a team, all of a sudden these short-range weapons come alive and come out quite literally for some blood as they continue steamrolling forward and then paving that path for the Rainmaker as well. And it's forced a game 5 here onto Clamblitz Scorch Gorge. Zach, in a lot of ways, I have a feeling that Scorch Gorge might feel relatively similar to Humpback in a lot of ways, right? You've got this choke point on the far right side that's vital to try to hold, and we saw that get contested a lot on both sides in that last game, and we'll see if the enemy team can try to get just a little bit, or the defending team, I should say, should get a little bit further ahead to try to prevent a push from happening here on Clam Scorch.
Yeah, I think comparing maps, I think Scorch Gorge and Brinewater Springs actually have quite a lot in common. You've got sort of a box-shaped middle ground area. The one, of course, big difference there is going to be the high ground that you can take in mid. But, you know, with the exception of that, you're not going to use sort of that ramp or sort of like V-shaped area in the spawn as much because you're playing Clam Blitz and you're going to have that barricade around where the first checkpoint would be if you were playing Rainmaker. But you're going to have to take a lot of those same lessons, taking the high ground where you can. Of course, on Brinewater, it's on the ramp. On this map, it's going to be on the overhangs on those boxes. But if a team is able to control sort of that area in mid, if they're able to sort of peek around that sort of square-shaped obstacle, and we see those changes be reflected in some of the weapons that we're seeing once again, namely Prochara going back to the S-Blast 92. We're seeing Jared go back to a crab tank weapon in the Splat Dualies, and on the opposite side of things, they're going to retain the double vanilla composition with Fantafizz on that vanilla Tri-Slosher to be as aggressive as possible.
And we'll see what ends up coming through here. But sticking with things for gas prices, again, we'll be looking for some of these more shorter range skirmish fights. As I say that, Wave is able to keep them back at a range with that Inkjet. And here comes the crab tank out of Jared as well, continuing to try to buy more space for Pencil Propaganda in the middle of the map, build up their clans before they make this push. And indeed, they've done that quite well. Mecha starts to work forward here. Now it's a power clam, and Jared's going to be able to find a few more on the follow-up. Now, only one more at least for now. Jump comes in out of Chara here, will be looking to try to get one, but no, gets taken down in the process, and only a 23-point push there for Pencil Pro.
Yeah, and I think there's certainly an argument that could be made about, you know, do you take the second Vanilla Splash or do you maybe take the 52? You know, you had the wall-based composition that worked so well, but you have quite a bit of great opportunities for crab tanks on this map, so I can definitely see the appeal. Is Mecha going to make the most of that tactical or buff here to try and hang around the spawn point here, or the barricade, make sure that A, gas prices doesn't pick up that pity clam, and B, that they're able to extend their push, which they are, and Wave in mid here going to try and make sure they are not able to get on top of the boxes to look down, while the rest of Pencil Propaganda looks for crabs, however, or clams rather. Wave is going to have a lot of them. They're going to have 7 out of 8 there, so with that Inkjet, they're actually not going to be able to extend that push any further. However, just the pressure that Pencil Propaganda is able to place on gas prices with these early pushes might be enough, depending on how gas prices plays from here.
We'll see what happens here. Chara able to find one with a long-range shot of the S-Blast, but gets taken down in the process here as well. And all of a sudden, Squid advantage in the middle of the map going to switch over to gas prices, who will once again be looking to stabilize their control of mid here before starting to dive in. You saw Synapse there on the Kraken Royale trying to buy maybe a little bit of extra space, but maybe would have liked to have seen that saved for another time, as Forge is looking over this wall, looking for another pick here. But it's going to be one member going in. Phantom Fizz throws that power claim in, and no follow-up's going to be found by gas prices thanks to the hold out of Pencil Propaganda. Well done by them to only limit one football going in.
Yeah, I was expecting to sort of see the dance of land and sky there between the Crab Tank and the Inkjet, but they really sort of disregarded each other for the moment in lieu of sort of more predictable prey. Luke going to use the Burst Bomb to survive and have a little bit more ink in front of them before they jump back, and it's going to be for Pencil Propaganda a chance to extend their lead. They've got it down to 40, and was that a double there with the Reef Slider? Looking for the triple there. They're going to dodge around and try to find Luke here. You want to talk about dances. Pro Chara will earn themselves the tango in that one. And just a few clams remain for Pencil Propaganda to take this close set down to 13. They're going to lose a couple members, though. They're going to get the Inkjet from Wave. Is able to find one. Gets the second with the indirect on a Phantom Fizz, but they'll finally fall to Synapse, who avoids disaster here, but is not able to avoid Pencil Propaganda taking a sizable lead down to 13 despite the larger penalty.
I can see why you like the weapon now, Chara. When you dive in with the Reef Slider, find two for the trouble, and then are just able to lock down and focus on one person in the close quarters fight, turns out that S-Blast can work quite well, and I imagine is probably quite fun to play there as well. But now, all of a sudden, gas prices have to try to find an answer. They have to find a way in. And I have to imagine that it's going to be off of the back of Phantom Fizz's Inkjet. But we'll have to see how that exactly works, as Phantom Fizz is struggling on this side, starts to get taken out here, now looked at by Wave, who's trying to come on down. Mecha drops as well and finds the trade here. That means that Inkjet isn't going to come out, and all we got left is a Kraken. No, never mind. The Kraken goes down as well. And with 60 seconds remaining, it's once again a clean slate for gas prices.
Yeah, Phantom Fizz gets sort of an emergency pick there onto Mecha, but is late to the Inkjet party here, and that in part has allowed Pencil Propaganda with Pro Chara juggling both power clams here to push forward here. They've gotten a bit of resistance actually next to the barricade now, but it just takes a little bit of moving forward here, and they're going to get both power clams in despite Synapse pushing forward here with that Kraken Royale. So that's not just penalty mitigated, that's them being two clams away, which they're not going to be able to get. Now just one power clam and those two clams away from a full knockout here. So the point that you brought up, K-Bot, here still stands of gas prices really needing to find something. Maybe that pick on a Pro Chara will do it, but it's effectively a 3v2 in favor of Pencil Propaganda here in the final 10.
I mean, how can they even do this? I'm pretty sure you need, if my brain serves me right, they need 4 power clams and then some change at the very end of the game. And well, they've got 2 online right now. Another 2 members make it 3 more. There's the wipeout coming through, as Pencil Propaganda will clean up shop here. And they are going to be your first ticket into the grand finals of Proving Grounds 15.
Boy, what a highlight at the end there, knowing that the members of gas prices were hesitant but defensive in their stance, hanging around next to and behind the barricade, waiting for the right opportunity or using what range they had to try and poke back the members of Pencil Propaganda. They throw the Tacticooler up on top of that left-hand box and use the additional speed and that momentum there to throw in both of the power clams that Chara was able to move effectively from the other side of the map to all the way next to the barricade that we saw there. So great job by Pencil Propaganda to hold things down and emphatically take game 5 here over gas prices, stopping the hike of the economy.
I mean, as I said there, with the way they were playing that last one, pretty sure you needed, after those last 2 power clams went in, gas prices would have had to have needed 4 power clams, and then, like, what is that? Another 3 small clams to actually take back the lead. Talk about a rising economy and inflation and what have you. That is quite the feat to surmount there for gas prices. And so letting those last few in, something they'll certainly want back, and something that, you know, their change in composition couldn't lock things down as well as they were doing earlier, even in the last set versus Quackmafia, where they were using a lot of these walls out of those gals in order to try to do that. While they had one, they didn't have as many as they might have wanted, and perhaps that was part of the turning point there. But hats off to Pencil Propaganda for how they were able to play, finding all of these engagements and finding these creative solutions, because it sounds like, Zach, the stocks of the Tacticooler have been quite on the rise as of late, and it seems like everyone's picking up a can of soda to cool off this summer.
Call it K-Botnomics, the way he's flooding the market with these facts, as we, I think, take a look at the multiple weapons that have sort of found favor with the Tacticooler there, the Trinavo being one of them, of course, and then you have just the base level NZAP that was, pretty popular in the early part of the game, as we jump now to losers finals between our overall 2 and 3 seeds, Quackmafia and Gas Prices, rather, respectively. This one's going to be even tighter here with a best of 3 as opposed to a best of 5. And K-Bot, we're going to be starting on a familiar map and mode here with Clamblitz on Museum de Alfonsino to start us off, and then guaranteeing us Splat Zone's Mechamart next, with Tower Control Hagglefish Market being the tiebreaker here. Quackmafia, certainly we saw a little bit of a hot start from them, but that fell off rather quickly as the, I think, sort of trading back and forth between double crab and double wall composition of Gas Prices shut them down effectively. They'll have to try and avoid that here as they take on Gas Prices once again.
So, Zach, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because you might have more notes pulled up because you're more well prepared than me, as you generally are. Weren't all 3 of these maps played the last time we just watched these 2 teams play? Wasn't it all 3 of these?
Yeah, because we saw Tower Control at the very end. We were talking about the linear effect, and how it benefited both of the wipers. We saw Splat Zones because we saw the Tri-Slosher using those walls, and then we saw, of course, Clamblitz Museum d'Alfonsino. So here is the receipts. Of course, we've basically taken maps 2 through 4 and just said, let's hit the replay button.
So Quackmafia won Clamblitz Museum, and that was their one game that they've got. So maybe we'll see if they can try to build this one back on up, and, establish themselves once again on this map, maybe try to give themselves a little bit more of an advantage heading in here. But you have to figure, with not only losing the last one, but also playing on the exact same maps and modes here, might not be feeling too confident themselves unless they try to find a way to make some adjustments. And based on the various things we've seen out of Quackmafia, maybe their time to strike, Gas Prices, maybe Quackmafia's time to strike is now, because we've seen a little bit of flexibility out of Gas Prices. Maybe they've, miraculously forgotten how to play one comp as tightly as they might have liked or something. And they can try to strike while the iron's hot. But even still, this one will be certainly interesting to watch, but I imagine as you all are setting up your predictions here, this one favors Gas Prices, at least for now, given that semifinals matchup.
I mean, K-Bot, I'll throw it back to a principle that you brought up earlier, which is momentum. If Quackmafia is able to establish that early, and they're able to use Clamblitz Museum d'Alfonsino a second time to try and put it to their advantage here, maybe we could see, in a smaller set, again, the best of 3 instead of the best of 5, maybe they're able to rectify some of the mistakes that they made in these identical map and mode combinations from games 2 through 4 of winners round 1 here. So an opportunity to learn, if nothing else, and certainly 2 chances at VOD reviewing if you want to do that for both of these teams in a duel between a couple of, I believe, pickups here. We alluded earlier to half of Quackmafia being part of the Duck Gang team that was able to make it through the second event of the Splatoon 3 Championship 2023 qualifier events. Yes, that is the full name. And Gas Prices here, have done just a fantastic job. They put up a super, super close winners finals set against Pencil Propaganda, and are probably a little bit hot to trot in trying to bring some of that momentum back into their favor in an emphatic, hopefully for them, losers finals, as we take a look at the compositions here and are starting to see some shakeups, namely a Vanilla Splattershot and a Nautilus played by Zenith.
I like this in theory with the Inkzuka out of that vanilla splatter shot for Drifty, probably looking towards those crab tanks, taking them somewhat out of the equation. And then we also see the Nautilus for a little bit of extra long range pressure. But of course, as I'm talking about each of those weapons, they go down instantly. And all of a sudden, it's an advantage here for gas prices. So start establishing themselves on this right side and look towards making a push towards that barrier.
Yeah, we see a triple Splashmatic composition here. 2 Vanilla, 1 Neo. One of the Vanillas going to go down. It's going to be Luke in a trade here with Red Shell. That's going to back off a Quackmafia team that was hoping with their relative control of mid to try and force the objective here, but that's going to be a delayed full wipe as Zenith is going to make use of the spinner here in mid. They're going to throw that Inkstorm, and it's going to basically track onto Synapse. It's going to be not just them, but Forge also going down. Red Shell and Luke yet again in a one-on-one, and this time Red Shell will come away from it cleanly as Fantafizz is kind of just hanging out by themselves on the opposite side of the map here, while the rest of gas prices is having to be backed off here due to the 10 missiles.
And hey, look, if you can continue maintaining that presence, you can try your best, but nonetheless, Quackmafia able to come on back in here, trying to score a few clams as well. Forge drops in for the cleaning up here, but down to 53 is certainly something that will be nice for Quackmafia to have. Looks like perhaps a little bit of a misjump there to the beacon, trying to cause a little bit of trouble, but no, won't happen this time around. But I say it actually has caused enough of a distraction here, including a distraction for myself, to take away from the fact that Quackmafia was able to find a few extra clams on in, gets it down to 35 now, and all of a sudden, there is quite the hill to climb once again for gas prices.
I think I'm a little bit more shocked that the jump went off in the first place. Not only that they jumped maybe 2 feet behind him and eventually got splatted anyway, but nevertheless, history now as we see Luke yet again engaging Red Shell, who's the only member left alive here for Quackmafia as gas prices trying to force the advantage, but Red Shell finds not 1, not 2. Can they make it 3? And they will. It's Forge for 1 and Wrecking Crew. Can't find Synapse because of the wall, but a teammate will clean him up. I believe that being Drifty here, and just with 1 member hanging out behind them, Quackmafia avoids disaster with some offensive prowess, and they'll hang on to the lead as we enter the halfway point of this one.
And how about that defense coming in there, especially Red Shell stepping up here for Quackmafia, taking out 1 member at a time. The more you can try to hold this, the better, especially as we get to the later stages of this game. A lot of the times, it's these first few pushes that start to settle our game state here, but now it's another 2-down situation against Quackmafia, and all of a sudden, gas prices are going to be looking for the push as Synapse has made his way over to Plat, drops this wall down, tries to buy a little more space here as well, and picks up the remaining clams needed in order to get a football to try to throw that power clam towards that barrier. Fantafizz moving up on the right side here as well. Now Synapse trying to juggle both these clams, never mind. Ditches them for the Kraken Royale, try to go in, move some of these members of Quackmafia around, and now finally it's a 2-down situation, but pretty soon this football is going to despawn. No, makes it back just in time, and with another 2-down situation for Quackmafia, gas prices are going to find their way to the basket, but where's the follow-up? They get picked up 1 by 1. Looks like Zenith was able to come in with a double there, and all of a sudden, gas prices once again are stopped to the 62-point mark.
Yeah, Synapse not able to pull off the Red Shell-esque heroics there that would allow their team to continue that push here. So going to chunk away a little bit at their penalty, but not much else. And watching Synapse has been such a joy because there's kind of a lost but important art of dancing with that Kraken. But let's swap over to another special here. The Trizuka getting a couple on top of the early pick that they managed. And that's going to bust this game wide open for Quackmafia, who has not 1 but 2 power claims at their disposal. The Inkstorm going to come out as well. Red Shell using the grading up top here to not just deposit clams, but allow themselves an opportunity to jump in. They may not need it though, as Omar is going to allow themselves, along with Red Shell, an opportunity, and a defiant one, to knock out gas prices here, as Quackmafia says, we wanted revenge, and at least in game 1, we got it.
MVP of that one was the single Inkzuka shot that just landed. And sometimes, turns out, sometimes all you need is a little bit of the element of surprise sprinkled in to the mix there. Because that's the other thing, is that with gas prices not having played against this splatter shot and against a Trizuka in a while, they were 3 clustered up pretty close and weren't expecting the shot to come out from Drifty. Beautiful awareness in order to take that one out there. And once we said, hey, look, we were talking a little bit more about trying to set yourself up for success in this momentum game, especially in this short best of 3, Zach. And Quackmafia certainly has the wind at their backs.
Yeah, we've done nothing almost but compare and contrast this set to the winners round 1 set with the same teams. And boy, one thing that we certainly didn't see, at least on the spectating there, was a triple by either team in that best of 5. And now we've seen a great one here in this best of 3. So now we move on to a game which will require gas prices here to win the next 2, starting with Splat Zones on Mako Mart. And if I recall correctly here, I think that Double Crab was part of what allowed them victory in the last time this one was played. Of course, we talked about the places you want to set it up. You have the boxes to the top right and the bottom left of the zone itself. And then if you're that far backed up, you have quite a large sort of open sniper area with which you can still make an impact on the zone if you're coming back. But we did see the Inkjet as well play a pivotal role in the last time we saw these two teams play on this map in mode. So whether it will be the end of the game or all the way throughout the game, I expect that to be a special we see come back. A special I did not expect to see come out would be, I believe, the Zipcaster for the Octobrush, which is being brought out here from Red Shell. And on the opposite side of things, we are indeed going to have a Double Crab composition joined by the 52 and finally the Tri-Slosher Vanilla from Fantafizz.
And for the record, it's not a surprise to see Red Shell on the Octobrush. What it is a surprise to see is Quackmafia ditching both Splatanas that they were rocking with earlier and now opting for both the Nautilus and the Brush here, trying once again to go around, use a little bit maybe more of this element of surprise, but we'll see if it pays off in dividends for them here. Early on, it's going to net them control of the zone, and we'll see if they can actually move forward. As now Drifty starting to get in position with this Tri-Slosher, looking for now this flank onto the side as well, taking care of Luke, but no, with the 2-down situation of Quackmafia, Drifty will be quick to get cleaned up as well, and gas prices have taken back the zone.
Yeah, and I feel like for a player like Synapse, part of the reason why you bring a weapon like the 52 Gal here, where a Killer Whale on a game mode like Splat Zones is perhaps not going to have the same effect it would on maybe like a Rainmaker or a Tower Control, is that aggression factor. We've talked about it basically all tournament, is the ability to have something like an Inkjet at your back, whether that's from a ballpoint or in this case, the Vanilla Tri-Slosher, and be able to press forward with that unabashedly. And so far, for gas prices, that worked decently well for them in getting the zone one time, but Quackmafia is doing a lot better here as Red Shell's going to play a bit of a distracting factor, and not just that, get a trade there onto Luke, which at least for the moment was working out, but in the meantime, gas price is able to not only take the zone back, but get rid of that penalty and force a 2-down situation on Quackmafia.
And now 2-down, make it a 3-down situation here. Gas prices will continue to stabilize the zone for themselves here. And once again, we've talked about this team and their ability to continue to keep their opponents at bay. We'll see if they can come up with this here, as now they don't have either Crab Tank at their disposal, and we're seeing Red Shell sneak up on this side. 3 members will go up for that one, but Synapse is able to win the 1v1 on the bottom side of the map as well. And it's going to mean a quick readjustment coming out of Quackmafia as they try to decide where to go with this one. Omar trying to swing over to that right side, but no, we'll get backed away and dissuaded by the splat wall. Luke jumping in here as well, once again creating diversions away from the splat zone. It's a delayed 3-down situation for Quackmafia, and once again, gas prices have won Splat Zone's Mako Mart and are setting us to a game 3.
Boy, just as in the last set, we're going to require going the full distance for this one to play out. We saw Luke there winning the battle of the supporting players, but at the end of this one here, we saw players like Synapse just doing a great job of holding it down. You know, their composition worked the first time, you know, the double crab, they were able to make it work a second time. And of course, both teams having the same idea of bringing in an Inkjet weapon in the Vanilla Tri. You know, we're not seeing the ballpoint spotting on that one. I was interested to see the Nautilus, which of course, if you're going to run something with Inkstorm, you know, either Rainmaker to place it in front of the first checkpoint most often, and Splat Zones in order to get some of that passive painting on the zone or the objective itself is always a great plan. And now we once again run it back to Tower Control Hagglefish Market, where I expect to see changes once again. I remember mentioning in the last time we saw this map in mode that neither team were really running longer range weapons that would make use of this uninkable tarp here or this tent. I definitely wonder if we're going to see that this time around, if they'll bring back, for instance, the Nautilus, or if they'll bring a ballpoint to this one this time. And of course, a player like Red Shell, who's been such an impact player in this one, versus a player like Drifty, is going to be such an interesting matchup to watch in terms of what they actually bring here. If they go back to, for instance, K-Ball, you were talking about the double Splatana composition, we have lots of neat little alleyways here and thin lines that they can navigate through. Is this something that perhaps they return to, not only because it worked last time, but because it's a familiar strategy for them?
And I think if I were going through my head right now, that seems like the most reasonable option. I'm expecting to see at least one Splatana. Like you mentioned, Zach, the ability for this Splatana wiper to shut down one of those alleys on either side of the map, and then additionally its ability to be more mobile, go up, be a little bit more aggressive. All of these sorts of things play to the favor of this Splatana wiper here. So I'd be shocked not to see it, especially would be shocked not to see it for Red Shell in lieu of the Octobrush, instead. So I imagine that's where we'll see, and I can't imagine that we'll see a difference of composition out of gas prices. Seems like they're able to lock this down. And may I remind you, in the last set that we saw in semifinals here, it was gas prices that took this set to close out the last round in 4 games versus Quackmafia. So they've got to be feeling pretty confident here. The momentum is basically reset or even shifted back over towards their direction. And I lied, I suppose. Red Shell sticking with this Octobrush here.
Quackmafia had to reverse sweep in control Red Sun in the last round of losers and are now trying to avoid a reverse sweep put on by gas prices here on Hagglefish Market. Tower control, taking a look here at what the teams are doing. They're going to have Zenith placed strategically here behind where the zone would be, just to make sure that they can have an impact here. Drifty trying to play a little bit of basketball with those lofty arcing shots, not able to find anyone. Can they save themselves with getting one of the 2 members of gas prices that have popped their special? They'll use a suction bomb to wear down the armor of the crab tank, but other than that are not able to find anything substantial. And after forcing 3 down but going 2 down themselves, we have gas prices here who jumps back in and is able to continue pressing forward with a couple of specials at their disposal as they near checkpoint number 1.
And you commented there quickly, Zach, on that suction bomb, but may I remind you, this is a triple suction bomb composition coming out of Quackmafia. That means that while they've got quite a bit of potency to them, they're not going to have the timing to continue throwing these bombs out and really effectively pushing gas prices back. And you see that as already they're at this second checkpoint, and now it's still a 2-9 situation for Quackmafia. They haven't been able to buy themselves enough space as the second checkpoint will fall. Synapse goes back on over towards the tower, pops the Kraken Royale, will once again get shoved off of it, and now try to go for the retreating angle here as well, as the rest of the fight actually once again still goes over to gas prices. Luke's hanging out and setting up shop over here. Might as well open your own gas station up here as well, as the crab tank still remains, trying to apply this little bit of extra pressure, keeping this tower forward and trying to keep this push at least maintained for gas prices.
Yeah, Luke was trying to continue the brilliant work of Synapse there, who was basically just set up in their spawn behind a splash wall saying, I'm going to just say, what are you going to do? Like, all the verticality in the world is not really going to help you here with your base model weapons at least. And now Luke going to take up a similar position. They're going to go after one who already got splatted there, that being the vanilla splatter shot. So going to look for anything with enough range, but will again just have their crab tank will back up to try and use it here, looking for Drifty, that they have that spawning armor. They're going to look for a second one there and not quite able to find it. They see Red Show flanking around behind them, but their gaze is going to be split. They're going to get one at least, and they're going to make it to checkpoint 3 on top of that. So a push all the way up to 12 is effectively going to put them almost in the spawn area of Quackmafia and require them to do the same in the final half of the game.
You said it right there, Zach. Gas prices have eaten up an entire half of the game with this push that has gotten them all the way down to the 12-point mark. It feels like so much has to go right now for Quackmafia in order to try to even get on the tower, let alone try to make a push go down to the 12-point mark. Is now, once again, basically back to the drawing board, as Drifty is just now coming out of spawn as the only member forward. Gas prices are getting back on the tower once again, continuing to try to hold over mid. And we've seen them do this before, but we'll see if Quackmafia can try to find this element of surprise or an answer as a zip caster from the side or some Inkzuka shot that comes up with 3 once again.
Well, and speaking of 3, Quackmafia having to use 3 sequential specials, starting with the Trizuka and then the Inkstorm, followed by that Tacticooler. Of course, we're going to see that Tri-Strike come out yet again, or the Trizuka rather, of Drifty, who's not going to be able to find it, and he will actually get stuck on an unequal part of the map here. So a 3v3 as the Tactical unfortunately will not continue pushing the tower for you. Zenith backing off to try and play that role themselves here, as they're supposed to be sort of the last bastion of range here, but that's going to be superseded by Synapse there on the Crab. They're still alive here. Forge on the Crab rather going to be trying to make use of it, but Zenith being chased down by everything in the book. Multiple specials thrown at them to help force a wipeout rather against Quackmafia. And now as we're about to enter the final minute of play here, K-Bot, this is looking like all gas prices all the time.
I mean, what are you going to try to do here if you're Quackmafia to find this re-engagement? The only thing you've got is suction bombs to try to throw them at the opponents and try to whittle them away. Fantafizz meets Drifty with this Inkjet as well. Able to find that one and picks up a second onto Red Shell here. It's just 2 members for Quackmafia around the tower right now, and one will get cleared off by Luke immediately. Omar's in position here, throws that Tentacooler down, trying to buy this space for the rest of the team to come back in, but there's a sea of blue ahead of them.
Omar trying to help paint things on the back end of things, just trying to set the stage here and build up their Tactical. And we remember from the last time this map and mode was played that Omar was able to build up not 1 but 2 of those Tacticoolers as they were trying to win this in overtime, but nothing doing. They're going to need more than that, we've seen from experience, but they lose 2 members early, including that all-important Octobrush that provides a lot of offensive edge. There goes the Nautilus. It's just going to be Omar left, and with nobody to get on the tower, Omar maybe tunnel visioning on the Crab tank there. Gas prices is going to replicate history and take down Quackmafia a second time in this top 4 to send themselves back to the winner's side of the bracket.
And you said it, replicating history. Every single map went to the same team that won the map in the semifinal set that these two played against one another. And of course, it does end with gas prices getting their rematch versus Pencil Propaganda, which should be a pretty close one here. Of course, we'll see that one come through in a moment. But hey, hats off to Quackmafia here. Still were able to come out and look on some of these maps, certainly had the edge, but as things got perhaps a little bit more linear and as there were less approaches and less opportunities to set up crossfires with one another, it seemed like their composition started to fall apart.
And we mentioned this matchup going the distance last time these two teams clashed. In fact, gas prices, I believe, had the 2-1 game advantage here. Actually, Pencil Propaganda, I think, took game 3, so having the 1-1 tie there, as well as a 2-2 tie. So able to go at least toe-to-toe with the members of Pencil Propaganda, and both of these teams able to change up their compositions at least a little bit where needed. And where before we saw some of the same maps and modes being played here, we're going to start this one instead on Rainmaker Undertow Spillway, which we haven't really seen yet in this top 4. If needed, we'll go back to Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track, which was, I believe, a factor last time. So definitely interesting to see if this one once again needs a game 5, but for gas prices needing to not only win this set, but also go to a bracket reset best of 5 in order to claim tournament victory. This is going to be a tall order for a team that gave them all that they could handle and more in winners finals.
Yeah, once again, another difficult task to surmount for gas prices here. You would think that they've gotten as high as they can, but no, indeed, they can go higher, and they'll need to go higher in order to go up against Pencil Propaganda. Other anecdote here, Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy, I'm surprised that even made it into the map list at all, given by Popgun's general disdain for the stage. But hey, you know, whatever. I guess the teams enjoy it, and that's why we'll go to it if needed in that game 4. But as we head now to Rainmaker Undertow Spillway, we'll see what actually ends up coming out here. I have to imagine, obviously, we've seen Jared. He's hyper involved on these dualies, both the vanilla dualies and those vanilla dually squelchers as well. Both playing roles in terms of diving in and getting dirty and getting things done. We'll see if he can do that again here. Although, again, less entry angles here for Rainmaker Undertow Spillway. It'll be more difficult to get up to the opponent's side of the map. So we'll see if he can start going for those sorts of things, or if indeed gas prices can try to lock things down like we've seen them do so far.
Yeah, I think the dually class of weapons is in keeping with the same theme of giving something all you can handle. I think with those roles on board, you have to be very adept at tracking them and sort of predicting where they're going to head. But if you're able to do that, those weapons tend to run out of ink quicker, especially if they're starting engagements with a usage of their sub weapons. So for the splat dualies there, that's going to be the suction bomb, which is of course very costly from an ink perspective. And then same thing for the splat bomb on the vanilla dually squelchers. That's going to be not a sub weapon that's going to be pretty frugal in terms of eating up your ink tank there, but can get you some surprise splats, especially on a map like Undertow Spillway that has the sort of half wall there dividing the middle portion. In terms of longer range weapons, of course, we've seen mainly splatlings. We saw both the Nautilus and, of course, the ballpoint splatling. This is a great map for those to set up on, at least in mid, to use those uninkable glass surfaces to kind of peek around and see who might be trying to approach mid. But the majority, the lion's share of the gameplay here is going to come down to those offensive edge weapons. We've seen tons of the Splash-O-Matics and one or two Neo Splashes. We've seen both variants of the Tri-Slosher. We've seen, of course, throughout the tournament, different ways of approaching that, including things like the Octobrush and Splatonas. So lots of different ways to approach attacking here. And with a map like this one, teams for the first break of the checkpoint there can opt to go either direction. But really, unless you're in a pinch, expect them to go all the way to the left-hand side and use that uninkable bridge as their main method of getting around with the objective.
And now, actually, still seeing Forge go back on over to these vanilla Splash-O-Matic. You'll recall in the winner's final set, Forge was playing that ZF splatter scope here, imagining to match up towards Wave on that ballpoint, but must not feel the need for it here, as those crab dinks can do quite a great deal of being able to meet that ballpoint at a range, and you can't meet the ballpoint when it's up in the air. Wave is going to be able to find one early on, and Pencil Propaganda will be the first to pick up the fish.
Yeah, I think some credit might be due actually to the ink exhaust that may have gotten them low a little bit before that final indirect was able to hit them. It's going to be Mecha just barely able to break through the checkpoint. They were so weak, and Forge trying to track them all the way through here. It's going to be the Crab and the Killer Whale 5.1 from Synapse coming out. Mecha and Synapse going to be dueling on the side here as Jared is going to come back to allow the rest of Pencil Propaganda to come through. Speaking of Jared, they did go for those splat dualies, so they are going to go for the Suction Bomb, which is great, of course, for trying to pop the Rainmaker shield here along with this crab tank. They're going to get one hit before the splash ball comes up. Can they find a splat? No, and Prochara just not tall enough barely to get over that, but they're going to use the nice Squid Surge there to use that uninkable bridge to get to the 26 point. This is about average for this map. Winning pushes often end up around the mid 20 points, but that's not to say there isn't a boatload of time left for gas prices to make something their own.
Yeah, but look, something to be said for the first to get there as well, right? That means that the pressure is on gas prices, who have to now put the pedal to the metal to find an answer here. And they might have found one, with Forge being slippery on this left side. Seems to have gone undetected from Pencil Propaganda, but now we're back on our way here as the rest of the team needs a little bit more support on the back lines. Fantafiz goes down in front as well, and all of a sudden still haven't been able to find the same forward momentum for gas prices, who are still trying to steamroll.
Yeah, I think both because of time and the way that Pencil Propaganda have been playing. I don't think they're going to want to sit on their laurels. Luke, however, doing a fantastic job of sharking, waiting for Mecha to pick up the objective and then taking them down just as quickly as they grabbed it. Two members gone down here for gas prices, though, as Jared going to use the back of that splash wall to bank a suction bomb off of and use the massive damage generated by that pulse to get the splat here. Prochara trying to make use of the Reef Slider and nothing doing there, as they will basically be a sitting duck. No pun intended for the previous team that we just saw, but Forge now trying to help make sure that gas prices have an avenue with which to push forward, and maybe they're going to pick this left-hand side. It is a little bit further, but it is a little bit also more permanent in terms of trying to long-term get the lead here. Nice winner there as well by Forge to get that and the rest of their team back forward here. And for now, gas prices with an opportunity to push forward, but Pencil Propaganda waiting in the wings.
and waiting in the wings they should. With the range advantage here, Pencil Propaganda has all the right in the world to stay back and let gas prices try to find a way towards them. Unless they've got the crab tanks at the ready, again, all they can do is try to throw bombs at the side of Pencil Propaganda. Otherwise, gas prices really have to start speeding this one up. They're the ones that picked the quad shooter composition, and they're the ones that haven't been able to find the firefights together. As you saw Forge try to pick off one, but gets punished for it instantly. Gas prices have not found their footing, have not found the momentum here. They need to keep this one on going in their way. And once again, tactical are out from Pencil Propaganda. We see the reach slider come in from Chara, who is trying to nip this push in the bud here. And indeed, the rest of the members of Pencil Propaganda will take care of business. This is a 2-down, now 3-down situation versus gas prices. We see the Rainmaker get picked up once more in Cyan. But again, what can gas prices really do to start sending this back the other way?
Yeah, approaching the final minute here. Time is a fickle friend and frequent foe here, but it's not just time you have to worry about. It's also the distance with which they have to push forward here, and included in that is the first checkpoint, which always eats up enough time for the defending team to come back as a stack of 4 and put on a full second team fight here. So that means you have to be that much more careful to try and get picks without having to use your special if you can avoid it. However, Forge and the rest of gas prices trying to not let them get any more points there as they pick up the Rainmaker here are not going to elect to have it retreat back to mid. And now they maybe have 1 or 2 more pushes set up here, but they will have a tactical aiding them. Once again, choosing the left-hand side here, and Forge just barely going to slip away. Will they try and bum rush the objective forward here, or will they try to be a bit more patient? And I think they get just enough on the back of Synapse here to get the checkpoint despite the Rainmaker carrier going down. And the Killing Rail going to put in a little bit of work, but not nearly enough. As a couple of members are waiting around, I'm surprised Pencil Propaganda opted to even pop that Rainmaker shield, but despite that, multiple members hanging around to make sure it does not get stolen, and because of that, it will indeed be Pencil Propaganda taking Game 1 on Undertow.
And to that point, we alluded to it multiple times throughout that one, but look at how easy the game plan was for Pencil Propaganda once they got that Rainmaker down to the 26-point mark, right? Once they were able to get it up towards that unlinkable ramp, and once that push finally faltered, they can play full-on defense, right? It's all about letting waves set up, get a little bit of paint out on the floor, have the range of that ballpoint, and then go up in the air with the inkjet whenever you need to try to find a pick or two to interrupt anything that gas prices might be trying to set up. And on the other side of the map, that compositions just seems to be a little bit more difficult to execute when you consider that that grab tank is only around for a certain duration and you don't have a lot of reliable ways to just find those entry picks and find those ways to actually get your way forward and get that momentum rolling. Without that, it seemed as though gas prices couldn't get anything really working, and indeed, Pencil Propaganda was there to clean it up. There at the very end, of course, the ability to have to try to maintain that through the checkpoint is something where that takes a considerable more amount of resources, and gas prices at that moment in time did not have it, the moment where it mattered most. And Pencil Propaganda, the quick cleanup comes through to take care of that checkpoint. So hats off to them, but now we're heading back on over to Mako Mart, but this time it'll be for Clam Blitz.
Yeah, for Clam on this map, there's not really a long and winding road if you don't really want there to be one. It's basically all the activity concentrated on a thin line in the middle of the map here. You go uphill one way, downhill the other to get to your opposing or to your barricade, respectively. And essentially, this one is only going to require those fights to take place on the left and right-hand side. When one team is trying to just overwhelm the enemy and get them backed up into their spawn, or when they're just looking for those extra clams. But a lot of the time, they're just sitting around sort of behind you in mid or just to the left of mid under that sniper overlook. So definitely lots of opportunity here. This map is not as large as it can feel on some other game modes like perhaps Rainmaker or Tower Control. So let's see what they've brought, and it's actually going to be a double 52 now composition coming out from gas prices. On the opposite side of things, not really many changes here as we see Prochara continue with the S-Blast, and we also see once again those Splat dualies coming back into favor here from Jared.
You know, maybe not on Clam Blitz, but I'm still surprised. For the entirety of the winner's final set, we saw Forge go on to the ZF Splatter Scope. Hasn't pulled out a single time in the past 2 games here versus the same opponents. Don't quite know why that is, but must instead want to try to find a way to get that momentum with the short-range composition working. But here, looks like where it did concede the first power clam in, but will be enough to hold the defensive line, preventing anything else from happening. But they've got to be careful, especially with Jared dodging around. Synapse will be there to clean this one up. And now Gas Prices might finally have an opportunity to make an offensive push.
And a line it is. We're going to see Synapse jump the vertical line through mid here and arcs it over the box to get the break. And now Pencil Propaganda going to try and form a horizontal line from a defensive perspective, both on high ground and low ground. Phantom is able to get a few slams and before being beset upon by the members of Pencil Propaganda, who will finally get them taken out here. But even trades here, 2v2 essentially, as Gas Prices with not enough time, nor clams, nor space to keep that one going. They'll save themselves with taking the lead back, and now it's all Pencil Propaganda as they not only get map control back of mid, Jared rolling around just to be a little bit evasive. They'll fall. Forge will follow after them, and what looked like a great start here for Pencil Propaganda will continue to be so after taking mid with 22, now 23 clams at their disposal.
And look at this potential push, but no, Phantom Fizz was able to get into position with the Tri-Slasher, and it's a 3-down situation. You can't get clumped up like that ever in Splatoon for fear of anything that could come your direction. And a beautiful cleanup comes through for Gas Prices, only once again letting one power clam in the basket. While everything looked like it was mounting for Pencil Propaganda, they couldn't find their way in thanks to that capitalization.
Wave now finally taking the high ground here, not only acting as a great spot to get some of those picks, but looking for their teammates to jump to them as they were, but now being backed off by the Inkjet, and that's going to allow Gas Prices to get back in and try and retake a little bit, not just of the penalty that they overtook, but also a lead if they can find it. But Phantom is more preoccupied with dodging not only Prochara, but also Mecha as well, as Jared's going to back them off and make sure that lead does not go any further than 64. So just a net gain of 4 here as we passed the halfway mark somewhere during that engagement. And now Jared's going to just play pass here with 1 out of 2 power clams, including the pity clam, that sit at their disposal. All the while, Gas Price is able to sneak essentially through mid as Jared took the long way. They'll find a pig, but Synapse using that over-the-box trick once again. They'll not only steal the lead, but Synapse was in a decent position to allow Phantom to jump in. The wall won't let them do so, but they'll have to jump out as quickly as they came in. However, Gas Price is showing some real signs of momentum here as we've gone under the 2-minute mark.
Pencil Propaganda, though, trying to find a little bit of a few jumps here coming through, and 3 power clams will find the basket. They might have paid the price with their lives, but nonetheless, the scoreboard says otherwise. 20-25 to the favor of Pencil Propaganda, but another power clam coming in from Forge. The second one is charged, and a double out of the crab tank once again. Forge has found a way to come on through, and soon the footballs will follow. Jared trying to play Disruptor on the back lines, but no, not this time. Forge is there to clean up with a few extra clams, and Gas Prices has found the explosive offense that was needed at the back half of that game to secure it.
Truly a pendulum effect that swung back at Mach speed, that pendulum, to really give things back over to a team that had the lead for a good chunk of things and lost it in a big way. They came back, forced a wipeout, and was able to get back the lead that they had held for quite a bit of time in the early game here, I believe. So Gas Prices claiming 1 back, and this harkens back to our winner's final set that was so back and forth, and also started after 2 with a 1-1 set tie, which means we are going to be guaranteed at least the map that K-Bot talked about. Unfortunately for Popgun, that will be a return to Tower Control Inkbot Art Academy, a return rather for the entire Proving Ground series as a whole. But if we look back at the record books, or at least to winners finals here, it was Pencil Propaganda that actually flip-flopped things last time, with Gas Prices taking game 1 and Pencil Propaganda taking games 2 and then 3. Will then Gas Prices be able to do the same on their side? Will they be able to ride this momentum forward as we go next to Splat Zone's Hagglefish Market, which may require K-Bot some of those shorter range, more aggressive and linear weapons to combat things like the ballpoint spotting that we could expect, or possibly, and I'd really love to see it from a personal opinion, the return of that ZNF splatter scope.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, but to that point of picking up these short-range weapons, the one thing I want to call back to in that game as the swing point that you kind of mentioned was the second push that came through consecutively for gas prices with the power clan that slipped around Jared, who was patrolling on the outsides. All of a sudden, when a push like that happens, your mental is shattered. Now, all of a sudden, you're like, oh, of course, they're able to randomly walk in and find a power clan when we thought we had decent control of the entire map. No, that wasn't the case there. And all of a sudden, now you have to start second guessing and second questioning yourself for the entire remainder of that game. So really, what Pencil Propaganda needs to do, take a step back, cool off for a second. This is a game reset, and it's the tie score line in the set. But we'll see if they can do that here. As you mentioned, Forge is back on that ZNF splatter scope here, and paired with the 252 gal walls, it might make it difficult for Pencil Propaganda to find their way back into this zone should they lose control early.
Yeah, perhaps a high-risk, high-reward play as we see, in turn, no crab tanks on the side here of gas prices, instead going for the Neo Splash-O-Matic to round out their composition for the triple ink strikes as we see the last shot from Wave, adept with not just this weapon, but with the with the Inkjet, rather, getting not one with the final shot, but a second on the landing spot. And with that momentum, they're going to reclaim the zone back from gas prices, who had technically taken it first. We look now to Mecha, that support player who's able to force out at least one member, that possibly being Phantophys, as one of two. Now 3 specials, 2 of them being, oh my gosh, it's a wave of all 4 specials, and it required as much for gas prices to take the zone back. They lose both 52s in the process. However, a third of Prochara can get the pick here, but it's going to be Phantophys winning that one, also taking out Wave, and a third against Mecha, resulting in those 2 downs for both 52s, not mattering in the slightest, and gas prices taking the zone back.
I mean, they threw everything at the kitchen sink at the zone, couldn't quite get there in time, and then Phantophys was able to finally come forward and start cleaning up 1v1s, all to the favor of gas prices, and it nets them the lead here early in this game. Forge, beautiful shot, denying the Inkjet out of Wave here, and it'll be looking for even more. Now the triple ink strikes come out as well, as you see one to start to move forward, but here comes the crab tank coming the other way as Jared's able to take back control of the canopy. No one is quite looking at this zone because the line of fire is all in front of things. Here's the second Inkjet out of Wave. This one will get the best of Forge. It'll open up the opportunity for Pencil Propaganda to push back into the zone by the looks of it. Mecha starting a duel versus Synapse here. This NZAP versus the 52 gal, but neither can quite find the shots to land, and gas prices have maintained at least a decent bit of control here. All of a sudden, there's 17 ticks of the timer left to go, and it's a 2-down situation for Pencil Propaganda. Char's trying to do everything he can, but then S+ cannot paint the zone fast enough. Mecha jumps in, but no, it's gas prices that'll find the lockout.
Fewer better in the business to call a hectic moment like that than K-Bot, truly. And boy, was this map just a let's get rid of all formalities and just throw everything. And you mentioned as in the kitchen sink at both the objective and the enemy team, all 4 specials coming out one after the other. Whale, tri-strike, didn't really have an effect other than barely taking over the zone. That kowtowing to the triple that we saw, and then leading into a full frontal assault. We talked about a horizontal line for defense on the last map. How about a horizontal line for offense as they layer themselves not just on the ramp, but also under the uninkable tarp there, that tent, to make sure that they could watch over that drop down, and also the far left-hand side nook that they could be dropped down on as well. We questioned whether this would go a similar way to winners finals, in which the game 2 team winner also won game 3. That happens, but in, I think, kind of an unexpected way, K-Bot, in where despite a couple of great Inkjet usages by Wave for Pencil Propaganda, the rest of the team just not having the impact they wanted, and highlighted by a team fight, or a 1v1 rather, where neither Synapse nor Mecha was quite able to get the pick, but the reinforcements came in for gas prices first, and that allowed them to not only retake the zone, but for Synapse to get that little bit more map control that they needed behind them and just in front of them in order to take down Mecha and stop any resistance from Pencil Propaganda, who just did not have enough time left to contest the zone, leading to a Game 3 victory and moving us now to tower controlling plot.
And look, Zach, as I was saying early on, this could be dangerous if Pencil Propaganda lost control of the zone with 2 sets of splash walls to fight through, in addition to Forge's ZNF splatter scope. There was significant, at least enough barriers in order for Pencil Propaganda to make their way back into the zone. The only thing they could rely on was that inkjet from Wave, and unfortunately, in most cases, it just didn't come up with everything. So we'll see what ends up happening there as we keep on rolling forward in this set. But of course, only time will tell, as we haven't seen either of these two teams play now on Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy, and whether or not, or what precise variation of the composition that we'll see from gas prices is yet to be told, right? Probably not going to see the double 52 and the Charger. That feels incredibly oppressive and not as entry heavy. But on the flip side, there's a world where they can make that work, especially with the pace that the tower moves. So we'll see what ends up happening as we get into this one in a bit.
Yeah, and returning to sort of the comparisons of maps, right? If you look at Tower Control Inkblot, you sort of get a microcosm, a much smaller iteration of what we saw on Tower Control on Mansa Maria, where you have on that map, the middle section of the map that kind of forms that 90-degree L-shaped turn that leads into a checkpoint and also has, you know, walls very, very close to the tower. You're very bunched up, making you susceptible to multiple specials. I think the Inkjet in this meta is one of the better examples of that, but we've seen plays with things like the Trizuka, and you could also argue the triple ink strike that could easily displace anybody who's trying to claim what on Inkblot Art Academy will be the first checkpoint for tower control, where you're kind of sandwiched between the wall in front of the uninkable ramp and the wall sort of parallel to where mid would be on the map. So that is going to be certainly a point of contention. But once you're able to get through that, it really opens up. We see lots of teams send 1 or 2 people on the ink rail all the way on the left-hand side over to sort of the back area behind the court of the defending team. We see some just rush forward with more aggressive specials if they're running, for instance, a Zipcaster, which we've only seen a little bit of, but definitely something that on this map you have boxes and walls on high grounds where you can sort of get on top of them and sort of swing or do whatever your weapon does to come down from above on the enemy team. And also just setting up crab tanks, right? You know, this could be a pretty decent map to return to, say, a double vanilla splash competition. Set one up on the tower, and if you have another one at the ready, either use it aggressively in their court, or you could even say use it from mid to try and get some control from a place that they can't hit you back. So lots of options here. Would be interested to see if we see the return of the splatter scope here. I think it can provide some interesting advantages here. And of course, there is a sniper overlook and some grading there that you can make use of, as well as the boxes, the inkable boxes on top of the overlook. But lots and lots of considerations. And these teams just make little changes, 1 or 2 weapon changes. They don't often change their entire strategy going forward here. So I think we're going to see that play through here into game number 4 in what has, both in winners finals and these grand finals, been an absolute do-si-do around each other, trading game for game.
Game for game and blow for blow. Folks, if you're wondering where the game is, that is because, of course, in true North American Splatoon fashion, we required a lobby remake for one reason or another. I don't really know. But, of course, the tried and true Splatoon 3, a.k.a. Lobby Simulator 2022, strikes again. And we're stuck without games. But look, perhaps an extended break. Once again, that's what Pencil Propaganda might need or might want right now, especially given by the fact that they might just want to try to close it out here, right? Don't need to go to a bracket reset if we don't need to get there, especially with the momentum and the wind in the sails of gas prices. We'll see if they can pull it out here, but it looks like Jared has had enough fooling around with the dualies. It is back on this vanilla splatter show, or vanilla splash. My bad. Can't even get the names of the weapons right. See, this is what happens when you don't commentate in 7 weeks, Zach.
Well, but interestingly, Gas Prices maintains their composition from last game, if I remember correctly. They stick with the splatter scope. They're going to go the double 52 again. And on the opposite side of things, they're going to try and mirror the Neo Splash-O-Matic for the triple ink strike here. Pretty good strategy, again, for those checkpoint areas that are kind of close together. And Prochara now finally having a bit of a field day here, able to get one, but not quite a second there. As a couple members now going down for Pencil Propaganda. A third right on top of the tower. I think Luke was able to claim that one. And Forge set up right where anchor players love to sit, or maybe don't, are forced to sit regardless, on that towers. They get to checkpoint 1 relatively unimpeded.
And now the onslaught of ink strikes comes out here, buys a little bit more space for Gas Prices. They didn't move too far forward ahead of these strikes. They moved up into them just enough to force Pencil Propaganda back a little bit. And now a set of strikes comes out on their own and it buys enough space to take care of this tower. Well done there to end things off at this second checkpoint, and now potentially try to set a push their own as Jared is all the way forward already here for some reason. Will get picked off for the process. I don't know how he got there that fast, but somehow he's trying to find windows and opportunities of open.
Jared had eyes only for Forge. Forge was the last member alive there and was retreating hectically, and Jared said, screw it, I want to get this late pick. I want to cause the delay, and basically tunnel visioned onto them and was beset for coming from spawn by the remaining members there of Gas Prices that were able to take them out. So the lead stays with Gas Prices here as they sort of hold off any potential push by Pencil Propaganda with that early pick. They get a couple now, including one there on the Prochar. Are going to try and find another one there on the Mecha. Doesn't even require the full shot. Maybe called out from their teammates that they were weak, and Chara just barely evasive enough to get Forge off their tail here. So despite that, Pencil Propaganda retaining map control here in mid. Mecha being attacked a little bit or helped by Wave, at least from the back line, is another special. This time the triple ink strike going to force Gas Prices all the way behind their wall, and the art installation here in their court haven't even hit the midway point here, but Wave doing a great job of backlining for them and may give them a chance if they can get atop the tower here, but they're just waiting for those jump-ins to come through, and in doing so, retain control of mid and also their chances of keeping that push going.
And look again, another set of strikes prevents a push from actually mounting here. But we'll see Pencil Propaganda start to move forward as now it's a 3-down situation. Synapse is the last one up here in this Bats area, but all 4 members of Pencil Propaganda around and waiting for that Tacticooler to go down, and indeed, there it is. Now Chara trying to rush down on this Reef Slider, but it's another 3-down situation, and momentum is all shifted to Pencil Propaganda, who's looking to try to take care of this one and knock out the tower here. Chara going in, diving on top of Forge, able to pick up and come away with that one, and now just 9 takes the timer here left for this tower as it's still trying to go on back in. Luke tries to get on top of this, but no, to no avail now. Wave and Jared are still around as now it looks like it's been a 2-for-2 trade, but Jared comes away with another one here, looking to go aggressive once again. There's the wall, backs away for a moment, but we'll see what else he can try to do as trying to find this readjustment, and now the call was made to just hold on to Plat for the moment. Well done out of Pencil Propaganda, who's still trying to stabilize this, but Bats control back on over to Gas Prices, and now it's looking like they're trying to force them out of the backside.
Yeah, you called out how desirable it was for Pencil Propaganda to end this one in Grand Finals as opposed to allowing a bracket reset here, and that push and how long it lasted is evidence of that. With just 2 members up, they decided to push forward here and try and get some picks. Jared, once again, only really having eyes for Forge there and going down as a result. Luke not going to be able to find a pick there in essentially a 1v2 as Wave has built up that Inkgen and is waiting for the right time to use it. This time, it seems like for Gas Prices, it's either only the 252s or only not the 252s that go down. They only seem to go 2 down at a time here, and that time it was the 252s as Fantafiz, also speaking of 2, going to try and find a 1v2, will be able to get 1 against Prochara, but not the second, is yet still Pencil Propaganda holding on to mid control in the final 30 seconds here. It's still just Wave with the Inkjet. The only special online is now we see the Tacticooler come alive here and come out here for Pencil Propaganda to try and make this a reality. Wave in the back line trying to use the cover of this triple ink triple ink strike rather, as Forge does the same here to try and make sure they can stay alive, but it's nothing doing here. Final 5 seconds or so left. It's a 3v3 situation. It's only Prochara with the Reef Slider left. Can they pick off Luke? No, just evasive enough, and all 3 remaining members of Gas Prices set upon them, but it's too late. Nobody able to climb atop the tower, maybe as a result of the distraction provided by Prochara, but regardless, Pencil Propaganda holds on to win Game 4 and force yet another Game 5 in this series.
Yeah, beautiful Reef Slider there at the end. All 4 members of Gas Prices were forced to move out of the way and react to the fact that that Reef Slider was there at all. So it was able to secure things much the same way as a Booyah Bomb or an Ink Strike or what have you thrown towards the tower, though maybe not quite as effectively. It was enough to scramble the last line of defense. But the other thing I want to comment on there is the few times we were watching Forge's perspective on that ZNF splatterscope, it felt like he was never really quite comfortable. He always had one member of Pencil Propaganda breathing down his neck, whether it had been the blaster starting to run forward or Jared coming in on the splash or something of the sort, or some bomb or strikes or what have you thrown his way. And I think some of that has to do with the map. You can start to see the reasons why this weapon pick might not have been the first choice, but might have been a necessary choice in some of those map decisions. And now, as we head over to Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track, arguably where there's even less space to just own as this charger, and you're going to get constantly challenged, we'll see if he decides to switch off it here with the tournament life on the line.
Yeah, I don't know if they just told Jared, like, hey, can you just hard focus Forge for us? Like, okay, thanks, bye. But it certainly worked. And Prochara, you know, if that's not the case, was certainly the follow-up man in that regard. And it really did force Forge into some uncomfortable positions there, having to sort of hide behind the box on the Overlook rather than fully make use of the space. And same thing with their special usage, kind of just having to throw it in mid, not even really when a push was happening, just kind of trying to retain any semblance of map control in mid. And now, as we go to a rather open humpback pump track here, you know, some similarities to take into account. Instead of having just the Overlook, though, on Inkblot Art Academy in the front, you have sort of this overarching sort of half circle area that you and your opponent can sort of use to try and have an effect on the middle of the map. So it does behoove your team to at least have some piece of long distance, whether you go back, as I've said multiple times, and I think Gas Prices refuses to go back to that, you know, double crab composition here. They're kind of satisfied, maybe despite the loss, with the double 52 instead, relying on the two-shot splatting potential of the weapon there, but also just, you know, early picks on a map like Humpback Pump Track are so important for Rainmaker especially. We saw last time Humpback Rainmaker was played how quick of a lead you can jump out to when the conditions are right. If you're able to get a delay, if you're able to get just a clean wipeout, those are things that are going to come into play so much more here. And if this already wasn't going to be a hectic Game 5, we have that just based on the map and mode alone here.
Yeah, and we'll see what exactly ends up happening as we'll get into our Game 5 in a moment. But yeah, I mean, to this point about this double 52 composition, again, I would wager a guess to say it's not just about the 52s, and yeah, the two-shot kills worthwhile and worth talking about, but also, especially when we're looking at Rainmaker Humpback here, the double splash wall comes out as well, locks down a choke point, locks down a path for the Rainmaker to go forward, and while it might not have a lot of an ability to contest something in mid, it at least will be able to limit the mobility of that Rainmaker on forward, or limit the mobility of anyone for that matter, if Jared's trying to dive onto the plat early or something of the sort there. So it's another obstacle that Gas Prices can use to their advantage, which we've seen most often really only come to fruition when there's two of them out at once rather than there just being one, at least in the games that we've watched them play tonight here. So it appears as though that's another reason why they might stick with it, but I would be shocked to see the exact same composition, certainly in this game with double 52 and the CNF. It feels like this charger doesn't have enough space bought with it, even despite the fact that those walls might be able to go down. So we'll see what ends up happening here, but Gas Prices, of course, have to win this one if they want to go to play more Splatoon. Otherwise, Pencil Propaganda with a win here would take the tournament and become your 15th Proving Grounds winners. There's been 15 of these things, Zach. That feels like a lot.
Is not only amazing in and of itself, but I highlighted earlier just how accurate the seeding tends to be in these tournaments, especially in the later stages. You rarely see many upsets that bring, teams maybe below 5th or 6th come into the top 4. And we've seen some upsets here in terms of, gas prices beat Quackmafia, but still just a shout out to the folks that run Proving Grounds for that. And as we take a look at the composition, they are going to shake things up, including with not just one Splash-O-Matic, but with Synapse on the vanilla Sploosh-O-Matic, holding the Curling Bomb and the Ultra Stamp to counter a relatively similar composition for Pencil Propaganda to what they've been bringing in this entire set.
I don't think it's to counter the composition. I think it's mostly to just get the fish moving as fast as possible. Whether you throw out a curling bomb or whether you have that Ultra Stamp, certainly tools that can pave the way for the Rainmaker to follow, but it doesn't work out early here as a wipeout comes through for Pencil Propaganda, and they're going to get the first checkpoint off of this. We'll see if they can keep going after this checkpoint falls.
Yeah, boy, I mean, be thankful this is not Splatoon 2 and that there's a checkpoint at least to slow down the momentum, because, boy, they could have just turned the corner and run it down mid here, and Mecha's going to do just that. They're going to get all the way to 27 in a push that's going to send effectively all 4 members back to spawn, but this was exactly the early push that not only we talked about before the game, but also that we saw the last time Rainmaker Humpback came up, and so now, even with plenty of time left, it's going to be gas prices having to employ a similar strategy if they want to make it work. With both teams going down to a side here, it looks like it's just going to be ProChara with one opportunity here to get the splat, and they will do that, but not before gas prices is able to do the same in terms of taking that first checkpoint.
And well done by Synapse to take this Rainmaker up that right side directly over to that checkpoint, especially where nobody could really challenge that coming in from Pencil Propaganda. But now control of that elbow back on over to Pencil Propaganda here, and it looks like they're ready to play the defensive game. They're ready to hold on to that choke point on the right side, despite the fact that checkpoint isn't there. They'll still have the ability to shut down and lock down the Rainmaker's mobility unless Pencil Propaganda can try to find something. And now Jared with the Explo shot able to pick off one on Synapse. It's a 2-down situation for gas prices, which means that this push might be quick to get cleaned up, but Fanta Fizz starts to move on forward here as well. Here comes the Reef Slider, and there it is, comes down to the wire, stopped just 1 point shy.
Yeah, Pencil Propaganda and Jared, namely, with Ballers of Steel there to really hold out there, especially with the crowd tank. They were, they could have just kind of rolled away from the engagement. They had one kind of besetting them the entire time, but they actually get back on top of the high ground and hold it down to get a splat there. And speaking of splats, ProChara are going to be the last of the 3 members that went down before them on Pencil Propaganda to sort of allow gas prices to take both the Rainmaker and mid control back here. However, they'll lose both their 52 and their Splash-O-Matic, as Wave is in pretty much an ideal position here for a Splatling to try and set up. They have their Inkjet at the ready, so they're going to allow themselves to push forward a little bit with all of their members focusing on the Rainmaker shield. Now it's going to be Forge on the left-hand side trying to see if they can carve out a niche for themselves here. Crab Tank is going to help support things, as well as ProChara using that Reef Slider, maybe not to get a pick, but to help paint the path on the right-hand side for Mecha, who's going to be their designated Rainmaker carrier this time. They have the Ultra Stamp and the Crab, as well as the Tactical from a defensive perspective, though, but the Crab is going to go down to from Wave, but Wave being the last member surviving, it took a hefty price here, speaking of gas prices, for them to win that fight, but Wave, as a result, forced to back off, and no further momentum gained for Pencil Propaganda.
No further momentum, but again, they just want to try to play the defensive game as they've been able to pick off gas prices 2 members at a time quite consistently, but now with 2 of their own members going down, they'll have to make sure that the defenses are solid. Wave gonna jump back, having that Inkjet at his disposal as this Rainmaker starts to turn around the corner here as well. There's the Inkjet. Forge starting to move up, but once again gets stopped barely in the nick of time. It will be 1 member going down of Pencil Propaganda. ProChara picking up this Rainmaker, ditching it off the right side. Have to be careful here as now more pressure comes out, but now this Rainmaker actually got stopped in an awkward position. I say awkward, but Luke is in position, and now the rest of gas prices have started to come on back up here. Synapse with the Ultra Stamp looking that way, but now Forge will elect to take it back to the right side where the Tactic Cooler is. Phantom is starting to move forward here as well, but gas prices have to find a way to get their assault moving quickly in the next few seconds if they want to try to come away with this one. Is now it's Jared once again diving right back on top of the Rainmaker, and we see more green ink take care of this elbow.
Yeah, I was certainly worried about that Prochara push. I mean, there's definitely a world in which Prochara goes down right in front of their Rainmaker pedestal, and Gas Prices is able to just send all their members forward, and one of them picks up the Rainmaker to instantly gain a lead here. But with less than 15 seconds left to go, they're going to put up enough of a defense here for the Rainmaker to reset back to mid, and now they're going to have to try and pop this shield, but it's going to be Gas Prices. Only one member here, Forge, having to pick the Rainmaker up. One jumps in, it's going to be Synapse, but they'll get taken down immediately. There's going to be a defense here. Can Phantom Fist protect them? No! They get stuck in mid, caught next to the wall there, and Pencil Propaganda using multiple great defenses there after multiple close pushes from Gas Prices to retain their lead at 27-28 and win not just the set, but Proving Grounds 15 as a whole.
How about that for Pencil Propaganda? The defense held a few times there on over, able to just take care of preventing that Rainmaker from dashing forward. And it's scary, as you alluded to there, on this last little part of Rainmaker Humpback, when that Rainmaker's got nothing but clean air heading straight for that pedestal. Those points tick down incredibly fast, even in this game, but yet still, Pencil Propaganda able to hold Gas Prices back, and then once again, able to find a few of those extra picks here or there, splitting the team up as well, and Gas Prices couldn't quite find the target that they needed to, couldn't find a way to get that entry back around that corner to secure themselves as strong of a push, and so Pencil Propaganda walks away in the grand finals of the tournament. No reset needed.
Yeah, one of the things that I never got the chance to highlight just because of all the action that was going on back and forth was when you look at this map for this mode specifically in comparison to Splatoon 2, on the left-hand side, there's not really that point of entry anymore. There's not like an inkable wall there that you can climb up and have that left-hand side as really an available way to push. There is, of course, once you've gotten through the checkpoint, I guess you can jump up and sort of squid surge off of the pedestal that was the initial checkpoint and get over to the left-hand side. But I have to imagine that is a lot of trouble for an area that can be pretty heavily contested despite it giving you a high ground advantage. So really, your primary path, whether you go all the way on the right-hand side or just straight in from mid, is that right side curve that leads on that straight pathway into the final Rainmaker pedestal. So it's predictable in its own way, and you can see why we saw plays like Prochara just using that Reef Slider to slide in from mid to where that curve happens, to paint the zone and push back the members of Gas Prices to allow for a push to potentially happen. But it really does make you have to think and be more careful about when you make those pushes, and it just makes getting the first checkpoint down quickly that much more important, because then you don't have to worry about it and wait for the enemy team to come back, because they're going to have super clean long sight lines into where you're going to be pushing from when they come back from spawn, since spawn is right next to the Rainmaker pedestal. It's a whole thing. But really, again, Pencil Propaganda doing a great job. It goes to game 5 yet again, so you have to give Gas Prices their due. Great job as a third seed to come in and take these best of 5s in both cases all the way to 10 total games. But Pencil Propaganda avoiding the bracket reset and proving that they deserve to be the first seed in this tournament, winning Proving Grounds 15.
Hats off and a round of applause. Good games played all around, and of course made quite the show for us here. You see the first part of the bracket as the teams were running on into our top 4 setting here as well. But Zach, that does it for the show here today. Do you have any final shout outs or things you'd like to mention before we sign off?
Yeah, for a couple of washed-up casters who haven't really been spending a lot of time with the visuals of the game, I think we pulled it off okay. I didn't see anyone necessarily revolting in the chatterino there, so I'll consider that a win for us, at least by proxy. But no, I think you mentioned it. The sets we got to see today were great. I think One of the things you sort of fear is just 3-0s that make it difficult to sort of talk through the entire way. And we didn't really have to worry about that. We saw the close 3-1 in the winners first round. We saw the 2-1 in losers, and coming all the way up, winners finals went to 5, grand finals went to 5. That's really all you can ask for with exciting individual games to boot.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. Always a pleasure to do this with you here, Zach. Your Twitters were on screen. Go follow Zach. You can follow me, I guess, if you want. Only if you want to see more Omega Strikers propaganda there as well. Elemental has been our producer, not tonight. Shout outs there. And of course, shout outs to the Proving Grounds team, who does a fantastic job with these events. IPL will be live again tomorrow, starting at 2 p.m. Eastern for the opener, I believe, of the Splatoon Advanced Circuit. The next season is finally around the corner. Hope some of you are participating, but if you're not, of course, the stream will be live for you to follow along with the action. It's Tournament 2. I lied. It's not the opener. It's significantly less interesting. Ignore everything I just said and don't show up tomorrow if you want. We're going to sign off for now, folks. We'll catch you all around next time. Have a fantastic rest of your evening. And of course, stay splatting.